these build political power, right? That build power in the hands of working people. And it's not just, as had been mentioned, it's not charity, it's solidarity, right? It's the importance of building and putting the resources in the hands of those that have been and continue to be at the forefront of working for their own interests, right, as working class people. And the what you see coming out of the institutions, whether it be as was mentioned, right, the food and pies, but also more significantly in terms of the ideological piece of building the houses, of building and rebuilding communities that have been, constantly neglected by the capitalist class until now it becomes convenient, right? Now they say, okay, well, let's pour millions or billions of dollars in a specific neighborhood to gentrify it, to kick out all the working class people, and so that other people can move in, right? But at the end of the day, when you have these institutions, those become entities that can defend the interest of that working class community. So it may be a basketball court, at a specific point in time, but as was mentioned on this program, maybe it's another after school program, right? Or a liberation school activity can take place where people can gather and talk to their neighbors and find what the major problems are, whether it be the issues of police containment, whether it be the issues of housing, whether it be the issues of food sovereignty and first food security, right? That it must serve in the interest of the working class. And so the Black Power Blueprint is precisely an expression of that, right? Of building power in the hands of the African working class. And that gives us also, wherever there's a Uhuru house, we know that that we have a home as well, right? Because we are part of that same struggle to building these institutions of power. And the same goes for us, right? Where we have a Centro Aslan, you all have a Uhuru house also, to come and participate in, because that's precisely the objective, right? Of building these institutions of political power separate from the colonizer, colonial state, and colonial system and its apparatus, and actually putting it in the hands of the people so they can serve our interests as we struggle against colonialism.
Wow, thank you. That was so powerful. That was a really, really great interview. I feel so privileged to be able to be here and listen. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate the opportunity to coming on and supporting this important struggle.
Yeah, I want to salute you for being here.
Campaign.
Yeah, salute to you for being here, and salute to the leadership of Union del Barrio, and victory to the Mexican people. I think our next segment is going to be coming up in the next couple minutes.
Evie, before you go, I also just want to really salute that powerful segment and salute your contribution of $100, Benjamin, to this program. Incredible.
Right.
And just really forwarding an amazing program. We just really appreciate you being on here and that incredible contribution. Uhuru.
Yeah.
Uhuru, thank you very much for having us.
Land back and victory to the Mexican people.
All right.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
You can go ahead and introduce our next segment.
Great. So we have some supporters coming up from the Black Power Blueprint. Their names are Lisa and Dan Watson with their children, Rosie and Ellie, and they have a very special message for us about why they are supporting the Giving Tuesday Reparations Telethon.
We are the Tans Watsons. This is Dan, Lisa, Eli, and Rosie. And our family is so grateful for the opportunity to pay reparations to the Black Power Blueprint's community basketball court. For families like ours, sports and physical activity is both fun and part of living a healthy life. And having a nice, safe space to do that is a basic human need in every community.
process of returning resources to the African community is something we hope people from the white community will engage in as a stance of reparations. It's an opportunity to be part of a positive future for North St. Louis and something that can be replicated everywhere.
We salute the leadership of the Black Power Blueprint, Deputy Chair Ona Zanea-Shatella, and the leadership of the Uhuru Movement, Chairman Omali Shatella, and everyone who works on the Black Power Blueprint. And that is why we say unity through
reparations.
Wow, what a great statement from Lisa, Dan, Eli, and Rosie. That was powerful. And now we want to bring on the reparations song written by our very own comrade Jackson Hollingsworth. Uhuru.
We know that we've been lied to. There's two realities. There's the one that we've been raised in, and the one we pretend we don't see. We don't want the guilt, but our lives are built on murder, rape, and theft. To pretend is not an option now. We wonder what is left. Genocide is raging on without an end in sight. We shut down lots of highways. We hashtag every night. But every 18th hour we see white power kill Africans and go free. We want to know what we can do to stand in solidarity.
Uhuru, what a powerful song by Comrade Jackson Hollingsworth. I hadn't seen the one with the like the music video version to it, but that was a great addition, and including clips from the March for Reparations as well. That was really fantastic. Evie, are you coming back on? Do you want to introduce who we have up next?
Yeah, so after, let's see, we've got Culture with Karen Smith coming up. Looks like Karen Smith was on before, and so we're going to have Karen Smith come back on again. Are we ready for that? I'm not sure if our tech team is ready for Karen Smith or not.
So we're actually going to be introducing our next appeal.
Are we unmuted? Hey, Uhuru. So we're about Uhuru, Evie, and Allie. How you doing?
We're doing good.
Uhuru, doing good.
We're
How are
doing
you guys
good.
holding up?
You all are doing a great job, and it's been an amazing telethon. And I just jumped in because what's going on? We're having.
I think we're going
Marissa.
into our next appeal with comrades Marissa and Anya.
All right.
Marissa
Uhuru.
from
Uhuru. All right, I'm
Portland.
leaving now.
Oh, sorry, Jesse.
I just really appreciate this amazing telethon, and good to see you, Marissa and Anya. Uhuru.
Uhuru and Anya from Yukon, Canada. International. All right, comrades, take it away.
Awesome. Well, yeah, the program today has just been absolutely incredible. I've been working kind of behind the scenes and watching when I'm not working. Marissa, I don't know about you, but dang, this was a really, really awesome day. I know we've already surpassed our goal, but that does not mean we are not going to continue to ask for white people to contribute and to redistribute their wealth to the Black Power Blueprint and donate to the community basketball court. And that is at gofundme.com/community basketball. So please continue to make your contributions there. We'll take them because we've got lots of different projects that we can put that money towards for sure. Marissa, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm tired. It's like way past my bedtime, but I'm like riding on the energy of this telethon. It's been really exciting and awesome to watch.
Heck yeah, I agree. I'm definitely riding on the energy as well. Awesome. Well, I'm not sure what we want to show of the slideshow, but please feel free to put that up. Our fabulous tech crew, if we've still got some slides that we want to show. I know Marissa and I are happy to walk through them. Otherwise, Marissa and I can also be super stoked to talk to you about why we are participating in this event. I can definitely start by, just saying I am a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. I've been a member for a little bit over a year. I'm a performing artist, I'm a teaching artist, and I was actually invited to join the Uhuru Solidarity Movement by a comrade I was working with, Wendy Snyder. Shout out to my lovely, fabulous comrade, Wendy Snyder in Oakland, California. I was working for Oakland School for the Arts, and we were working on some equity initiatives there in our school. And Wendy said, hey, I think you might really be into Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And I was like, what's that about? There's all kinds of nonprofit organizations and social justice organizations that say they're going to do something, that say that they're going to make an impact. But the more I learn about, material conditions and about, colonialism and capitalism, the more I'm starting to understand that unless you're changing material conditions, it's a lot of talk and not a lot of action. So I was really happy to find out that the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, really does actually materially change the conditions for African people. And so that is why I joined the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And that is why I'm making an appeal to anyone still listening to give what you can. Thank you so much for putting up those slides. We're super stoked to go through them and share with you what we're going to accomplish with all of the incredible donations that were made today. I think we've got a video actually to start us off, if I remember correctly. Awesome.
So Black Power Blueprint means that I will not want everybody to enjoy and get a chance to see another side of North St. Louis.
The Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis was born following the police murder of Mike Brown in 2014. The Black Power Blueprint is testimony to the fact that Mike Brown and the hundreds of other Black people killed by the colonial police did not die in vain. The African People's Education and Defense Fund and Black Star Industries believe we must go beyond protest. We must build institutions of economic and political power in the hands of the Black working class community. In 2017, we initiated the Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis under the bold and innovative leadership of Onezene Yeshitela, president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and we have already transformed our community. We purchased and renovated the Uhuru House at 4101 West Florissant Avenue, which was ready for use by early 2018. We bought 2 adjacent buildings down the street at College and West Florissant. In 2019, we demolished the corner building, which is slated to become a community basketball court. Even during the pandemic, we didn't miss a beat, and throughout the year 2020, we completed the stage in the outdoor space, installed a wrought iron fence, and then planted the garden.
This is powerful because you're here.
We completely renovated the 4-plex apartment building on College Avenue that will provide housing for our African Independence Workforce Training Program for our brothers and sisters coming out of the prison system. We also demolished 2 other nearby buildings on West Florissant to make way for retail shops and contracted with the LRA for property designated for an African women's facility. In 2021, we installed an electronic sign on the side of the Uhuru House. We had a huge victory in June 2021 when we launched our One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market with a grant from the USDA. The initiative of the Black Power Blueprint has mobilized the North St. Louis African community and won supporters, volunteers, and donors from every part of the city and around the world. Some make donations as a stand of reparations to the African community.
Right, Kylie?
Yeah.
Many community members have expressed what the Black Power Blueprint means to them.
You see the money going back into the community.
We want to build our neighborhoods to get our families back.
Volunteer and donate at blackpowerblueprint.org.
It's a Black Power Blueprint.
Super powerful video. Thank you so much for sharing that. Marissa, you didn't get to say why you joined the Uhuru Solidarity Movement.
I've been a member for about 3 years, and I'm in Portland. I joined here in Portland during the No Pride and Genocide campaign, and it just really spoke to me. And I support African self-determination and reparations, and there was like nobody else there representing any of those ideas. And so I was really drawn into the Uhuru Solidarity Movement for those reasons.
Awesome. Super rad. Good to hear. Well, I definitely am super stoked to go through all of these beautiful slides and let you all know that if you are able to make a donation today of between $5 and $99, you will get a gift in return. Not only will you get to contribute reparations to these amazing projects, but you'll get a magnet. And the magnet is going to be obviously representing the Black Power Blueprint, the community basketball court. So that's between $5 and $99. What's our next slide? Marissa, you want to take it?
Yeah, donation of $100 to $299, you get this really cool set of 4 coasters. They say, "I support the Black Power Blueprint community basketball court."
Awesome. And we've got a bunch of donations today that came in between $300 and $499. And those donations receive an awesome beanie that says Black Power Blueprint on it. Very important, especially if you're like me and you live in the Yukon and it's very cold, but I know it's also cold in Portland too, hey?
Yes. And then donations of $500 to $999, you get all 3 of those give backs.
Yeah. And then we had some, oh man, earlier we had some pretty incredible donations, well above $1,000. I'm not sure, Marissa, if you were around to watch some of those segments. We had like a $20,000, a $50,000, like super rad to see these white folks understanding their privilege and putting that back into the community. So they're going to get that sweatshirt that, you know, of course, represents the Black Power Blueprint. So if you're somebody who wants to contribute as well, whether it's $1 or $1,000 or $50,000, donate at gofundme.com/community-basketball. Awesome. So good to hang with you, Marissa. Thanks for staying on super late. And we're here in the 11th hour, which for me as a performing artist, I'm always down for the 11 o'clock number. That's what I'm here for. Awesome. Well, is there anything else we should share before moving on to our next segment? We love Black Power. We love African self-determination. We're here for reparations, making some requests to white people to make those reparations. Awesome. Hey, Lynn. Hey.
Hey, how's it going, comrades?
Uhuru.
That was a really, really awesome appeal. Those are some really great give backs. And I know that I'm excited to put the magnet on my refrigerator at home.
Me too.
Yes. So Hallie, what's up next?
Well, we are, Aru, comrades, Marissa and Anya, good to see you on the screen here. So we are going to let you know a little bit about this fabulous institution called Uhuru Planet Reparations Apparel, which is really an honor that I have the opportunity to chair this. You know, I volunteer my time and skills as a organizer in Uhuru Solidarity Movement and the African People's Solidarity Committee. And when I joined APSC a couple years ago, my assignment was to build Uhuru Planet, to take it from this, you know, the small level that it was never, you know, it started with something, and my assignment was to create it into a fully functioning institution of the party. You know, it's fully in the hands of the party, and you know, it's our apparel. It's all the shirts you've seen your comrades wearing all throughout the program. So we have, we're gonna do a little tour. We're gonna watch a video first. It's about 1 minute just to give you a preview of what's next. And then we will get up and we'll also show you this brand new Solidarity Center that we've been broadcasting from live here in St. Louis. So we'll go to this video first. Thank you, AV team.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
All right. Sorry about that.
What's muted now?
My phone.
Okay, so we'll have to switch our audio when we're in there. Or
Yes.
Anyway, we'll unmute it. So, whoa, different perspective. Whoa, wait, turn it to see the. And it's like, whoa, this is what we've been looking at the whole time. So there you are here. So we are going to, all right, I should start looking here now. So we're live. Wait, I still see us. Okay. All right. So, all right, let's get going. We're going to give you a, so now, Okay, so this,
No. Okay, we're good. Sorry about that, folks.
okay, so the audio's coming from your phone. Okay, so people couldn't hear it before? No. All right, well, let us know in the comments if there's any other technical difficulties. So right now, you're viewing a behind the scenes setting of what the telethon has been like. We've had all types of comrades coming through our doors today, calculating in the corners, staying hydrated with water bottles, and we're just gonna show you our space. So this is really historic, the fact that we're having this telethon in this building, which is called the Uhuru Solidarity Center, located at 2654 Gravois Ave, as they say in St. Louis. And this was just acquired just in August of 2021 by the African People's Socialist Party. So this is a building, this is the main front room. So that's the street there, the door is over here. And this is a building owned by Black Star Industries. And it's in the custody right now of the African People's Solidarity Committee, which I'm a member of, and many of the comrades here are, to host events and workshops on reparations to the Black community, raising resources for the Black Power Blueprint, and also selling the products of the institution. So this is our wall of merch here. These are many, it's not all of them, if you can believe, many of the t-shirts that we sell. So you can check out our store at uhuruplanet.com. That's UHURU.com. And we just wanted to show you a couple of our inventory today that you're interested in getting some holiday gifts or a gift card for your comrade if you don't want to pick it for them, if you want to support self-determination of your friend to get whatever shirt they want to get them a gift card to Uhuru Planet. Go to uhuruplanet.com. So yeah, I just want to show you some of our designs. And we have some other comrades here who are going to talk about the type of comments they've gotten, or why they like to wear our merch too. So the first one we're going to talk about is this design, turtle. I call it the Turtle Island design. It says "No justice on stolen land." Turtle Island, occupied since 1492. Turtle Island is the indigenous name of so-called North America, and there's a whole creation story by it. And I just love wearing this, especially around little kids, which I work with as a teacher. If someone's like, asks you about your shirt, like, oh, what's Turtle Island? You can say you're standing on it and go, say the whole indigenous history of this land. So we have this as a hoodie. We have this as a t-shirt in this warm gray color, pardon the wrinkles. And we have it as a tank top and a long sleeve too. So you can check those out at uhuruplanet.com. This is another one of our just key designs. Relatively new. It just says, I support reparations to African people. So we have this as a black cotton hoodie and a gray long sleeve. Chairman has one of these. You'll see him wearing it sometimes on the hashtag Omali Taught Me studies. These are, so we're not selling them here in the show because we want you to donate to gofundme.com/communitybasketball. But if you want to get some merch, you should check out Uhuru Planet later. So this is, if you're a member of USM, you got to get your hoodie, your Uhuru Solidarity Movement hoodie. Even if you're not a member, but you just want to show your support for this organization. If you've donated today, if you want to support the organization hosting this epic telethon, get your hoodie. It's double-sided. We sell these for $40 just because it's, we need to raise the resources, because literally Uhuru Planet is helping to fund the rent for this building and pay for some of the renovation costs. Also just want to shout out the walls. If you notice this beautiful new trim, we've had 3 volunteer actions the last 3 Saturdays in a row. There's so many volunteers. Christina, Len, Tina, I know there's more I'm gonna forget. Amir, just really appreciate everyone for painting. I mean, look how high this is, like 15 feet. So we've had some really fun times painting that, and it's only going to get more. You know, if you look down, we have to, part of our next phases is to finish the concrete floor, paint the other walls, but at least we did this room, so we were able to right away install some of our merchandise so that people can, you know, we've already sold some things just in setting up, people trying on items. This is another one of our very bold slogans. It says, all white people owe reparations to African people. This is one of our most popular designs, and it's so bold and it's so correct, and it really turns heads. So that's what I would say, is that Haru Planet Reparations apparel, guaranteed to give you'll get attention whether you want it or not. People will make comments. You know, I've gotten people just being like, heck yeah, or F yeah, you know, just really in support, or if they don't like it, they'll let you know. Like, especially this one in the times of Trump is really fun to wear. Even now, this is really, this one definitely gets the most comments because it's obviously a play on that Trump slogan, you know, make America pay reparations. And as we saw earlier from the Reparations Tribunal video and conversation with Penny Hess earlier today, America definitely does owe reparations to the Black community. Let's see, other designs we have. Yeah, so this one is a classic Haru Planet design, Victory to the Palestinian People. This color happens to be banana yellow, which I just like pointing out. These are screen printed by myself. We've had other screen print volunteers as well. Really shout out Rachel Sipser in New York. And this, you know, if you want to show your solidarity with Indigenous resistance and Palestinian resistance, grab yourself a shirt at aharuplanet.com. You know, we are reparations apparel, not only slogans of solidarity with the African community for reparations, but with all oppressed peoples. You know, we have our designs supporting Indigenous liberation, supporting Palestine, and we want to have a lot more designs as well. This is just some of what we have right now. This is one of our newer designs, just reparations, period, on this white cotton shirt. We also can do this in a black t-shirt, and these are available on our site right now, aharuplanet.com. This is a heat transfer vinyl, like metallic. So it's like blue and purple and green, depending on which way you look at it. And let's see. So I have some more here, but I just want to change it up. And oh, hi, a comrade, Amanda. How's it going?
Going very well. Thank you, Holly.
Haru, so I've heard you've been a shopper of Haru Planet in the past.
I have quite a few times.
Amazing. Well, could you tell us what's your favorite shirt to wear and why? Like, what's the best or maybe worst, you know, what's the best comment you've gotten that's like really memorable, especially if you were doing outreach for USM?
Yeah, well, one thing that I thought of while you were talking, if I could point out this shirt here.
Oh, yes.
St. Petersburg, Florida, home of the first acts of Black Power. So we were having our rally for reparations in St. Pete on the steps of City Hall, which is where Chairman Omali Chatella, you know, walked inside the building and ripped down this racist mural depicting African people in just a really disgusting manner. And, you know, he walked in there and he said, we're not going to have this disgusting depiction of African people in St. Petersburg. So he ripped it down, and this is a photo of him marching down the street with it in his hand. And when we were doing our outreach at the Rally for Reparations in St. Pete's, John, who I believe has been on with us since 7 a.m. this morning and has contributed to GoFundMe.com/community basketball, also participated in some phone banking. He came up, he points at the shirt and he says, I remember that. So he was in St. Petersburg when this happened, and he remembers, you know, this amazing act of resistance by Chairman Omali Chatella. And he purchased, it was not the t-shirt, it was actually the sweatshirt of it.
The hoodie, ta-da, right here. Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Amanda. And this is, when you wear a Haru Planet, you get to wear Black Power history right on your chest every day. I just hope you wash it if you wear it every day. And this is, you know, this is just such a great institution to support. If you've been watching at all today for even a second, you gotta get your merch because it's the #1 propaganda tool. Like, I love wearing our shirts. Any excuse to leave the house, I'll put on a button, I'll put on a hat. You know, I have a, these are great. So these are just $2, but they're, you can't miss it. If you put it right here, you know, like if you have a jacket like this, you put it right there on the lapel. It's hard to ignore that. So, you know, at the checkout line at Trader Joe's food store, people will be like, oh, I like your button. And you can be like, oh, have you heard about Uhuru Solidarity Movement and the Black Power Blueprint and paying reparations? So we have this as a hoodie. Other shirts we have so many. We're not going to get to, you know, show you everything, but we wanted to just show you the highlights. This is a new shirt that came out in the last year. There's 4 different variations of this. And I'm going to read this in a minute. We have it as a black t-shirt, like a crew neck and a V-neck. And we have it as this goldenrod yellow ochre, I would say, a V-neck women's shirt and a crew neck unisex shirt. So this is the definition of colonialism as defined by the African People's Socialist Party, the foreign and alien domination of a people for the purpose of economic exploitation and political advantage for the oppressor/colonizer population, Uhuru. So that is what we are about as members of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and hosting this live stream. We are part of the anti-colonial struggle of the African community to reclaim what was stolen from them through Europe's colonization of Africa. So just wearing a definition, because more people, honestly, I did not know even how to say this word when I joined a couple of years ago. And that's, you know, white people, we don't know about this because we are the colonizers. So it's not bad if you don't know it. We just want you to wear the shirt and educate your comrades, send them to the O'Malley Taught Me studies. So we're gonna say something? Okay. They'll let us know. I told them. So let's check out this table over here. Some other holiday gifts you could get. So I really just want to appreciate Decolonize. This is an institution of the African National Women's Organization. These are body butters. This is only like $12 for this huge thing. Wish, too bad you can't smell it, but it's like this beautiful, yeah, right in there. Ooh, it smells so good. This one's called Blackberry Hair and Body Balm. There's Imperialism is Dying pudding. That's great. We have these African flags. Really want to appreciate Wendy Craig, our USM member out in California, who handmade all these journals, so many different sizes and patterns. And every single one of these journals is on our website right now at uhuruplanet.com. And they're all custom. You know, a couple of them, like this one was a limited edition of 4. I think this is the last one left, as commemorative journals for the March for Reparations last year. These beautiful, this one's called a clamshell. So it like perfectly fits in here. And these are honestly just such great gifts for your comrades, especially because it's, you know, you're supporting an institution of Black Star Industries and you're getting a present for someone you care about. And it's just, you really can't go wrong. We have these red stars. This is our last one right now, if you want to get it. These are just a couple bucks. It's great. People get like a bunch of them. You can wear them on your wrist. It says, I support Black Power. We have buttons. Shout out to Evie, who was speaking earlier. She made these herself. Evie is an amazingly talented artist in the Boston area and has been a volunteer for Uhuru Planet. She does laser. So these are laser cut wood and hand dripped acrylic paint over them. And there's not just one, but 2 sides. Let's see what else we have here. So yeah, these are just smaller merchandise. We do sell the flags from Black Star Industries. We carry the books. Salute Chairman Omali Shatella. You can pick up these books from Uhuru Planet. And of course, we distribute these from the Burning Spear Media. And we always carry the Burning Spear newspaper for just $1. Over here, we have some, so we have, now and then we'll have just custom, like one-of-a-kind items. You know, the shirts I was showing you earlier, we always have in stock, size extra small up to 5XL, or if you have a different size than that, let us know and we will be happy to work with you to get you, you know, your perfect color combination of size and everything. So these are just some custom ones we have left. I just updated our inventory earlier. These were really hot this summer. Like one of our most popular item, it's you know, an organic cotton tank top that says anti-imperialist. This is in black. This is dark heather gray
and this light pink color. So we have just a couple of these left. I think they're on sale too. So you can pick those up. We have one of these crop tops. These are just some other designs. We got, just interesting shirts. And then over here, we have some tote bags. So a lot of our, we have our standard designs. We can print them on a variety of things, like this hoodie design I'm wearing, we have it as a tote bag as well, because it's a screen. So I love screen printing. I love using my skills as an artist to support Black Power and raise reparations for the Uhuru movement. And this one, this one is a t-shirt and a hoodie and all different types of articles. End the Del Mar Divide, reparations to Black St. Louis. So this was discussed earlier on the program. This is like silver ink on this black tote bag, but we have this as a t-shirt as well. The Del Mar Divide, this is just the material reality of colonialism in St. Louis, where there's a street there. It's so segregated that there's a street, named after this. It's Del Mar Boulevard, but we call it the Del Mar Divide because the north side is so starkly deprived of resources, which is, where the Black community predominantly resides. And south of that street is mostly the white community, where it's, there's plenty of basketball courts and markets and things like that. So this, we anticipate being one of our really popular designs in this coming year. Now that I didn't really say it before, but Uhuru Planet, we just moved to this building last month. I've mentioned I'm from Boston a lot. I've been living there forever, and I just moved here last month. So we're really excited to build Uhuru Planet now in St. Louis. That is the end of our tour. Here's some more custom things. So we'll just head back into the main room. And just again, want to salute our chairman, Amalia Chitella, leader of the African People's Socialist Party. Shout out to Omawala Kefin here, who we will watch a video about later on our program today. So Uhuru, thanks for tuning in, and be sure to go to uhuruplanet.com to get your merch. Uhuru.
All right, Uhuru, that was an amazing tour with, yeah.
Oh, look, nice to see you again, Lynn. Hello.
I feel like we were just on a tour somewhere else.
Here we go.
Yeah. All right, so we're back, and that was a really amazing tour of Uhuru Planet. So thank you for that.
Yeah, Uhuru, thank you.
Yeah, and so right now we are going to take a look at Comrade Mad's video solidarity statement. So let's take a look at that. Uhuru.
Uhuru, I'm Mads, and I support the Black Power Blueprint because I support Black self-determination. I support Black Power. I support anti-colonial revolution, and I just really appreciate that the Black Power Blueprint is a strategy of the Black working class for revolution. I don't want to live in this system that we're currently living under, parasitic capitalism. I want to live in a world where I don't have to live at the expense of colonized people. And I really support the community basketball court. Something like a basketball court for us in the white community might seem kind of insignificant. And, we really take for granted that we have so many parks and tennis courts and basketball courts where we can go and get exercise and feel safe and have our children play on playgrounds safely. We really take for granted that opportunity and the lack of it in the Black working class community of North Side St. Louis, where really the community there has suffered the brunt of colonial capitalism. And it's just amazing what the Black Power Blueprint is doing for the community there, for the working class and by the working class, the Black working class. And I've seen the Black Power Blueprint in action. I've been there to see the beacon that it is in the community. And I just really encourage people to go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball to please pay reparations. You know, if you're white, you know, I believe that all white people owe reparations. You know, we currently benefit off of a system that was born on, you know, stolen land and stolen labor. You know, this land belongs to indigenous people. Reparations are owed to African people for the colonial domination that has happened, and you know, it's in our interest as white people to really support Black self-determination. It is putting power back in the hands of the Black working class and fueling the African revolution for the African workers to rise up and seize the means of production, to overturn parasitic capitalism. You know, it's colonialism that needs to be overturned in order for there to be justice for any group of people, including us in the white community that are oppressed as well. It's in our interest, and we sit on a pedestal of oppression, as Chairman Omali Yeshitela of the African People's Socialist Party has stated, but that we can hop off that pedestal and pay reparations and really rejoin humanity. And I really believe that. And I really appreciate that the Black Power Blueprint is tied to revolution. You know, I want revolution to happen, and let's make it happen by funding this basketball court. GoFundMe.com/communitybasketball. Pay reparations, and you know, victory to the Black working class. And I just really salute the Black Power Blueprint and the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela, and Uhuru.
Uhuru. Really appreciate
video.
that, Mads. Yeah. Good to see you there on screen in video form.
Yes.
Salute you, comrade.
We will see them soon, though.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
All right.
So
that was great.
Jesse?
Yeah, I just really want to salute Mads for that statement. And also Mads is really a force to be reckoned with as an organizer. You know, I know they were recently in Oakland for the Uhuru Pies campaign, and they were on some like real late night shifts until like 5 a.m, helping to bake pies with the Uhuru Pies campaign. And not only that, but in the past several years in Portland, Oregon, Mads was responsible for organizing some of the largest and most successful Days of Reparations to African People events that we've ever had. And also, you know,
best branch.
Yeah, best USM branch award at our convention one year, and just raised so much money and resources and recruitment. You know, we have a ton of members, and I'm really glad that several of our USM Portland members have been active in today's telethon. That's really great. I also just wanted to give a shout out to Evie and Allie. And Ari, would you be able to click the little where it says attendees over there, please? It's there you go. I want to shout out Angelica. Okay, Angelica, figuring it out. Jackson, keep it going.
Oh yeah.
Janet Van Fleet, Uhuru, Janet. I think Janet's now in Portland. Speaking of Portland. Mel, Comrade Mel, and Amanda Carlozzi. Uhuru. The Die Hard crew, we appreciate you for continuing to tune in to the Reparations Telethon as we are approaching midnight here in St. Louis, Central Time Zone. This has been an amazing telethon up to now, and it's going to keep
7
being
more
amazing.
hours
Yeah.
of amazingness.
So actually, right before we started, we were just talking about something that happened about a month after the March for Reparations to African People. The chairman mentioned it earlier, that there was like this slanderous attack video that came out. And it was put out by a white man who, I think he considers himself some kind of comedian or something, but It's very, very unfunny. Like putting aside, I tried to watch some of his other videos. I'm like, I don't get this guy's appeal at all. But anyway, he sent a neo-colonial African man that he recruited to infiltrate the March for Reparations in Oakland and basically distort, create a fabricated version of what happened at that March for Reparations in order to attack the struggle of African people for reparations, to make fun of it, to try to ridicule it, and to try to ridicule white people who want to take an honest, principled stand in solidarity with African people in the fight for reparations. And one of the things that he did when he put out that video is that he erased from the equation the African People's Socialist Party. Right?
Yeah.
Bakary Olatunji spoke at the March for Reparations to African People. That is a leading member of the African People's Socialist Party on the Central Committee, the Western regional leader of the African People's Socialist Party. And this video totally negated him.
To erase that.
Yes, 100%. But we want to show you Bakary Olatunji's presentation from the March for Reparations in Oakland. We're going to show that to you right now. Here is what the white nationalists didn't want you to see, but you will see it right now here on the Reparations Telethon. So here is Western Regional Representative Bakary Olatunji speaking at the March for Reparations to African People in Oakland on October 16th, earlier this year. We're going to take a look at that in just a second. And I just really want to appreciate Bakary for being on this telethon, for one, and for his many, many years of dedicated and steadfast leadership in building the African Revolution, not just in the Western region, but beyond as well. So we're having a little technical glitch, I think.
So you can just
we're not okay.
Oh yeah, so just click the Oakland March thing and then just make the window a little bit smaller. So the March dash Oakland.
Shout out to our AV team, by the way. Over here at midnight, trying to deal with Zoom, which is not a platform that was created for engineering telethons.
Nope, but we are making it that.
We're making it happen. So Bakary.
This one, that's us.
All right. Thank you, Ali. I want to first of all thank everybody who's here on today for coming out. The question of reparations is something that needs to be more than talked about. We must put material solidarity behind it, and that is what you represent today. You are here present in person. And I just want, again, appreciate this event being put together by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. As Ali said, my name is Bakary Olatunji. I'm the regional representative of the African People's Socialist Party. We will be having our 50-year anniversary next year in 2022. The African People's Socialist Party has been on the ground for 50 years fighting for self-determination of African people. This newspaper right here, the Burning Spear newspaper, has been in print since 1968. It is a part of the Black Power movement that the U.S. government militarily assaulted and murdered and locked down African men, women, and children who were fighting for freedom of African people, something that reparations is a part of today. So when we talk about the question that needs to be dealt with, we have to talk about it in the context of organization. Because one thing that separates the bourgeoisie, the ruling class from the workers is that they are organized and we are not. And we must have our own organization with our own philosophy to sum up what the hell the contradiction is. The thing is, I've heard this term colonialism put out here today, and I unite with that. It is colonialism that has been at the result of what has been happening to African people for over 600 years. It is colonial capitalism that has been the parasite living on the misery of African people, not just here in Oakland, California, but around the planet in every time zone. The reality is, Maureen talked about the lifespan right here in Oakland, California. My grandchildren right now would live 15 years less than a white person here in this same city. That to me is unacceptable. So I'm a part of an organization, a revolutionary organization. Not because I want to be a revolutionary, but because I have to be. Change has to come. As this sister spoke before me, capitalism has to go. It's just no way around that. And as a member of the African People's Socialist Party, we have over 50 economic institutions right now today, and one of them is which I'm a part of. Maureen is a part of that in terms of the Uhuru Foods and Pies. We have Uhuru Furniture. We have a host of other economic institutions that are about building an independent African economy. Because the reality is, we have been a host, and the parasite has been living off of us for too long. We have to have our organization, our philosophy. We have to be able to sum up what our real term conditions are in the world. And one thing that I remember was this man who was a bank robber back in the 1930s. Some of you might know him, Willie Sutton. And when the government caught Willie Sutton, they say, Willie, he said, what? He said, why you robbing them banks? He said, that's where the money is. It's quite simple. And when you look at the onslaught of the Europeans who left their land and came to Africa where there was plenty, where there was coltan that your cell phones and computers are made of, there was bauxite that the aluminum is made out of, there was farmland, there was food being produced, there was plenty in Africa, and there was scarcity in Europe. And what you saw was Europe invaded Africa and stole at gunpoint, you talking about armed robbery, stole at gunpoint human beings, murdered over millions of human beings over these last decades to take this money, to take this wealth, and to build this system that we now talk about today as capitalism. So you have to have an organization that has to have a philosophy, that has to tell you what the problem is in order for you to know the right direction to go to solve it. And we don't have to solve a whole lot other than taking power for African people. And reparations is part of that process. And when we talk about reparations, it is a revolutionary demand, as somebody said before me. It is about repairing decades and hundreds of years of murder, rape, and pillage. The reality is, I grew up right here in Oakland, California, and I grew up learning about Magellan, Pizarro, Columbus, and all of these great conquistadors and heroes and all of this stuff. I was even crying when I heard Magellan died in the Philippines. I wish he wouldn't even made it that damn far. He should have died in Africa in terms of the rape that they do there. The reality is, we cannot no longer tolerate this system. Reparations has to be a building point, that we must hear the Africans speak for ourselves. We must hear this revolutionary demand of reparations. In this newspaper that I'm talking about, this is the political organ of my organization. And I hope everybody will buy this paper. It's $1. And point 11 talks about reparations. It talks about centuries of genocide and slavery. Someone spoke earlier about the theft of this land. We are on indigenous land right now. Stolen land, African stolen labor, to build what? To build a colonial capitalist system that must be taken down. And the reality is, nowadays we got social media, we have all kinds of information out here, but it doesn't change the system. The people must be informed and be a part of organization and must change the system. And I think that when we talk about right here in the San Francisco Bay Area, Silicon Valley, I mentioned coltan. Coltan is a mineral that comes out of the ground. 80% of it is in Africa. You look at your cell phone, that's what coltan is made out of. You look at these computers, that's what coltan is made out of. But the thing about that is that you follow the money trail. Who makes the money? Dell, Apple, Oracle, all of these big corporations have their own armies in Africa right now, taking train loads and train loads These trains run 24 hours a day, taking the resources out of Africa. And an African person who's digging in their mines might be lucky if they get a bowl of rice a day to live off of. We look at the misery of African people, it's worldwide, not just in East Oakland, it's here too. It's in East Africa as well. And we are one people, and we have to organize, and we have to have solidarity of white people in a form of reparations. It's material solidarity. And it is in your benefit, as someone talked about earlier. The reality is, when we lift up the African nation, we are lifting up humanity. And we will speak for ourselves. We will build an independent African economy, and we will build a new world, and everybody can benefit from that. And that is real. Woo. I just want to end by saying that here in Oakland, California, we have an Uhuru House out on 7911 MacArthur Boulevard. We have a furniture store at 3742 Grand Avenue. We have an Uhuru Foods and Pies booth right now at Lake Merritt, where I just came from, the Grand Lake Farmers Market. We have these institutions because we're about building this independent capacity. We have to have those reparations to help build that. The material solidarity that people have with this movement has to be real. It has to be concrete. It can't be just in words. Maureen talked earlier about racism being an idea in the minds of white people. Well, we say reparations is in the pocketbooks of everybody who must give reparations. We must turn this system upside down. We must win support for the African self-determination. And I just want to end by saying, reparations? No! Reparations? No! Reparations? No! Uhuru!
Africa unites now. That's what you should be slogan. Africa unites.
Uhuru, wow, that was great.
Wow.
Bakri
Uhuru,
Olatunji.
Bakri.
Yeah, just really salute Bakri Olatunji, and also want to salute Ali Ayello, who coordinated the March for Reparations in Oakland. It was really amazing, and I'm glad we got to take a look at that video.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. You know, one thing I do want to say is that, you know, I did read an article recently that the city got a $250,000 grant from the Land and Water Conservation Fund that is going to, you know, building basketball courts on the south side. And you know, the city also, you know, they need to raise, you know, 250,000 more, and that is going to come from both the city's budget and from fundraising. And you know, of course, you know, the African People's Socialist Party has been talking about building a basketball court on the north side for quite some time, and you know, it's only been a year and a half that now, of course, you know, since the party's been pushing for basketball court and raising the contradiction that there aren't any basketball courts, that, you know, now they're raising funds for a basketball court, 2 basketball courts at least, in major parks on the south side.
Yeah.
So
In St. Louis here.
yes, yeah,
Pretty clear.
yes.
Where that's coming from. Indeed.
So I just wanted to say that, but yeah, really powerful videos. Thank you, Jesse, for your
Uhuru.
commentary.
Thank you.
Uhuru.
See you later.
All right.
All right. So what's
so-
the next part of our program here?
So next up, we want to welcome up Comrade Mads. There they are.
Uhuru, comrades.
It's so good to see you.
Great to see you. Both of
so-
y'all.
Yeah, hi. So, so what are you doing here, Mads?
Well, I'm here to make an appeal for reparations. I've been watching been trying to tune in all day, and I've seen some really incredible programming. And I just really want to salute this whole program. I want to salute the work of the African People's Socialist Party, led by Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and just the incredible just beacon of hope that Black Power Blueprint really is. And this community basketball court is just like so revolutionary. How can you not get behind a community basketball court? And just
what you were just now saying about how much, money goes into things that are always in the white community. And I mean, I've been to St. Louis and I was still floored that there was still no parks when I have parks like within walking distance. I'm in Portland, Oregon, and within walking distance, there's like probably so many basketball courts and tennis courts and all of that. So I'm ready to raise these reparations that are owed to the Black working class, to the African Revolution. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, I do. I just want to bounce off of what you said and say that I talking to Comrade Mark Anderson a couple days ago, maybe it was yesterday, but he said that within his neighborhood there are like a bunch of dog parks, and that that there probably are more dog parks in his neighborhood than there are for like safe places for the African community to just exist on the north side.
Or like a basic playground.
Yeah.
A piece of grass that's clean with no trash on it.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, let's go ahead maybe and take a look at a video of why you should support the Black Power Blueprint.
The Black Power Blueprint means that I will not want everybody to enjoy and get a chance to see another side of North St. Louis.
The Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis was born following the police murder of Mike Brown in 2014. The Black Power Blueprint is testimony to the fact that Mike Brown and the hundreds of other Black people killed by the colonial police did not die in vain. The African People's Education and Defense Fund and Black Star Industries believe we must go beyond protest. We must build institutions of economic and political power in the hands of the Black working class community. In 2017, we initiated the Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis under the bold and innovative leadership of Onazene Yeshitela, president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and we have already transformed our community. We purchased and renovated the Uhuru House at 4101 West Florissant Avenue, which was ready for use by early 2018. We bought 2 adjacent buildings down the street at College and West Florissant. In 2019, we demolished the corner building, which is slated to become a community basketball court. Even during the pandemic, we didn't miss a beat, and throughout the year 2020, we completed the stage in the outdoor space, installed a wrought iron fence, and then planted the garden.
This is possible because you're here.
We completely renovated the 4-plex apartment building on College Avenue that will provide housing for our African Independence Workforce Training Program for our brothers and sisters coming out of the prison system. We also demolished 2 other nearby buildings on West Florissant to make way for retail shops and contracted with the LRA for property designated for an African women's facility. In 2021, we installed an electronic sign on the side of the Uhuru House. We had a huge victory in June 2021 when we launched our One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market with a grant from the USDA. The initiative of the Black Power Blueprint has mobilized the North St. Louis African community and won supporters, volunteers, and donors from every part of the city and around the world. Some make donations as a stand of reparations to the African community.
Right, Kylie? Yeah.
Many community members have expressed what the Black Power Blueprint means to them.
You see the money going back into the community.
We want to build our neighborhoods to get our families back.
Volunteer and donate at blackpowerblueprint.org.
Uhuru. Wow, that's a really, really great video. All right. So we do just want to go over some of the things that that people will get back for donating to this amazing transformational project. Mads, you want to kick it off?
I would love to. I can't see. Oh, there we go. Okay. You see the slides now? Yeah. Well, first of all, to give, you want to go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball. So we have some give back, some kickbacks for certain amounts that you are able to give today. The first one is a magnet that says, I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court. Shown right here. People can see it, right?
Yeah.
Great.
Awesome. All right. And yeah, so our next slide, if folks donate between $100 and $299, they will receive this amazing 4-pack of Black Power Blueprint coasters. Sorry, it's been a long day. Coasters, yes.
For beverages.
For beverages, yeah. Oh, I don't know what happened, but oh yeah, go to the next that says that little hat down there. Yes. Oh, I don't. Oh.
Showing the screen, or is it just showing my screen?
It's just showing your screen.
I think it like.
Sorry, hang on one second.
Well, I have to say, I got coasters as a give back for something a while ago that the Black Power Blueprint has, and I love sitting my morning coffee on a coaster. It really, honestly, it's like so good to start the day with a cup of coffee on my revolutionary coaster. So that's why I gave earlier that amount, so I could have my coasters with my coffee.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, and you know, they're made of cork, so I think that, you know, they're also sustainable, perhaps.
They're sustainable because you're sustaining the Black Power Blueprint by going to GoFundMe.com/community basketball.
Yes.
That is what truly makes them sustainable.
Absolutely, yes. And you know, there's another level that if you donate beyond that, which is, I believe, $300 to $499, you get this really amazing beanie, that with the Black Power Blueprint beanie, nice and warm for the winter times.
Nice. And then if you donate between $500 and $999, you'll get the magnet, the coasters, and the hat.
Wow.
So many ways to just remember how your, you know, reparations, what your reparations are going to.
Definitely. Yeah. You know, we, you know, and if you donate $1,000 or more, then you get this amazing, warm Black Power Blueprint sweatshirt, hoodie sweatshirt. Yeah, it's really, really great. It's really, really comfortable. And, you know, we have the magnet and, you know, all these different things. We want you to donate at all of the levels so that in every room of your house, you will be reminded that you contributed to such an amazing project that's part of, you know, the worldwide African liberation.
Yes, so please go right now to donate and reparate. Put those resources in at GoFundMe.com/community basketball.
Yes, GoFundMe.com/community basketball. And I just want to shout out, Mads, that video, that solidarity statement that you made was really, really great.
Yeah.
You're such an articulate speaker and just a really strong force in this movement, just a really great organizer.
Wow, thank you, comrade. Yeah, I mean, I just feel really passionate about revolution. Like I said in the video, I don't want to live in the system anymore. And understanding, you know, maybe you're meeting the movement for the first time and you're just hearing about a basketball court. This is the African Revolution. Like, this is the strategy of the Black working class to liberate themselves. Like, it's way bigger than we could ever imagine. And this is your chance to pay reparations, and definitely check us out, the Huru Solidarity Movement. If you're not a member yet, become a member, pay reparations on a regular, organize, but definitely go to GoFundMe.com/community basketball.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Huru
Mads. Thanks. It was really great seeing you. And yeah, just Huru.
All right. Huru, comrades.
Thanks, Mads.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. you know, and by donating to the Black Power Blueprints community basketball court, you know, you're not just like donating to another organization, you are, you know, investing in the future of the life for all of us, you know, where nobody lives at the expense of another. And, you know, as a white person and as white people who are donating to these projects, you know, we're building the culture for reparations. You know, we, like Chairman Omali Yeshitela in 1982 said, you know, wanting to make reparations a household word. Well, we are, you know, under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and, you know, through the brilliant winning strategy of the African People's Socialist Party, we are, you know, just making the culture of reparations a household culture.
Len, that's correct. And yeah, we just really appreciate everyone who's donated so far, all the different, you know, volunteers who've been contributing to this telethon. Salute Len for leading the telethon project as a whole. And yeah, I think we're just going to keep going through our program. So just a time check, we started at 7 a.m. Central Time. It is now 12:13 a.m. the next day. So we've officially made it to day 2. It is Wednesday, December 1st. So happy December, happy Wednesday, all those things, happy first of the month. Do whatever you got to do to like celebrate the first day, and then go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball and make it a material reality. So I'm really excited to introduce the next segment of our program. We are going to watch a really historic 30-minute documentary about the Battle of St. Pete. And this was, I won't say too much about it, but in the 1990s, a young African man named Tyron Lewis was shot by the police in St. Petersburg, Florida, which is at the time, the international headquarters of the Uhuru movement. It is where Chairman Omali Yeshitela was born and raised and birthed the Uhuru movement. So there was a long time, there was activity on the ground. The party had long time roots there and was organizing the community. And you know, it was just fierce resistance of the Black community saying, no, you can't just keep killing us without consequences. So it's a really powerful documentary of the history of the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela leading the masses. And it's just it's a really great documentary. There's lots of historical footage. So yeah, this was in 1996 after the murder of 18-year-old Tyrone Lewis. So so grab yourself a cup of tea, put your donation in before the video starts at gofundme.com/communitybasketball, and we're going to turn it to our AV team to start this video.
On October 24th, 1996, the police shot, killed 18-year-old Tyrone Lewis, an African man they had pulled over on a traffic stop. Young Tyrone was executed in broad daylight in front of over 100 witnesses just 3 blocks from the Uhuru house.
He was young, he was black, and he was shot for no reason, dog. And that's real. If the man wasn't shot for no reason, we wouldn't be doing all this today. How you think my mom looking at the news now? It could have been me, you know? It could have been me. How you think my mom? I know my mom feel every day that I'm going to get shot or something, you know?
Because of the Uhuru movement's 30-year history of organizing for black rights in St. Petersburg and throughout the country, we were able to provide political leadership and a voice for the demands of the African working class of St. Petersburg enabling the community to respond powerfully to the police murder of Tyrone Lewis through 2 major rebellions and countless direct action mobilizations. Within 1 year of the initial rebellion, the Uhuru movement has forced both the city government and the federal government to respond to the African community's demand for economic development and social justice, and taken the struggle for Black power to a new level. We in the Uhuru movement believe that this struggle in St. Petersburg is indicative of a growing resistance in African communities throughout this country. We hope that this program will be of value to organizers working to promote Black power for the African community.
They murdered Tyrone Lewis. It was supposed to be just another day at Africa. That's what it was supposed to be. The state's response to the murder and to the immediate resistance that emerged was typical. But you need to know that the resistance was not typical. What happened in St. Petersburg was incredible for its advanced character. The advanced character of the resistance in St. Petersburg was striking. People all around the country, even with the garbage that was coming to the Chicago Sun-Times, and somebody who wrote that article, somebody showed it to me when I got here, somebody who wrote the article in the Chicago Sun-Times just went into a room someplace and said, why don't we say this? And then wrote something and said, why don't we say, and wrote something because it had no relationship to the real world. But the thing is that people, even through the bourgeois media, were able to see the advanced character of the struggle that happened in St. Petersburg, Florida. And it was advanced because even though there were waves of people in the streets, the thing that was so striking about St. Petersburg wasn't just burning and looting, so to speak, but there were what they like to refer to in this country when they're murdering people in Iraq and other places is there were surgical strikes that saw police precincts, 2 police precincts in the African community destroyed. That saw police cars burned on the spot. Saw media vehicles burned on the spot. Saw blood-sucking, filthy, parasitic merchants. Many of them been in the community for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Only role they play in the community is come there to pick up money. And as soon as they get it, they stay there long enough to exhaust the supply of money for the day. Then they take the money and leave and come back the next day to get the money. And while people may have thought the masses were sleeping and didn't understand the role of these forces, they did clearly understand their role. And they went to burn to the ground. And it happened so quickly that the ruling class were writing about how that happened and how somebody must have planned it. And somebody must have made it happen like that. And of course, what happened is that the Uhuru movement, in one form or another, has been in St. Petersburg, Florida for 30 years. An unbroken history, 30 years in that same community, an unbroken history. And it has been 30 years of political education, sometimes less effective than others, because the last thing I would want to do is paper over the contradictions in our movement, because there are contradictions which permeate our movement in St. Petersburg and throughout the country. But in St. Petersburg, there was consistent struggle to reach out to the masses. So the people rose up and made a magnificent response to the murder of Tyrone Lewis. The response of the state to the murder of Tyrone Lewis was never to reprimand the police. There was no intent ever to say the police might have done something wrong, or to say that there are any kind of underlying social contradictions which may have also contributed to the rebellion that occurred on October 24th. The response of the state, of the government, with the help of the ruling class media, was first to slander Teron Lewis, because you know he did have a criminal record. And he was speeding. And there was some crack we found in the car after he was killed. So that was the first thing they did. Secondly, the response was to isolate and criminalize the Uhuru movement for inciting the rebellion. Never, never, never did they intend to say, well, maybe the police acted improperly. Maybe there are some kind of underlying social contradictions here responsible for the rebellion. Their response was to slander that brother, to isolate and criminalize our movement, and then to indict us, to send us to prison. That was their response, immediately. But they were unsuccessful in doing that. They were unsuccessful because we pushed the democratic question successfully.
Justice! Now! What do we want? Justice! When we want it now! What do we want? Justice! When we want it now! No peace! No justice! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! This morning with my mind. We're here to say that we're uniting, demanding justice, and when do we want justice? Right now. Now. Right. We want the release of our brothers out of those jails. We definitely want the military to move, and that's what it is. It's the military. That's right. We want them out of here now. That's right. We want justice. That's right. That's right.
We found unanimously that both officers, James Knight and Sandra Mount, are guilty of murder. We found, we weren't asked to do this, but we felt it was a part of our responsibility, that both officers, James Knight and Sandra Mana, are sentenced to death in the state electric chair. Mayor David Fisher and Chief Darrell Stevens are found guilty of murder in that the city's official policy was carried out as an execution on behalf of the city.
I was here in Oakland when the rebellion first took place on October 24th after the murder of Teron Lewis. I didn't get back until October 27th. And when I got back on October 27th, all I could see were these news reports on television with Soul Group standing on top of a car on October 24th in the middle of this crowd of people and being identified as the Uhuru movement responsible for inciting what they characterized as the riot. And everything that was being said by the media and officials pointed clearly to the fact that they intended to indict and arrest members of the Uhuru movement. So much so that the state's attorney, who had the responsibility for looking into the shooting of Teron Lewis that sparked the rebellion, said that
Not that he was trying to find out if there was anything he could indict the cops who killed Lewis for, but that he was investigating the Uhuru movement. And if there was anything that he could indict us for, he was going to indict us for. This is what he said. We built a coalition coming out of that struggle in the process of making that struggle in St. Petersburg. This coalition was essentially one of the party as representative of the African working class and various sectors of the African primitive petty bourgeoisie or middle class. And it was this political work that prevented them from being able to kill us or to indict and imprison us on the spot. It was a coalition that came about because the African petty bourgeoisie, after every incident such as the rebellion, wanted to rush down town and ask the ruling class and the government for money for their little social programs. And they like to say, boss, if you give us this money, we can keep the angry masses from rising up again. But they had a problem this time, because the government had already said it was the Uhuru movement that made the people, angry masses, rise up. So how can you promise to keep the angry masses from rising up? In order to be able to make a statement to the government, they had to make an agreement with the Uhuru movement. And our agreement was, we'll back up your demand for money and resources, although we want to give shape and definition to what that should look like. But you got to unite with us that the police who murdered Teron Lewis must be prosecuted, that the family of Teron Lewis must be paid reparations for his death, that everybody who was arrested by the government during the rebellion must be freed, and that hands off the Uhuru movement. That's the demand you got to make. And so we won that with them. And as a consequence of winning that, what it meant was now for the government to come to get us, they had to come through the preachers and other sectors of the African petty bourgeoisie who they need to be on their side. And so that made it difficult for them to do.
On November 13th, the police used 27 members of a special weapons police organization called a Green Team to arrest, pull over, right at our headquarters, a member of the Uhuru movement, they said, because he had an expired license plate. You know, you usually get a ticket for that, right? They used 27 members of a special weapons organization, 7 carloads, pull him over because of an expired license plate. I'm walking up at the time this is going on. They got the brother in the back seat of a car, handcuffed, searching his car and what have you. And when I walked up, the brother who was with me, they said, we want to put you in jail too. We got a warrant for your arrest. And by now, hundreds of African people are out on the streets because of the police activity. And November 13th was really important because that was the day that the grand jury that was supposedly investigating the shooting of Teron Lewis and whether the police had committed any crime when they did that, came back, as everybody expected, and exonerated the police. Said police didn't do nothing wrong in killing this brother on that day. So people were already upset about that. So now the police move on our building. Hundreds of people are now out on the streets watching this affair. This is when they rushed to get the brother, to arrest him, they pushed us back against the wall, pepper sprayed me in the face, pepper sprayed Sister Kinara Zima in the face, and arrested the brother. Hundreds of Africans died out on the streets, standing in front of the Uhuru House on both sides of the streets, just watching. The police carrying on, riding up and down in front of the Uhuru House, 5 in a car, guns sticking out of the doors which are partially open and what have you, and the people just standing there watching them, right up and down, up and down. In the meantime, we had already been putting out leaflets announcing that at our regular 6:30 meeting, we were going to be talking about the verdict that came from the grand jury. At 6 o'clock, the police put up barricades on the streets on both sides of the Uhuru House, turned people around, told them they couldn't come to the meeting. Said, you come to the meeting, we're going to put you in jail or do something worse to you. That was at 6 o'clock. Hundreds of people out on the streets. The police now have begun using pepper spray to try to make people leave the area. Some of the people are running into the auditorium, getting away from the police using pepper spray. About 100 or so people were in the auditorium. Then I'm trying to calm the people down on the inside because of the police antics going on where hundreds of people are still outside. And the brother comes up to me and says, the police have said that over the bullhorn that this is an unlawful assembly and that we've got 5 minutes to get out of the building or they're going to shoot tear gas into the auditorium. They began spraying people at the door of the auditorium with pepper spray, so that they couldn't close the doors. 30 seconds later, after the announcement, they started shooting tear gas into the auditorium. What you got to understand is there were something like 300 policemen outside the building. They didn't just have the St. Petersburg Police Department, they had the Florida Highway Patrol, the Pinellas County Sheriff Department, and police from neighboring cities. 300 or more cops were outside our building. They used all the tear gas that they had in the city of St. Petersburg. They didn't have no more tear gas when they finished shooting tear gas on our building. They used helicopters, and they had a small plane, at least one small plane that they used against us. Tear gas coming into the building. There were babies in that building. There were children and women and men in the building, and people are screaming, the women trying to get to their children and take care of them, and trying to get out of the rear of the building. And when they would open the door to the rear, they run into a wall of tear gas because the cops have shot tear gas not only in the auditorium, but everywhere around the building. The people, they were shooting tear gas into a tree behind our building, and it set it afire, the canister set it afire, and threatened the vehicle, a van behind the building, and through that threatened the building itself. And the people in the community would run out and put the fire out, and the police would start the fire again. 3 times that happened. And the people would try to put the fire out. They actually tore a huge branch out of the tree and were dragging it across the street, and the police would shoot tear gas at them to chase them away so that our vehicles and our building could burn down. They were bad that night. 300 of them out there. And then the people rose up and met them with a fierce armed resistance. You understand? You know what I'm saying? Met them with a fierce armed resistance. It was a serious resistance, you understand? Because they intended, first, they failed in their attempt to isolate us politically, criminalize us, and shoot us off the prison. They failed. Then they tried to create a situation where they could provoke something that would allow them to attack us militarily. They were going to win it, get rid of us by a military attack. And when they attacked us militarily, they got their asses kicked by the people right there in the streets. I mean this. You have to understand what happened. It was serious. The people brought down a police helicopter with gunfire, brought it down, forced it down with gunshot. They wounded one cop, shot one cop. And the transcript of a police communication over the radio that appeared in the paper the next day had the commander screaming over the radio, "Pull the troops back. we're under heavy fire. You understand? We're under heavy fire. Under heavy fire. 300 armed to the teeth, used every bit of tear gas against us that they had in the city. Pull the troops back, we're under heavy fire. And we're talking about the youngsters, they were called the ghost faces. Ghost faces. Because they tied their shirts around their faces and bandanas around their faces and jumped dead in their chests. So, the police never even were able to enter the building. If the crime was being committed, the building wasn't in it, nobody in the building was arrested. It wasn't about arresting anybody. It was about destruction. They meant to kill, maim on that day. They wanted a military victory, and they got their asses kicked. Serious guerrilla warfare, serious guerrilla warfare. I mean, as serious as any confrontation that's happened any place in the world. So they lost, the police lost. And because they failed, because they just knew all they had to do was crush the Uhuru movement, then it would be over. It would be just business as usual, but they failed. They were defeated politically, and then they were defeated militarily, and then after that, but it was serious. Because people in the Uhuru movement, we found ourselves sleeping in safe houses. We couldn't stay any place where they knew where we were, because they'd come 4 o'clock in the morning. They'll come 4 o'clock in the morning, they'll kill you dead. You understand? But they made a mistake. They came at 6:30, and the people were awake, and the people were ready for them, and the people kicked their asses. You understand?
On October 24th, there was a murder committed. Tyron Lewis was murdered by 2 officers, Knight and Minor, and the attacks that came after that have continued up until even today. The first attack we saw happen as Bernie McCabe blamed the Uhuru movement for the just rebellion that happened after the murder. We, the African community, did not want to step over another dead body or have business as usual. So there was a response to this murder, and people acted in a way in which got the attention, worldwide attention. And we, as the Uhuru movement, we represent the poor and African working class, as we have for 30 years, since the Black Revolution of the 60s was defeated with the Black Panther Party, etc. Many of our leaders were assassinated, and many still are in prison today. The Uhuru movement stands and represents the African working class here in this city and all across the country and even across the world. The Uhuru movement held, as we do every week, meetings to allow the African community to voice their opinions on some of the things that had happened. We had a march to the funeral. We also had a trial for the African community to state if the police officers were guilty of murder, and we did come out with a verdict that they were guilty of murder, and that the city of St. Petersburg was also guilty of the policy of shoot to kill, and that the so-called keep the niggers in check way that the police act in our community is totally in violation of our constitutional rights. On November 13th, the verdict came out, and a member of the Uhuru movement was arrested. 27 members of the Green Team came to the building and purposely tried to invoke provocation, and another member of the Uhuru movement was arrested. I myself and the chairman and founder of the Uhuru movement was sprayed with pepper spray, and 100 or so people came out of their homes. We have meetings every Wednesday evening, and that happened to be a Wednesday, where we were going to have a forum. That night, as people were coming to the meeting, police started barricading the streets, blocking all intersections to the building, denying people access to the building, saying that they would be arrested if they came to our meeting. They also pepper sprayed people and shot tear gas. All of the tear gas they had in the city of St. Petersburg went toward our building. People who were in the room were children, men and women who were terrified. As the meeting started, the police officers who were in force with M16s, riot gear, started on the outside shooting tear gas. They had on the loudspeaker, we declare this an unlawful assembly, and if you don't get out of the building in 5 minutes, we will gas the building. Within 30 seconds, they started gassing the building. There was total chaos in the building. Some of the people who were in our meeting are in this room. Total chaos, stampede. A sister who I know right here was trampled. People with their children throwing up, sick, etc. They intended to kill us that night. And if it wasn't for the courageous brothers and sisters who stood up after the murder of Tyron Lewis, I wouldn't be here today, and many people in this room would not be here, because they intended to kill us on that night of November 13th. All of the tear gas I mentioned, which they said in all the newspapers and radios, was used on our building that night. Our constitutional rights were violated, our freedom of speech, our freedom of assembly, and the mayor and chief of police stated earlier that day that they did not want members of the Uhuru movement on the streets, precisely because the verdict was coming out, and that they didn't want us to say something that they didn't like. Police tried to burn down our buildings by shooting tear gas into a tree. When members of the community would put out the fire, they were shot at with the tear gas, and the tree was set on fire 3 times. The tree was next to our van, and the van next to our building. There was later an incident where someone came and said that our building would be, there would be a sweep at our building at 6 o'clock. So from that night, October 24th, until even today, the whole black community has been under martial law. Said that they stand with the Uhuru movement, know that the Uhuru movement has been under attack, and we demand that this attack stop. We are standing up on behalf of our people.
Wow, that was my first time seeing that, actually, and it's just wild to think that how powerful those events were.
Yeah, definitely. Well, before we go to the next video, I wanted to take a few minutes to discuss the Battle of St. Pete, and you can still cue that one up if you want, or just have it open. Basically, we don't want to look at myself talking. Okay, there you go. So yeah, so I just wanted to say a few things about that. So that was 1996, and that video is called The Battle of St. Pete Part 1, and there is no Battle of St. Pete Part 2. And I've always thought of it as like we're still living in the Battle of St. Pete Part 2.
Yeah.
Because like everything that happened after that was impacted by what happened there. And, we're here in St. Louis right now. And the reason why we're here in St. Louis, really, at the end of the day, is because of Ferguson. That's why we're here. That's why the chairman came here in August of 2014. That's why he started organizing on the ground amongst the African working class. And the reason why he came here is not because there was protest or even an uprising against police murder, because that had happened in many other places throughout the years. But it was because there was a consciousness to the resistance to the African people in Ferguson. For example, the slogan that everybody came to associate with Ferguson was Black Lives Matter, but that's not what, as the chairman reported, that's not what African working class people were saying on Canfield Drive.
Right.
In the early days of the rebellions, they were, and that's not what was being reported in the New York Times. What was being reported is that they were chanting "Kill the police."
Kill the police.
I mean, that's pretty hard to misinterpret. You know, I mean, that's clearly a statement about resisting the colonial occupation of the African community by this hostile, murderous entity known as the police. And Black Lives Matter and Hands Up, Don't Shoot, and these other kind of defeatist, you know, slogans that are not even demands, really.
Right.
They're like a statement of surrender. These slogans were imposed on the Ferguson rebellions by outside forces, by, you know, by liberal organizations, by the Democratic Party and things like that, to try to misdirect the struggle away from having any kind of anti-colonial character. But when it kicked off, that's the reason why the chairman, he said he read the newspaper and he read African people were saying, kill the police, and he packed his bags and got on an airplane and flew to Ferguson and started organizing on the ground. And the reason I bring that up is because the main difference between what happened in Ferguson and what happened in St. Petersburg in 1996 is the absence of social media in 1996.
Right.
There wasn't social media then, so it didn't necessarily get the same kind of national and international attention that Ferguson did. You know, Ferguson was seen by people in Palestine. You know, Palestinians were tweeting to the Africans in Ferguson about like how to deal with tear gas and stuff like that, and like because they were experiencing the same thing under Israeli colonial domination. But the point is that the seriousness of it, the militancy of it, was there in St. Petersburg in 1996. And I used to live in St. Petersburg until recently. I lived there for about 13 years. And St. Petersburg is a majority white city in Central Florida that is kind of like this little tropical touristy kind of place. And or it likes to present itself that way, at least. And you know, they have a pier and the waterfront and the beaches and that kind of thing. And white people like to go there. It used to be referred to as God's waiting room, and it was kind of like a retirement community for old white people to just go die. And I don't know if anyone's ever seen the movie Cocoon, but that was shot in St. Petersburg, and that was like about St. Petersburg. No, they know.
Wow, I feel like I need to write that down though.
But anyway, but you know, it's like that was like the white experience in St. Pete, and now it's becoming more like young white hipstery kind of thing. But the point is, underneath that exterior kind of presentation of it is the conditions faced by the African population, which are historically, as with everywhere else, extremely brutal and violent and oppressive, you know, conditions that African people face. And including lynchings that were common everywhere throughout the U.S. and in Florida in particular. And there's like a particularly infamous and horrific case in 1914. An African man named John Evans was accused of killing a white real estate developer, interestingly enough, which if he did do it, I mean, you know, I'm sure there was a reason. That was resistance. But anyway, it wasn't actually him. He was falsely accused of killing a white real estate developer, and he was locked up in jail. And a mob of white people broke into the jail and broke him out of jail to lynch him. So they were basically like not satisfied with how the official police apparatus was handling this guy, and they were like, we need to take justice, quote unquote, into our own hands. So they took John Evans from this jail cell and strung him from a light post, and you know, and hanged him from the light post. And he was still alive. He was struggling, you know, gasping for breath. And a white woman drove by in her car and slowed down and pulled the gun out of her purse and fired up at his body hanging from the light post. And the mob of 1,500 white men, women, and children pulled out guns and started riddling his body with bullets.
Wow.
This was in 1914. And the thing is, this was not just like, you know, just some like random white people that did this. This was like the guy who was behind the biggest newspaper in St. Pete, the St. Petersburg Times. They were involved in it. a businessman named William Straub, who has a park named after him in St. Pete. He was there.
Wow.
Like top government people and like the elite of white St. Pete were involved in that lynching. So anyway, and a lot of Africans, anyway, so there's a whole history about the violence against African people in St. Petersburg. I'm just saying it goes back way further than 1996, obviously. Right. But just to fast forward to 96, so in this city where the brutality against the African population is extremely severe, where the poverty faced by African people is extremely severe, and where Africans only make up a very small percentage of the population in St. Pete. Again, it's a majority white city. In 1996, you know, we saw basically this documentary showing the incredible rebellion that took place. And what it doesn't show, because all of this happened in part 2, which is ongoing to this day, right, is that the Chairman Omali Shatella and the African People's Socialist Party emerged in an extremely prominent way as the undeniable political leadership for the African community in St. Petersburg that was recognized even by the colonial government. Even they had to recognize the power of the movement, because the resistance in St. Petersburg was politically informed. The people knew where to go when they were getting ready to announce the non-indictment of the cops that shot this African. They shot him in broad daylight. He was unarmed. You know, the people knew where to go. They didn't go to City Hall. They went to the Uhuru House. Yeah. They went to the Uhuru House to hear what the party was saying about how to deal with this. And then, you know, we saw what happened. And Len, like, you're from Philadelphia, you know about the MOVE bombing. Yeah. That's what they wanted to do in St. Pete in 1996. You talk about they were burning the trees and helicopters flying overhead. You imagine like the Uhuru House and a helicopter. What does that make you think of?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
They dropped a C4 explosive on the MOVE house and killed 11 people in 1985. But that didn't happen in 1996 because the people rose up, right, and under the political influence and leadership of the Uhuru movement, you know, waged an incredible resistance. So after the rebellions, the chairman raised up the demand for economic development as opposed to police containment. That became like the popular mass demand of the Uhuru movement, that African people are fighting for a positive public policy of economic development as opposed to a negative public policy of police containment of the African community. And that was a brilliant, you know, way to basically take the sentiment of the people and turn it into like a clear demand. And the party formed something that was called the Coalition of African American Leadership, of which the African People's Socialist Party was a key part, but it also involved like preachers and, you know, petty bourgeois forces and stuff like that. Because the chairman's goal was to unite the entire African community in defense of the Uhuru movement and to have demands, which were basically like hands off the Uhuru House. Because the St. Pete police emptied the entire city's reserve of tear gas. They didn't have any tear gas left at the end of the night when they were done spewing it into the Uhuru House. So basically what happened is the guy who ended up becoming elected mayor in the years following the rebellion, in the next election after the 1996 rebellion, this white guy named Rick Baker was elected mayor of St. Pete. And just a quick note about that, before he won the general election, in the primary, the chairman ran for mayor. In 2001, Chairman Omali Shatella ran for mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida, and he won every single Black and mixed precinct in the city. Wow. Which means, think about that. I'm not surprised by that. Yeah, think about that. That means that if all of the Black districts and all of the Black voting precincts in St. Pete could vote for their own mayor, they would have voted for Omali Shatella as their mayor. He would have been the mayor of Black St. Pete. Yeah. But because it's a majority white city, the majority white population obviously voted for somebody else. Right. So he didn't win the primary, but he did win the African vote. So Rick Baker ended up winning that election. And what Rick Baker did in order to, because the Uhuru movement had gained so much power and influence, and because the resistance, that resistance shook the whole country. I was saying earlier, Bill Clinton sent the Secretary of HUD into St. Petersburg to meet with the Uhuru movement and to try to figure out what was going on. So the city appointed an African police chief, because that was their strategy. They were like, we need to try to make sure this never happens again. And because that's not good for business. You know, this is a touristy kind of town.
Yeah.
And when there's resistance and African people are rising up, like the ruling class is going to go into a tizzy.
Right.
So they appointed a black police chief by the name of Goliath Davis. And the strategy was basically neocolonialism. They're like, let's put this sellout in there so that we can have a black face on the same system and keep killing Africans and doing the same thing we're doing.
White power and blackface.
Exactly, but it backfired because Goliath Davis had a kind of loyalty to the black community. And he said, he became the police chief, and he said, wait a second, this guy over here, Chairman Amali Shatella, he's saying the black community wants economic development, not police containment. I agree with that. I believe in economic development for the black community, not public policy of police containment. The police chief of St. Petersburg, he said, from now on, we will treat the Uhuru House as an embassy of the black community, and we will not arrest anyone at the Uhuru House in St. Petersburg. And also, he fired every cop in the St. Pete Police Department that had a reputation for being like racist and, you know, attacking black people. And he withdrew, he prohibited the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department from operating within city limits. And all of that was because of the Uhuru movement. Again, keep in mind, the only reason why this guy was even put in that position was because it was the city's way of trying to deal with what the Uhuru movement was doing. And it backfired because he ended up basically, you know, uniting with the power and leadership of the Uhuru movement. I mean, to declare the Uhuru House an African embassy was a powerful statement.
That's amazing.
And as a result of that struggle, 8 years went by in St. Petersburg where not a single African person was shot and killed by the police.
Wow.
And that was the work of the African People's Socialist Party.
Ooh, wow.
I don't know where we're at with time. Can I say a few quick more things here?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to give a few more, because obviously I was not around for any of the stuff I just talked about because I was like 7, but I did live in St. Pete, so I learned a lot about it. And there was a whole other chapter of this story that I was around for, and I just wanted to talk about that for a second.
Yeah.
So fast forward now to like 2010, 2011. So now there's a white guy who's the mayor, and his name is Bill Foster. He's an absolute pig, just a complete white nationalist. And Goliath Davis was still working for the city, but he wasn't the police chief anymore. Because as quickly as they could get him out of that position, they did.
I'm sure.
After he was like uniting with the Uhuru movement, they were like, oh my God, let's give this guy another job, you know, because he had a lot of support in the African community. So firing him altogether would have been problematic too. They were in a bind, you know. So they gave him like a job that was like technically had more prestige. It was like the city, I think he was actually the deputy mayor at one point. He had some kind of higher position, but he had less actual power.
Right.
So it was, they kind of like promoted him upstairs is what they call it. So so basically so anyway, 2011 I was in Philadelphia actually for an Impedum convention called Africans Have the Right to Resist. And I'll never remember this. There was all these weird coincidences. And it was also the day of the anniversary of the assassination of Malcolm X. And we were flying back into St. Pete, and we got back to St. Pete that night. And when we were driving from the Tampa airport into St. Petersburg, our car was stopped by the St. Pete police, and they were shining flashlights in the car, and they were checking every car that was coming into the city. And there were cops everywhere. There were hundreds of police everywhere. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And at one point it occurred to me, I'm like, I wonder if a cop got shot. Like I'd never seen that many cops in St. Petersburg. Wow. And it turns out that I was right. And a white cop named David Crawford had been shot and killed that night allegedly by a black male wearing a white t-shirt. That was the suspect, quote unquote, that they were looking for. So they put the south side of St. Petersburg, which is where the African community is, on total military lockdown. It was exactly like Ferguson. There were tanks in the street. They were assault weapon brandishing SWAT and Homeland Security. They used the Tropicana Field baseball stadium parking lot as a staging ground for their whole like military occupation of the south side. They were searching buses going up. They were going into people's homes. I saw like little African children like hanging out in front of their family's house with like these big, assault weapon toting SWAT guys walking around in front of them. And it was just a total military occupation. And eventually they arrested and imprisoned on like a life sentence, an 18-year-old African named Nicholas Lindsay. And there were African students that were getting in trouble in school because they were going to school wearing free Nick Lindsay t-shirts. So he was like a hero to the people. Wow. But anyway, then not that long after that, more cops were killed. There was like a rash of cops getting shot in St. Petersburg in 2011. And this time it was an African man named Hydra Lacy. And what happened was they claimed they had a warrant on him for something. So they tracked him down. They like followed him to his house. And then there's a whole long story there. They lied about what actually happened in the house, and they claimed that he just like opened fire on them. But then when the whole police report came out and the investigation came out, they actually handcuffed him and tased him while he was handcuffed, which is torture.
Yeah.
Why would you even do that? And then they claim that somehow while he's handcuffed and being tased, he got one of their guns and started shooting them. So I don't know how, if he did shoot 4 cops, because 4 cops were shot that day. If he did shoot them, then that's impressive that he managed to do that.
Yeah.
But it's possibly more likely that the cops shot each other by accident, which happens all the time. But nonetheless, 4 cops got shot that day.
Right.
So, and by the way, they were never able to like inspect the crime scene or anything like that because the mayor, Bill Foster, in the hour after the Hydra Lacy thing happened, they killed Hydra Lacy too. Mm-hmm. In the hour after that happened, he ordered the bulldozing of his house. They bulldozed his house. I kid you not. Yes, wow. They bulldozed Hydra Lacy's house, which is what they do to Palestinians.
Oh my God.
when if there's like a family that they say, oh, that person is harboring somebody who like attacked Israel, right. Or something, they just bulldoze their house, and that's exactly what they did. And I remember they had these big, trucks carting away pieces of the house to like a dump site and stuff like that. Jeez. So to get to the point of why I'm talking about all of this, Goliath Davis was working for the city at that time as like the chief of economic development or something in the public policy department, or he had some role like that. And all of a sudden it was announced that it was reported in the media that he was fired. And it was this huge thing. They were like, why is Goliath Davis fired? And it started to dredge up all this stuff from 1996 and stuff like that. And it turns out the reason why he was fired is because he went to Hydra Lacy's funeral, but he did not go to the funerals of the dead cops. Okay.
Wait, can you fire somebody over that?
That's why they fired him. That's why they fired him. Yeah.
Wow.
So, and by the way, you know who else went to Hydra Lacy's funeral? The chairman.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. And I was there too, actually. And they asked the chairman to speak. The family wanted the chairman to speak. And it was powerful. Like he basically compared Hydra Lacy to Jesus. He was like, Jesus was crucified for resisting colonial domination, and African people live under colonial domination. And this man was executed because they say he was fighting back and resisting colonial domination. Right. So, and because the chairman was he's so amazing, and the way he was articulating, he was like quoting the Bible and stuff. Wow. Even the preachers at the church were like, yeah, he's right. Wow. So anyway, so Goliath Davis was fired, and then this big press conference was called where Goliath Davis was going to like talk to the media and let them know that he had been fired. So we all went to that, and there were like 400 people there, mostly Africans, and they were very upset that Goliath Davis was fired, right?
Yeah.
And so Goliath Davis got up and they asked him, like, why were you fired? What was the reason that the mayor gave you for why you were fired? And he said, I was told that I was fired because I didn't go to a funeral. I went to one funeral, I didn't go to another funeral. So that's why they fired him. So then he was like, okay, we have another speaker now, Omali Yeshitela from the Uhuru movement. And the chairman stood up to speak. And I just want to say that the reason why this is all so vivid for me is because I was very new to the Uhuru movement, and these were some of the things that where I was like, wow. 2011.
Wow. Okay.
So we're sitting in this little like recreation center or something, and there's again 400 or so Africans there, and the media is there, and the chairman gets up to address the media about Goliath Davis being fired, and he basically says Goliath Davis has fallen because under this system, an individual can succeed, but not the group.
Right.
And any individual who succeeds but tries to do something to uplift or defend the group has to fall. You know, something like that. Just a very simple way of, and powerful way of putting it. And then he said, and he started addressing the way that like the media was slandering the Black community and slandering Goliath Davis. And he says, the thing about the Black community is that our community is a good community. We're a good community. And the people were like electrified. Like it was so amazing. People were cheering and screaming and applauding. And this was being broadcast live on Bay News 9. So Al Rochelle, who was the news anchor on Bay News 9, said, cut his mic. That guy is a loaded gun. And they cut the live feed of the chairman in the middle of his speech at the press conference. And you could hear the news anchor saying that. So then he had to come on and do like a fake apology. Like, sorry, I didn't know my mic was on when I said that. But he said, cut the feed. That guy is a loaded gun.
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway.
What a layered story this is. The news anchor.
I know.
Yeah.
So
wow.
Yeah. So I mean, all of that is like, I always think of that as the Battle of St. Pete Part 2, all of what was going on there, because it just showed the ongoing reverberations of it. And like, it's the city, the white ruling class is still haunted by the 1996 rebellions. The African community remembers 1996. They remember.
Yeah.
And they know that like the African working class in St. Petersburg is a fighting community. And a few years ago, the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement launched a campaign to rename 18th Avenue South Tyrone Lewis Ave. And the city said no, of course. So the Uhuru movement was like, well, we're going to call it Tyrone Lewis Ave. So they put a street sign. Yeah, dug the concrete and installed a street sign. Yeah, so the city took it down. So they put it back. So the city took it down. So they put it back, and we had a 24-hour event that night because their party members chained themselves to the sign.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it was amazing.
Is the sign still up?
They took it down, but it will be back up at some point. And
Yeah.
people call it Tyrone Lewis Ave now, even though it still has that other sign. But yeah, so anyway, we could go on and on, but yeah, it's really incredible. Recently, actually, it was the 25th anniversary of the murder of Tyrone Lewis and of the rebellions. And Director Akile, who was born the day the rebellion happened.
Wow.
Yeah, she gave a presentation at the press conference. Deanne Lewis, who's the stepsister of Tyrone Lewis. Tyrone Lewis had a son, and his son has come to the Uhuru House and spoken and stuff like that. So, long live Tyrone Lewis, and long live the incredible fighting spirit of the African community of St. Petersburg, Florida.
Yeah,
Uhuru.
the African working class, the leadership of the revolution. Yes, Uhuru. Yeah, wow. Thank you, Jesse. I mean, we do have some more videos to show. It's 1:11. Welcome to the 1 o'clock hour. We could show this tribute video.
Definitely.
But I do just want to remind people, that this is still a 24-hour reparations telethon, and that means that you should still go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball, right?
That's right. GoFundMe.com/communitybasketball. I got one more thing.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. There's another part of that I have to tell you. Okay. So the last part of the story I forgot to bring up is that after all of this was going on, and the Nick Lindsay and, you know, the all the cops got shot and the Goliath Davis and all this stuff, this white radio host, what do you call it? What is it? Like a shock jock or something like that? Like a white radio personality in the Tampa Bay area, named Bubba the Love Sponge.
Wait, that sounds familiar.
I'm just gonna let that sink in. His real name is Bubba Clem, which is even more disgusting somehow. But Bubba the Love Sponge. I'm gonna show you a picture of this guy. All right. And I'm going somewhere with this. This guy, he was working with the police. He would have dinner with the mayor. Oh boy.
Do we want to see a picture of him? I don't know.
This guy right here. Yeah, that's Bubba the Love Sponge. He was having dinner with the police chief of Tampa and stuff like that.
Take a look there.
Yeah, I mean, this guy right here. He started talking about the Uhuru movement on his show, and it wasn't good.
Right.
Okay, it was like, wow, these Uhuru's were saying that they want cops to be shot, blah, blah. So somebody overheard it, and they were like, okay, let's assign this new member, Jesse, the task of listening to Bubba the Love Sponge to anytime they talk about the Uhuru movement, so that he can record it. So I listened to hours of Bubba the Love Sponge. And I would just tune out because it would be him talking about, it was like a Howard Stern type thing. It was disgusting. So usually I would just be like dozing off. And then all of a sudden one day I'm listening to it, and I start hearing him say, Amalia should tell us. I'm like, oh, what? And I press record, and I recorded him saying, somebody should go to the Uhuru house and shoot this guy. So he was openly calling for the assassination of Chairman Amalia Shatella on his radio show that was being broadcast to thousands of people. So immediately I sent that in and everything, and the Burning Spear put out this article with his big ugly face on it and just exposing him and, you know, quoting what he had said and demanding that he be taken off the airwaves.
Yeah.
And which he somehow interpreted as like a hit on his life. Like, that's not what it means. That's not what being taken off the airwaves means.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I mean,
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he called for the assassination of the chairman. He also said, like, I hope the feds roll up on one of their meetings one day and just lock them all up. And he was saying stuff like that. And the party put out this big, amazing article in the Burning Spear, putting it in the context of like counterinsurgency and COINTELPRO. And there was also this creepy private detective guy from Sarasota named Bill Warner.
Wow. Just this story just keeps.
This is all totally true. That was stalking the Uhuru movement, and like he had this really pathetic, poorly designed website that was like his website to like expose the Uhuru movement. And it started to get a little creepy though, because it was like he was like taking pictures of people's cars parked in front of the Uhuru house. So the Uhuru movement just published an article like, here's a picture of Bill Warner's house in Sarasota. So that guy disappeared.
Yeah.
And Bubba the Love Sponge did get taken off the airwaves, and he totally fell apart, you know. And another thing I got to listen to was him reading the Burning Spear article about himself on the air, and his co-host was like, Bubba, this isn't looking good for you, man. This is not looking good. So anyway, to cap this off, when all of this was happening, there was like a lot of attacks happening, you know, because these cops got shot, Goliath Davis was fired, the thing happened where they cut off the chairman when he was speaking on the news, and then this Bubba the Love Sponge thing, and like it was like, and it was, we took it seriously. It wasn't just some goofy guy on the radio. It was like, this guy was like a mouthpiece for the police. You know what I mean? Like he would have the cops on his show all the time. Wow. So the chairman called a big meeting about how the Uhuru movement was going to respond to all of this. And again, I'm very new, so I don't know what I was imagining he was going to say, but I was like, ooh, wow, I wonder what this is going to be. So I excitedly went to the meeting, and it wasn't what I was expecting, but it was actually even better. It was amazing. He said, okay, here's how we're going to respond to it. We're going to hold a month-long Freedom Summer Project in St. Petersburg. We're going to bring people into St. Petersburg from the Uhuru movement throughout the world. People came in from Africa, from throughout the US, from Europe, from Canada, from all these different places. And we're going to distribute, 25,000 newspapers in the African community. And we're going to knock on this many hundreds of thousands of doors. And he was like, this is the only way you can respond. The security is in the people. That's the security. Yeah. So like the movement is coming under attack. So the way that you defend yourself against that is you surround yourself with the masses. You embed yourself amongst the people and win the people to unite with, with what the Uhuru movement is and with the Uhuru movement's leadership. So that was very, life-changing for me. And that was actually the experience that inspired me to join the African People's Solidarity Committee. Wow. Was the Freedom Summer Project in 2011. So, okay. That's the end of that story.
That's amazing. I mean, yeah, the Uhuru movement is a people's movement. I mean,
yep, exactly.
So, wow, that's really great, and that's why we're still here right now. At 117, where we want to let all of know, the truth about the world, and through the lens of the colonized, through the African working class, and we want other white people to join, in this fight for African liberation.
Real, definitely. Yeah, let's take a look at our attendees if we can.
Ooh, okay.
I'm curious to see who is still with us at this hour. Okay, Angelica. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Angelica, Mel, Jackson. Okay, Jackson.
Wow.
Staying up late. And Amanda, alive and kicking over there.
Yeah.
So great. So we're gonna take a look at the video.
Yeah, let's watch this video.
All power to the people! Black power to the black community! All power to the people! Black power to the black community! All power to the people! Black power to the black community! All power to the What we've done today, we've taken a hell of a stand right here in the black community.
Brothers and sisters and comrades, I wanted to take this time to report to you the death of Comrade Omowale Kefing.
I had been a soldier in Vietnam. While I was there, we began to be politicized. After doing a stint in the Army and coming back to Houston, I got affiliated with People's Party 2, which was an offshoot of Black Panther Party, And again, we knew something was happening to the party throughout the country, but hadn't exactly peeped it. So in April of 1970, I believe, COINTELPRO came down on the Houston chapter where they murdered the leadership there, a young brother, 21 years old at the time, Carl Hampton, shot him dead in the middle of the streets. What they did was, busted up the party, scattered its membership over there. So I, was what you could, I guess, consider in the wilderness for a minute there. I went down New Orleans. They had done the same thing to the party there, nowhere to go, nowhere to turn, Only thing that was happening was cultural stuff, New Orleans. So in '73, I make my way to Atlanta, and you know, I hook up with some people who are trying to do the black work, you know. But none of it was making total sense. And I think it was the '74 African Liberation Day, where in DC, I was first privileged then to come across a copy of the Burning Spear newspaper. And when we got back to Atlanta, we did studies around, well, you know, in the newspaper, and that was a comrade brother, Walter Rodney, who had come to Atlanta to do a seminar in '74. His analysis, he had done a book too, called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, which was really a piece of work that gave you more tools to work with in terms of trying to make a scientific analysis of what the hell it was that was going on. So when Rodney came, you know, we become friends, and we, you know, got to debate and, you know, talk questions, you know, argue questions, relative things in the Burning Spear newspaper. And, you know, at that time, although Nkrumah had written the book, Neo-Colonialism, The Last Age of Imperialism, this thing had not been actually defined, you know, because all the independent states, the so-called independent states that existed on the African continent were, you know, crying, you know, hollering, you know, these things are not actually developed into what they are today that you can see. I mean, they're transparent today. You know, you don't have to have on no 3D glasses to see. Rodney clearly, you know, raising these class questions and holding, you know, the black worker out front, you know, as opposed to this super exploited attachment to the white worker, you know, really helped me stay the course, you know. And the turning point was Chairman O'Malley had come into Atlanta, I think, to speak at an event. It might have been a Pitts and Lee event. He, on that presentation, all the pieces of the puzzle for myself, you know, that the Burning Spear newspaper and Walter Rodney hadn't filled in. Chairman O'Malley pretty much filled those in when he had come to town, and I saw him and talked to him, you know, for the first time. And I saw, and when he came in, he didn't come by himself. Him and maybe a van, two-load, you know, couple of van loads of people in the party came with him. You know, people who were, you know, I mean, Africans who were spirit de corps. I think that's the word. You know, I mean, people who were full of energy, full of let's go get them. Had a African newspaper to work with. You know, next time the party came back through, you know, I was willing to take all the party's literature, because I had a relationship with a bookstore there in Atlanta at the time, taking all the party's literature, sell the Burning Spear newspaper out of there, and began to try to recruit for the party itself there in Atlanta. At that time, the party had a process of what they call the Burning Spear support committees. That, you know, where there was no party organization. And it was a pretty good process, you know, that the Burning Spear newspaper would be the basis of the relationship to the party.
K-Fing was a longtime member of the African People's Socialist Party. He came into our party in 1975, and we began working together around the case of Desi X. Woods. And it was around this case that my involvement with Comrade Omowale K-Fing began. And we were based in Atlanta, Georgia. At the time, I was based primarily in St. Petersburg, Florida, but moving throughout the country, and then moved and did a lot of work in Atlanta, Georgia around this case. And this is how K-Fing, Omowale K-Fing and I came together.
Figured out the car to identify them as black. White people act like they only discovered black people in Miami after this rebellion.
What we've done today, we've taken a hell of a stand right here in the black community, and we want to say that slumlord Ashley Levine over in Walnut Creek cannot have no peace. That the day is long gone where outside slumlords can exploit and oppress the black community and think that they can live in peace in Walnut Creek. We want to say that we're going to take this demonstration right to his back door when it leaves here. That there will be no peace in Walnut Creek, and for everybody who live out there, y'all ought to get that slumlord and thieving Ashley Levine out your community. Because we getting them out of ours.
I want to help everybody understand who this giant was. He was an extraordinary force. I mean, during all the time he was nearly crippled with this disease, Omowale K-Fing was finding ways to participate in the political work of the party. He was copy editing articles for the Brenningsville newspaper. Comrade Omowale K-Fing was not just somebody who talked about the struggle or even who just wrote about the struggle, though he did both those things. He was deeply involved in the movement. He was somebody who participated in the revolutionary movement even after the defeat of the Black Revolution of the 1960s. And in the African People's Socialist Party, he was committed to complete that Black Revolution of the 60s. He was a dedicated freedom fighter. He was selfless. He was somebody who was committed to the revolution and understood that the revolution was more important than anything that might benefit us as individuals. The revolution has a responsibility to raise up Omowale K-Fing. Omowale K-Fing lives. And we say, live like Omowale K-Fing. Uhuru.
Long live Omowale K-Fing. True. What a powerful video.
Yeah.
Wow.
Definitely. Definitely want to salute the powerful revolutionary memory and legacy of Omowale K-Fing, a revolutionary giant in the African People's Socialist Party, and somebody who, I had the honor to have met in person. I know Hallie did as well.
Mm-hmm. I did at the Impedum convention here in St. Louis, actually, in 2016. That was my first Impedum event. I had just been a member of USM for a couple months, and someone introduced me to this person and was like, it's K-Fing, and I didn't know anyone or how significant he was. But just, I knew that he was part of the bring. I mean, this video, it just really sums up just a speck of like what he's contributed. I mean, Jesse just said during this video in the beginning, it was really Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Omowale K-Fing, like hitting the road,
Yep.
driving, organizing, laying out the Burning Spear newspaper by hand on a table.
Yep, that's the history. That's the DNA of the African People's Socialist Party right there. And you know, like the chairman said in that video, Omowale Kefing was committed to the revolutionary struggle of African people even after the military defeat of the African Revolution. And imagining what it must have been like. I mean, I think about that sometimes, like how bitterly difficult and horrible the conditions were, you know, immediately. The demoralization, the slander that had been waged against the entire African liberation movement, and just the courage and determination of Chairman Omowale Shatella to go against all of that and fight to rebuild the African Revolution is unrivaled in history.
It's not a small task.
Yeah.
And the fact that Chairman is still here,
Yeah.
alive today, and so well and healthy and in shape, and just still has never sold out his people, never taken a check to sell out. You know, like in this video of Comrade Omowale Kefing, he was saying, you know, would do everything for other people, you know, putting the revolution before your personal needs. And I'm sure there's been plenty of times where people tried to buy out the chairman or be like, all right, here's this bag of money if you don't say the word black and don't say the word power and don't put the words together. But, you know, like with the radio show, you know, it's really important. They had their own platform, all the propaganda channels, the Black Power 96 radio, the Burning Spear newspaper. I mean, that's so critical to the self-determination that the African working class community can control the media, can control their own stories, and actually just report on what actually happened. You know, there's so many slanderous white nationalist newspapers. Every major city has multiple of them, and the Burning Spear newspaper is often the only newspaper that puts out the accurate story of the oppression and the colonial domination that the Black community experiences. So it's just so historic that the Burning Spear is still in print. The chairman, Omowale Shatella, is alive and leading this international Black Power movement. It's amazing. He's my neighbor here. I just moved to St. Louis, and you know, I've seen him already a few times. He'll be just on the ground organizing the people here. And it's these last two videos too. I just also appreciate the Battle of St. Pete, the video, which I've seen multiple times. It always gets better. And just your personal summation, Jesse, afterwards, taking us from 1996 all the way up to today, you know, over 30 years later.
And there's more to that. When we talk about the elections later on, that's even more
later on today. It's already what? 1:34.
It's only
a.m.
1:34. We're still in. We're in the third. We're in the third.
Quadrant.
Whatever.
Third mint.
Yes,
we are, because we had to.
18 hours in.
We're 18 hours in. Oh, that's nothing. Well, I don't know. It's hard to really find the words to summarize the video of Omowale Kefing. It was very emotional watching that. It was like he was right in front of us, you know, and it's hard to believe that he's no longer among us, among the living, but it feels like he is, you know, his revolutionary imprint, what he stood for, what he represented is widely felt throughout.
It's in every newspaper,
issue.
It
is. Yep, exactly. So, I mean, yeah, I just give the deepest revolutionary salute to Omowale Kefing. And again, I'm personally very grateful and honored that I had the opportunity to know him and to have been in his presence, you know, in one case for an extended period of time, because he was actually in St. Pete for about a month or so, you know, for a big project that was going on. So it was amazing to be around him. And he was someone who embodied so much of the history of the African People's Socialist Party.
Yes.
And what it means to be a cadre. You know, the chairman really said that's what a cadre looks like. I mean, he fought for African revolution literally from his deathbed until his last gasp of breath. He was still, you know, writing for the spear, fighting for it. Yeah. So just really salute and say long live Omowale Kefing
Grew to Omawale.
So anyone who's still watching or just joining us for the first time tonight, you're watching the Reparations Telethon hosted
24
by
hours, baby.
yes, hosted by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, the organization of white people working under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party for reparations and solidarity with the African Revolution. And we're going to take a minute now to enjoy the song Vanguard by Zonlile and Pico from the Black Power Blueprint here in St. Louis. And then we will continue letting you know how you can support the Black Power Blueprints Community Basketball Court Program here in St. Louis on today's Giving Wednesday Telethon
Wednesday, yes.
crew.
Vanguard. I am the strong man, I am the woman, I am the children. I am identity, African blood in me, foundation of all things. Yes, they lie to me, use for sweat off me, this cannot happen. I want it all back, taking it all back, the power inside of me. So step up, 'cause I am the vanguard, I am the warrior, I am the front line. So step up, 'cause I am the power, I am the knowledge from beginning to end of time. Step up, I am my birthright, Africa, truth and life fulfills me of all right. Step up, the power will stand free against all our enemies. I am the vanguard. I am the mother, sister or brother, father or friend you see. Genocide kills us, gentry it wills us, splitting our families. But that was the plan to conquer our land and spread us among the seas. But we are comrades and we are cadres, changing this path you see. So step up, 'cause I am the vanguard, I am the warrior, I am the front line. So step up, 'cause I am the power, I am the knowledge from beginning to end of time. So step up, I am my birthright, Africa, truth and life fulfills me of all rights. So step up, let power we stand free against all our enemies. I am the vanguard, I am the vanguard, I am the vanguard. We are the vanguard, we are the vanguard. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Such an honor to be able to hear that live from our studio earlier today.
Totally. Yeah, and I just want to shout out everybody who's still tuning in on Zoom, and to our Facebook viewer, let us know who you are, because we like you and we appreciate you for still being on with us. So let us know who you are. Is that you, Amanda? All right, well, we want to salute everybody, and Jackson confirmed that he is not asleep with Zoom on in the background. He texted me.
Okay, Jackson.
So we have an audience, and we appreciate our audience. And you know, even if we didn't have an audience, we would still have an audience, because this video is going to be archived on our YouTube channel for people to go back and revisit, as they can do with last year's telethon and the telethon
And the year
before
before,
that.
because
So,
this is the third annual.
Yes.
We've done this 24-hour thing 3 times now, or I guess 2 2/3, because we're not quite done yet.
that's, what is that,
Today.
72 hours? Pretty good.
Yeah.
So I think Ali Ayello is joining us at some point in the near future. Is that correct? All right. Ali, are you there? Is Ali on the panelists thing?
Wait, I thought we were doing the video.
Let's check out the video. Let's check out the video. So we have another video.
Because that's actually later for her.
Okay. I think this is beyond your folder of media files. So
That's okay.
Okay. So it would be the one called Reparations, a Revolutionary Demand. So this was a video produced by the African People's Solidarity Committee, Chairwoman Penny Hess, with a dear comrade, Kyle Weiss, who tuned in earlier and donated $50. So that's really awesome.
Through Kyle.
And Kyle is an extremely talented artist and video editor, amongst many other things. And this is one of the many great videos that he worked on with the African People's Solidarity Committee. So let's take a look. This is called Reparations, a Revolutionary Demand.
The most revolutionary question in the world today is reparations to African people. We salute African People's Socialist Party Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the scientific theory of African internationalism which informs this video. As Chairman Omali Yeshitela explains,
slavery, genocide, theft, rape, and colonialism built parasitic capitalism and the wealth and power of the US, Europe, and every white person on the planet.
Thus, we are only 11.5% of the world's nearly 8 billion people enjoying the highest mass standard of living ever experienced in the history of humankind. Our lives play out on the pedestal on the backs of African, indigenous, and colonized peoples who are rising up and fighting for their liberation no matter the price. Capitalism was born and got rich from assaulting Africa, kidnapping African people, enslaving them, creating a giant world economy around selling African human beings as commodities on land stolen from the indigenous people and drenched in their blood. This is why capitalism is by nature parasitic, requiring lethal armies and unending warfare, capturing every independent, proud, and self-determining people on the planet, trapping them in the deadly web of degradation called colonialism, neocolonialism, and dependency for our benefit. Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
Capitalism was born in disrepute of the rapes, massacres, occupations, genocides, colonialism, and every despicable act humans are capable of inflicting. What capitalism did was to rip the vast majority of humans out of the productive process in Africa, Asia, the Middle East, Australia, and what has come to be known as the Americas. The hundreds of millions dead due to the slave trade and slavery itself, the millions exterminated everywhere Europeans ventured. These are people whose hands were forever removed from a relationship with nature that would result in production. Europeans achieved their national identity by way of this bloody process. This is not something that only happened a long time ago. The world's peoples are suffering the consequence of capitalism's emergence right now.
So the configuration of an entire planet constructed for the gain, pleasure, enrichment, and intellectual advancement of a tiny minority of the population of the world at the expense of everybody else. A status we have never hesitated to murder and terrorize to maintain. Potential scientists whipped to death in the cotton fields, teachers hanged from trees in Georgia, doctors dead in childbirth somewhere on the south side of Chicago, artists hogtied in the woods of Alabama. It has been said that the very struggle for life on the plantation required absolute genius. The countless, nameless African people whose brilliance, even today, is expressed in the mere act of survival, a survival that depends on the ability to produce and reproduce life for the colonizer, as Chairman Omali Yeshitela stated. The dreams and aspirations of centuries of African people were hijacked to feed our children, build our cities, pave our streets, create our futures, realize our dreams, giving us our generational wealth that puts a down payment on our first house and pays our student loans. Thus, the two Americas, the colonizer and the colonized. Between us and African people, a wall of colonialism backed up by the razor wire of the police state. The income gap, the education gap, the jails, the police, the healthcare, the experience of democratic rights, the lives of the oppressors and the oppressed, one living at the expense of the other. At the root of every problem in the world today, police murders and white nationalist violence, growing poverty, the burning of the Amazon, the threat of nuclear war, the daily bombing of Palestine, US drone strikes in the Middle East, gender and women's oppression. Trace it all back, and it all has the same root: parasitic capitalism, a filthy, blood-sucking social system with nothing but profit for a motive, slaughter and conquest that expects and gets our unity and complicity, and ends that justify all means. At the root and foundation of capitalism is parasitism, slavery, genocide, and colonialism. Thus, reparations is the revolutionary demand. The foundation is rising up because this system must go. There is no reform or beautiful, visionary world that can be built on a foundation of rot, violence, rape, and pillage. The foundation must go. The entire system must go. The colonial state must go. The majority of humanity is demanding to be free, unleashing their leadership and genius for the benefit of the people, not profit and plunder. Reparations is a demand of the African Revolution because
African people are going to be free.
African people are organized in a party fiercely led by the interest of the African working class, the African People's Socialist Party, which leads Uhuru Solidarity Movement too.
African people are going to wield power. We are serious about governing ourselves. We are fighting colonialism wherever we have been dispersed, fighting for one liberated Africa, the return of our people, resources, land, and value of our stolen labor.
Reparations. Africa's oil is African people's oil. Africa's coltan and diamonds belong to African people. Africa's land is theirs. The value of stolen African labor belongs to African workers. African Revolution, bringing all oppressed people with them, uplifting everyone who wants to come, including you and me.
Therefore, the African Revolution is the impetus for all revolution, the weakest link of imperialism embedded within its foundation, pedestal, and very borders, the cornerstone of parasitic capitalism.
The African People's Socialist Party has assigned us to actually pay reparations to African people, to the African Revolution, returning their stolen wealth. Through reparations, we make our self-criticism to African people and the colonized of the earth. Reparations is the true redistribution of the wealth of the world. Through reparations, we turn loose our whiteness, no longer upholding a system that feeds our desires through theft and violence. So we have work to do, a true revolutionary assignment that frees us from the despair that comes from being imperialist foot soldiers against the rest of the world. Within the belly of the capitalist beast, in our own communities, we are called on to win every white woman, man, and child to help seize the stolen wealth and return it to the African liberation movement as a revolutionary act, as a positive and optimistic stand that helps turn the world right side up, unites with the future of the liberated African nation, creating a world of peace, of justice, of universal prosperity, productivity, and power in the hands of colonized workers. A world without oppressors and oppressed, under the leadership of the African working class, in solidarity with all living beings, constructing a planet in which all people can live and thrive, no one at the expense of anybody else.
Reparations, a revolutionary demand.
Uhuru.
And shout out to Jamal, who went to GoFundMe.com/community_basketball and put in $25. Uhuru!
Jamal, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jamal. That brings us to $136,260 raised towards the basketball court. And if you're wondering, well, I thought the goal was 130,000. That was the minimum. Okay, that is
Yeah,
we're talking
bare
about
minimum,
with 130,000, the basketball court can be built.
physically
But
constructed.
building
there.
the court is just the beginning. There's going to be programs. There's going to be teams,
Trainings,
uniforms,
workshops.
yeah, maintenance. Just, I mean, it's like the slogan says, it's not just a basketball court. It's rebuilding the community, and that is not just like some nice poetic statement. That's literally true. And rebuilding the community is going to take resources ongoing. And it's the African community's resources to begin with that has been stripped away from them by colonial capitalism. So the reparations doesn't end at 130,000. We want to take it way beyond that. And if we can get to 150,000 by the end of this telethon.
Ooh, can we do it? Who can help us?
I like that
who
number.
Can help us get there?
It's a good number. So be like Jamal, go to gofundme.com/community basketball court and contribute.
No.
Oh my God.
Community basketball.
Sorry, it's written right there now.
Community basketball.
Okay. GoFundMe.com/community basketball. After being so excited about getting that URL, I keep forgetting it. Okay. GoFundMe.com/community basketball and contribute whatever you can. GoFundMe.com/community basketball. So I think Ali Ayello is joining us. But I could be wrong.
See her name.
I feel like that's going to happen at some point. All right, that's all right. That's okay. We can keep it going. We'll keep it going. So let's check out a statement. Whoa, okay. Let's check out, this is Hillary Javali. All right, we'll come back to that. So yeah, okay, there we go. So we're gonna take a look at Hillary Javali from the Reparations Legacy Project, who's based out of Arizona.
Yes.
And we saw this statement earlier, but we wanted to play it again because this is a really incredible donor and supporter of the work of the Black Power Blueprint. And honestly, when she sent us this video, I thought it was just perfectly articulated and spoke exactly and eloquently to why white people should pay reparations to African people. So let's take a look at Hillary Javali's statement.
Hi, my name is Hillary Giovanni, and I believe in reparations. Reparations are necessary in the United States because this country was built upon stolen indigenous land using the stolen lives and labor of people who had been kidnapped from Africa and brought here against their will. This country was founded in economic violence that continues to this day. And I believe that those of us who have access to excess resources are ethically obligated to return them through a process of reparations. For me, personally, I make reparations out of a sense of love and a desire for our mutual healing and liberation. I do not make reparations out of a sense of guilt, but out of a desire to contribute to our shared humanity. This is why I'm a donor to the Black Power Blueprint.
Yeah.
Not just for this.
Wow.
Shout out and salute to Hillary Javali.
Wow, so powerful.
And by the way, I also want to give a shout out to Pete Giovanni, Hillary's husband, who not only has been part of making some really incredible contributions of reparations to the Black Power Blueprint, but also who recorded that video. So we appreciate Pete and Hillary Giovanni very much for their incredible stand of support for reparations to African people. And that's the second time we've shown that video in this telethon because we thought it was just such a great.
It's just great.
Yeah.
It says it's like 58 seconds of just, this is why I support this. This is why you need to support it.
Exactly.
And if there was a few more seconds, she might have also said you can go to GoFundMe.com/community basketball.
Yeah. And the thing that I like about what Hillary said is the whole idea of our shared humanity. And it just reminds me of something that Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru movement has always said, which is that through reparations to African people, white people can join the rest of humanity. And that's in our interests. Like, we are isolated. We have isolated ourselves. We've exiled ourselves from the rest of the human beings on the planet Earth. And I mean, the experience that white people have is not normal on the planet Earth. It's the abnormal, it's the atypical experience of a human being. The vast majority of the 8 billion or so human beings on the planet Earth have an experience of life in the colonial mode of production that the chairman talks about that is completely different from what white people experience. But, you know, the white worldview and being the colonizer and having power over the resources and also the definition of the narrative of the world, we impose our experience on everybody else. We universalize our
put
experience.
ourselves in the center.
Yeah, and we assume that it's the same. What we experience is the norm, you know, and everything is sort of judged, measured by that. But our experience is the exception to the rule. The vast majority of the people on the planet Earth are suffering and facing starvation and war and bombs and bloodshed in order for us to experience the little oasis of wealth and prosperity and opportunity that most white people take for granted. So it really is like exiting this weird bubble of non-reality that we've created for ourselves and joining the rest of humanity when we fight to build solidarity with the anti-colonial struggle of African and indigenous and colonized peoples. That is becoming one with the shared humanity that the rest of the peoples on the planet Earth already have.
Yes, and I really appreciate the statement that she made on doing it as an act of love and not out of guilt, because that's a serious thing. Like, white people, you know, we hear this phrase called white guilt, and we know, you know, that's a thing out there, but that's it actually still puts white people in the center. Like, if you do things because you feel guilty and sorry, you're still thinking about yourself. It's still to make you feel better is the actual reason you're doing whatever charity work or going to Guatemala to help, quote unquote. You know, it's like, that's not what's needed. That's why being part of this movement led by the African working class and Chairman Omali Yeshitela, it's so clear, it's so easy. You know, the African workers, oppressed peoples around the world are fighting for freedom. They have a plan. Chairman wrote all the documents, all the plans of actions for how to get there. And he made a place for white people to be part of that we are welcome. There's an open, wide, welcoming door for us white people who have historically been colonizers. And Jesse and I acknowledge that we are colonizers on stolen indigenous land. And that's why we pay reparations as an act of building towards something. You know, I know Chairman has said before, but you can't only be against something. It's like, yeah, it's easy to hate Trump. It's easy to hate capitalism. It's easy to hate the system because it's terrible and it oppresses everyone. It's like, it's easy to be upset at, you know, climate change and all these things going on and just hate the system. But what are you for? What are you building? Like, yeah, there's a decrepit house and you hate that ugly house, but what is your future house going to be? What are you building? And that's why when you open page 10 in any Burning Spirit newspaper, it's the party's 14-point platform, which is such a profound document of liberation, just dripping in each word and paragraph. There's 14 points that says what we want, what we believe. And as members of Uhuru Solidarity Movement, we are white people who agree with those points. And we also want those, even though they're talking about African people being free and self-determined, you know, releasing all Black people from prisons everywhere around the world. Like, yes, I support that. And that's why we pay reparations. We're organizing in the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And that's why Jesse and I have both donated today at GoFundMe.com/communitybasketball to support just one of the many, many projects of the Black Power Blueprint, this new basketball court. So please put in your contributions today.
I want to talk about this guilt thing for a second.
Yeah,
I'm glad you brought that up.
Let's go there.
So I definitely agree with the point that it's not just like an empty liberal guilt trip. It's not just about sitting around and crying and wanting to apologize or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, sometimes people will use the term guilt trip to attack what we do. And they'll say that we're just trying to guilt white people into paying reparations. And especially when, you know, like Penny and her presentations and the book Overturning the Culture of Violence, like it exposes the reality of what white people did and do. And if you feel guilty about that, that's not a bad thing. That might be a sign that you're a human being. If you feel guilty, that's not a bad thing. You shouldn't necessarily run from that. And as Chairwoman Penny has said, guilt is an honest emotion. And usually when you feel guilty, it's because you did something wrong. So it's not necessarily bad to feel guilt, but
it's more, what are you going to do with that?
It's not about feeling guilty, because what you feel doesn't really mean anything if it doesn't translate into action. So it's not about being guilty. It's about taking responsibility for what we're guilty of and what we're guilty of being complicit with, what we're guilty of benefiting from. Even if we, you know, have never participated. And you know, just thinking about like the horror of colonialism. I was thinking about this earlier today, or whatever day that was. But just thinking about, like, excuse me, the revulsion of what white people have done, the grotesque violence that was required to establish the United States of America. You know, like what the chairman talked about recently, of, you know, white people being paid out millions of dollars to bring back the scalps of indigenous people. And then that became the slander against the indigenous people, that they were out scalping white men. And that's what imperialism always does. Anything that white people accuse other people of doing, it's something white people do.
Yeah,
and
like
they just turn it around.
You know, like that's a great point. Like a common stereotype of, you know, what the police say in the Black community, like, oh, they're looting, like African people loot, but white people are the looters. Europeans stole everything from the Black community.
Yeah, and recently there were coordinated groups of upwards of 80 Africans going into Nordstrom, CVS, you know, Best Buys.
This was like last week.
Yeah, last week in the Bay Area of California. It also happened in Chicago a few months ago, or a year or so ago. It's happened in St. Louis. And people, you know, African people going into these big department stores, and not in some kind of just like, you know, unhinged outburst or something, but like a well-coordinated thing, going in and taking things out and leaving.
Like systematically, like the diamond section of Nordstrom, just every single thing. And it was not just in one city, but because I didn't hear about this on the news. I heard it from someone in the movement. And it might even be hard to find this footage because they probably don't want you to see it, but it not only in one place, but in the Bay Area, 5 different locations.
Yeah.
Like miles apart from each other, but in the Bay Area, with like between 40 to 80 people per action, all just going in and reparating the stolen loot that's in there.
And it's funny because this white news anchor on Fox News sarcastically said, "Oh, what I wonder what we're going to call these people. I guess we're going to call them reparations
hunters." Yeah.
And it's like, actually, I kind of like that. That's not bad.
Yeah.
We can work with that. But it is reparations. You know, I mean, it's not the total reparations that's going to come. Like the chairman says, ultimately, imperialism, capitalism is not going to survive a successful struggle for reparations to African people, because reparations is a function of the African Revolution. And reparations, how can the damage truly be repaired unless the entire colonial capitalist system is overturned?
That's right.
And African people are free and are in repossession of everything that belongs to them. But this is in the context of that struggle, to see African people just forcibly taking back what belongs to them. Of course, that's a form of reparations. And yeah, I mean, the real looters are white people, you know, the US government, the British Empire.
CEOs on Wall Street.
Exactly. That's where the real looting takes place. So anyway, but just on the whole question of guilt, like, as important as it is to have a response, like when I read about or hear about.
Important feeling to
Yeah,
have.
I mean,
means you're human.
When I
Feel
read about like even what I was talking about earlier, like John Evans and what happened, every time I think about that, it makes me feel so angry, and it makes me feel all these things. But it's like, but what do you do with that? Because there's a way that you can feel disgust and outrage and despair at what white people have done, and you kind of use the fact that you're feeling those emotions to exceptionalize yourself from the rest of the white population. And it's like, well, I never would have done those things. I would never do those things. I'm not a horrible, immoral monster like all of those 1,500 white people that were out at that lynch mob. So I'm somehow different from them, but I'm still benefiting from what they did. Even if, yeah, exactly.
Like it's like, okay, capitalism exists. If I go and live in a squatted yurt in the forest away from it all, like, okay, I'm not in there, but the whole system still exists. So we can't separate ourselves. Like, we've historically been part of the problem. And the only way to salute it, to make, what's the word? Resolve?
There you go.
The only way forward for white people is reparations, is uniting with working under the leadership of African workers.
Yeah, and reparations is not like a nice little progressive bullet point to add to your list of progressive causes. Like, oh, I'm for environmental justice, I'm for gender equality, I'm for this, I'm for that, and I'm also for reparations. Like, it's not like now that it's becoming trendier to be for reparations as a white progressive person or a liberal or something like that. It's not just about tacking that on to the laundry list of causes. It's about understanding and acknowledging that reparations is the core issue. Reparations is the essential question around which all the other ones revolve, because the whole system revolves around the oppression and colonization and enslavement of African people. That's not an opinion. That's the foundation of the social system. So if you admit that the entire social system is built on a foundation of historical oppression of African people and ongoing oppression of African people, then how can you understand anything that happens in that social system outside of that context and outside of the solution to that contradiction, which is African liberation and reparations? How can you imagine a solution to climate change that isn't ultimately tied to and revolving around reparations to African people and the destruction of colonial capitalism? What solution is there going to be? What is Greta proposing? What is the solution? Stopping fossil fuel, or I don't even understand, shifting the shifting to electric cars, which require the theft and looting of cobalt and from Africa, where now there's this major conflict erupting between the US and China over access to the resources of cobalt in Congo, or through the theft of lithium from Bolivia and other places, where they literally overthrew Evo Morales in order for Elon Musk and other bloodsuckers to have greater access to lithium that can be used to make electric cars. Like, is that the solution to climate change?
It can't be.
Yeah,
it has to be in the people, because if indigenous, it's simple. It's really simple. When indigenous people had control over Turtle Island, which is the land that we're on right now, there was no such thing as species going extinct.
Oh yeah.
There was no such thing as piles of plastic in the ocean. There was none of that. And same thing in Africa. There was no such thing as rape culture in Africa, because that was a European construct that was put on African people. And so when you really focus on, and reparations, it's part of the anti-colonial struggle. It's not a movement in itself. It's part, as Jesse said earlier, it's a tool in the Black liberation toolbox. It's a function of the African revolution, and it's where we fit into that. And I just want to go back to what you said earlier, Jesse, like, after just rereading about John Evans, this lynching, and just these feelings we get as white people, like if we read the news, like if we're outraged, like we're speaking to the white people out there who, who get pissed off when you see the news of another African being murdered, and it's just like, what do we do? Like, that's a real question, because I can just say from my own experience, I've been an artist, a maker for as long as I can remember. And I just remembered in this conversation when I was 17 or 18, I painted a patch for my backpack that said, "Revolution requires action." So I was always someone who would like go like, all right, let's fix it now. Let's do this now. And in the last, 10 years ago, just like after the murder of Mike Brown, that really like got me going. And I was living in Europe at the time. And I was like, what do I do? Like, I wanted to do something, and I turned to my artwork. So I wrote a book. I wrote a very large zine. I made these publications. I was trying to just deal with it as an individual, and I made this artwork. But now that I've been exposed to the Uhuru Solidarity movement, that there's more than just myself. I mean, I was looking for it. So I'm really glad I'm here now, and that we have, a bigger social media presence, and we're organizing internationally now, because now that there's an organization, it answers those questions for me, that I can still make art, but I can do it as propaganda to make, things that get seen by hundreds of people using our skills as an artist to advance change in the world, like to create change. It's truly the highest honor as someone that makes things. We have the ability to take an idea, a sketch, an illustration, and create it in the real world. And that's exactly what Chairman Omali Yeshitela is doing, true revolutionary visionary with his theory of African internationalism.
Yep. And
creating it day by day, POA by POA, into material reality. And that's what we see today in the Black Power Blueprint.
Right on. Well, I think we're going to take a look at a video of the chairman speaking in Lakeland. I'm skipping
Okay.
the video. I'm skipping the drums video. Before we do that.
Is this from like last?
Sorry, I keep messing up.
This was like just a year ago, right?
Yes, this was a year ago,
Florida?
June of 2020. Before we do that, you made me think of something I wanted to say earlier. So I was thinking about Len over here. And I was thinking about how successful this telethon has been, and how Len has been coordinating this, and how this comrade has just taken an incredible level of responsibility for making sure that this thing is a success. Not just like coordinating it in name only, but like really taking responsibility for it. And and what that means, like feeling responsible, like you are personally responsible for whether or not this thing is a success.
Yeah.
If you really internalize that, then you're not gonna mess around. You're gonna find
a way to get it done.
You're gonna pour over it. You're gonna, spend hour after hour, focused, disciplined, determined, following up, taking the leadership that you need and putting it into practice, and bringing other people into it and everything. And I was thinking about how Len has done this on a number of projects, during his relatively short time. What is it, 2 years?
A year and a half.
Less than that. The telethon, the Reparations Legacy Project, building the march in Philly, organizing in the region, a lot of other things that I'm not even thinking of. And how impactful one person in this organization can be when they unite with taking responsibility to lead, and to unite with what it means to be part of organization, and to bring your full initiative and your full creativity and passion and commitment to the work. What a transformation and what an impact that can make for one person to do that. And how, something that like Chairwoman Penny has talked about recently is that the most precious commodity that white people hold most dearly close to our hearts, if you will, even more so than money, is individualism. That is the most valued thing that white people have as colonizers, is the ability to function as individuals, accountable to no one. accountable to no organization, not even really accountable to a family, even just accountable to ourselves, doing our own thing. I do what I want on my own time, my own timeline, you know, and that's who I am. And just carving out my own little individual space in the world, with no care for, you know,
how it impacts others, or being part of a collective or a team.
Yeah, and that's the norm. I mean, that's not, I'm not exceptionalizing myself from that. That's all of us. That's I think the most aggressive, like, attachment to imperialism that white people bring into this work, is that we still want to be individuals. We don't want to be under the leadership, accountable to the anti-colonial strategy of the African working class. I mean, at our worst, we don't want to be. At our best, we love to be.
Yeah.
But you know, because that's what it means to be a beneficiary of imperialism and genocide, is that you get to just do whatever the hell you want. And you know, so the reverse side of that is that because that's the most valuable thing that white people have, the most valuable resource, if you will, or most valuable, like, possession that white people have, is our individualism. The most valuable thing we can turn over as reparations to the African liberation movement is to abandon individualism and to unite with what it means to be organized, and to give ourselves, like, you're giving yourself to the revolution. And that, as important as it is, and we want people to give money, we want you to go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball. But after you do that, consider getting organized and doing joining the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and not even just joining, but becoming an organizer and doing what Len has done, and take responsibility to lead and to organize the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. That is the most significant form of reparations that you can contribute to the African Revolution.
It really is human resources.
Yes.
And it's like the most valuable thing is unity with the political line, you know, because we can't buy, like, that's one thing that you can't buy. The government can't buy that. And that's why revolutionary uprisings, you know, like the Vietnamese Revolution, like, they won because they couldn't be bought out by the US military. You know, they were poor peasants, but had the unity. So, and they had the time to get free. And I just really unite with that summation, Jesse. Like, I haven't heard it just in that way, but it truly is like even as white people, like, we just have more access to free time, or, you know, our jobs pay better. So we can take a few days off to, like, pour over a plan of action. But truly, you know, our assignment is to lead. You know, Chairman O'Malley has created this whole organization, this platform, this movement as the leader of the African nation, but he is also subordinate to the African nation, like African people. And he, you know, it's a give and take. Like, he calls on everyone to be leaders in this movement. And that's, you know, if you want to get to work, we have a place for you in this organization. And we welcome any creative ideas that you want to do, like putting on a concert or an art auction. Like, that was something I had the honor and experience to do a couple years ago, as like, we're going to do this. We're going to raise thousands of dollars, going to organize other artists, call people, do the work. And we can train you on all this too. But we really need your unity with African internationalism is how we get there.
Oh, for real. Absolutely. So let's take a look at Chairman Omali Yeshitela speaking in Lakeland, Florida. And this was June 2020. So what is this? This is a month after the murder of George Floyd. Wow. So, and I was at this. I actually recorded this footage. So you can blame me for any bad camera work here. But this was at a demonstration of thousands of people.
Wow.
And it was big. So, and the chairman's presentation, I mean, you're about to see it. It was amazing. So let's take a look.
The chairman of the Uhuru movement, Omali Yeshitela. Let's receive him at this time.
Swahili for freedom. It is a slogan demand of our movement. We greet each other with the word uhuru. When we leave each other, we say uhuru. You call our homes, our offices, we say uhuru. We say uhuru because it means freedom. And we believe that freedom should be on the minds of African people 24 hours a day. So I say to you, uhuru! Uhuru! I know that there are a lot of religious people here, but this seems like a Catholic outing. I would think that we could do better than that. Uhuru! This word freedom, uhuru, it was made popular in one of the greatest movements against police violence in history. It was in Kenya, in East Africa, where your brothers and sisters, my brothers and sisters, the Kenyan Land Freedom Army, that they called the Mau Mau, stood up against British colonialism. The British who killed 300,000 people just because they wanted uhuru. This is where this slogan came from. And we believe that it's a serious slogan. And we say freedom, and we say it in Swahili because Swahili tells us something about ourselves, brothers and sisters. Because we are Africans. You can't get on a ship in Africa in 1619 as an African and get off in New Jersey as a Negro. If we were Africans when we got on the ship in Africa, we were Africans when we got off the ship. And it's important for us to understand that. Because if you don't understand that, you don't understand why we have to be marching and talking about Black Lives Matter. Because Black lives do not matter to the colonizer. And that's what we are confronted with, colonialism in this country, just as we were confronted with colonialism when we were fighting the British in Kenya. So we say, uhuru! Uhuru! Brothers and sisters, I want to express my appreciation to PMGA. Reverend Coward, I really want to express appreciation. This is a magnificent turnout that we have here today. And it says something about the power of organization, because that's where the power is, in organization. We must be organized. And this is what has occurred to bring us here today. Brothers and sisters, my name is Omali Ishatella. I used to be known as Joe Waller. But I looked and tried to find my ancestors, trying to look up somebody named Waller, and was a white man in England. And I know that white man in England was not my ancestor. So I had to do some research to discover who the hell I am. And of course, what I've come to understand very clearly is that I'm an African. And it's important to understand that we are African people. Because you know they like to talk in this country about how this country is a so-called nation of immigrants. Well, in the first place, it's not a nation. It's a prison of nations. And we are not immigrants, we are captives. We came here at gunpoint. We're the only people in this country who did not come here looking for a better way of life. We lost a better way of life as the consequence of being brought here. Brothers and sisters, more than 500 demonstrations, protests, uprisings have happened in this country since May 25th. The majority of those people who were immobilized, they didn't know George Floyd, like you don't know George Floyd. The reality is all over the world, you see people rising up. They're rising up in Palestine. They're rising up in Syria. They're rising up in Italy. They're standing with us in Russia. They're standing with us in Iran. They're standing up with us in Venezuela, all around the world. People are standing up with us. You know why? Because the truth of the matter is, all of us are victimized by a system. It's not a matter whether white people like us or not. To be engaged in a struggle against racism, how in the hell can the people around the world unite with you if the only thing you're fighting for is to make white people like you? We say that there are other objectives, material interests that we have as a people, just like all people who have any kind of dignity. We are a nation of people that's been dispersed against our will, at gunpoint. We've been scattered around the world, and the greatest resource has been taken from us. A continent of Africa, 12 million square miles of nothing but richness. these false consciousness so that in Nigeria, that's what they call it. But you know where the word Nigeria comes from, don't you? Of course you know. You know that it came from this man named Frederick Lugard, a white man out of England, who was sent to this part of West Africa to create an administration for England, not for black people. And in this place, he had to come up with a name. And his mistress, who he would later marry, whose name was Florence Shaw, she said, let's call it nigger area. That's where Nigeria comes from. So you got black people walking around calling themselves Nigerians. You got African people who live in West Africa, where the Portuguese, when they first came there hundreds of years ago, they found a lot of shrimp. Where the Portuguese word for shrimp sounds something like Cameroon. So they call it Cameroon. And African people live there calling ourselves Cameroonians. But we are not shrimp, no more than we are nigger area. We've been named by them, just like they named their pets, their dogs, and things like that. But we are one people, we are one Africa, we are Africans. We were Africans when we got on the ship, we are Africans when we got off the ship. And we must stand up with dignity so that we can know what the hell it is we are fighting for. So the struggle is not to make somebody like us. The struggle is to make sure that they can't do nothing to hurt us, whether they like us or not. The struggle is for power. That's what Reverend Coward brought this organization here and brought these thousands of people here to talk about power, because we are the power. I want to say, brothers and sisters, we live in a country and a world with a social system that has its origin, was created through slavery and genocide. Brothers and sisters, it shouldn't be a secret to you, but maybe it is one of the closest held secrets in the world, that white people are not indigenous to this land. The fact is, this land is the land of the indigenous people. They are in concentration camps that people refer to as Indian reservations right now. America walks around the world. It used to be able to do that and be able to say that we're going to punish Venezuela. We're going to starve you till you put the man in power that we want to be in power. We're going to starve you in Iran till you put the person in power that we want in power. This is what they say. They say they got some kind of moral authority in the world. But here we are. African people, our people stood up, especially after May 25th. And now, after the struggle that to crush our movement, the movement where Malcolm X was murdered by the United States government, where Martin Luther King was murdered by the United States government, where members of the Black Panther Party were murdered by the United States government, they thought they had destroyed the movement, but we are here to tell them that black is back. Black is back. So we are here today. And guess what? We are here today, and the head of this government is hiding in a hole under the White House with the lights out, hoping that nobody knows that he's home. So millions of people around the world are struggling because we live with a parasitic social system. They call it capitalism. And capitalism rests upon the foundation of the enslavement of African and other oppressed peoples around the world. It is what we are dealing with. Capitalism has to go. Capitalism is a social system that is blood-sucking. It requires to suck the blood of people in order to exist. That's why the police is in our community. It's not a matter whether they like us or not. I don't give a damn if the police like me or not. I've been in this movement for a long time. The problem is not that they like us, but that they have the ability to harm us. So we have to create the power. We say you fight for black community control of the police. We want to control the security in our own communities. We don't have to worry about your accidents. You keep having these accidents. I don't know how it happened. We don't have to worry about your sensitivity training, because I'm sensitive myself. I'm sensitive to my people. We say black community control of the police. We demand the control of the security in our community. We have to fight for that. We say we demand reparations. We want payback. Black labor on stolen Foreign Indian land is what created the economy of this country. We are starved to death. We're impoverished. Our communities are being gentrified. Police are killing us. The largest prison population in the world is in this country. More people in jail in America than there are in China. 1 million more people. China has more than 1 billion people. There are more people in prison, black people, who are in prison in this country than there are people in places like Djibouti in East Africa. So we are saying that we want all our people, turn them loose. Turn them loose, turn them loose. We'll take care of them. If there are problems in our community, our responsibility is to take care of it. You can't take care of no problem in our community. Brothers and sisters, it's a rotten social system. This is no accident. Why do 500 cities or more in this country, every state in this country, you've had uprisings and protests? It's because the same thing happens everywhere. It's no accident. It's no failure in the police custody. The police are doing exactly what they're supposed to do, and that is to control the people so that we will not know freedom. You cannot keep a people under colonial domination. I say colonialism. Do you know what it is? Colonialism. That is the control, economic, political, social control of a people by a foreign and alien power. That's what colonialism is. That's what we are affected by every day in our lives. I'm glad to see so many people out here. I'm glad to see the white people out here because I want you to drop that racism stuff and join us to fight against colonialism. When you fight against colonialism, you fight for black power. And black people must have power in order to change the circumstances in our lives. So I want to just, again, express my appreciation to PMGA. And I want to say this, brothers and sisters, I've been in this movement for a long time. I was here when Malcolm was killed. I was here when King was killed. I was here when the attacks on the Black Panther Party happened. I was one of those people who were in and out of prison just for standing up for my people. There are people who are rotting in prison cells today who struggled for our freedom in the 1960s. Nobody ever talks about them. They are political prisoners. We must demand the liberation of the political prisoners, people who put their lives on the line for black people and for freedom. And we want everybody to be able to do that. White people shouldn't have a problem fighting against colonialism. When the people in Nicaragua rose up against U.S. domination, our party was the first organization in this country that united with them. I had known a Nicaraguan before. But I'm opposed to oppression. And I don't give a damn who is doing the oppressing, and I don't give a damn who's being oppressed. The United States government, Martin Luther King, people quoted King a lot today. I want to quote King. What King said was America is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. America is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. A man named Rap Brown in the 1960s followed King. He said that violence is as American as cherry pie. That's the reality that we're living with. It's a system based on violence. You can't keep a people living in perpetual colonial domination without the use of extreme violence. That's what the police is for. That's what the jail's for. So that's not going to be changed with a slogan like Black Lives Matter. I'm not saying don't say it, say Black Lives Matter, but recognize that's the slogan. I saw the mayor in Washington, D.C., a black woman, came out and said, Black Lives Matter. And there's a whole Black Lives Matter square. But the police department in Washington, D.C. is one of the most vicious police organizations in the country when it comes to the treatment of black people. Black Lives Matter is easy to say that. Joe Biden says Black Lives Matter. Joe Biden is working with Clinton, put 100,000 police into our communities as an act of terror against black people to help Clinton become the president of the United States. So that's not good enough. We have to fight against colonialism. We have to recognize that America is a settler colony. A settler colony is when Europeans have left Europe and gone to other lands and taken over those lands and then settled in those lands. A settler colony is what you saw in what they call apartheid South Africa. A settler colony is what you see in this entity that they call Israel, which is nothing but occupied Palestine. Europeans leave Europe, go to Palestine, steal the land, scratch the name off, call it Israel, call themselves Israelis and act like they've always been there. That's what settler colonialism is. That's how it functions. functions in this country as well. So we are opposed to colonialism. We oppose to settler colonialism. And we also recognize that we are one African people around the world, and we are organizing all around the world. We just had 20-some-odd demonstrations ourselves as an organization, not as magnificent as what Reverend Coward has been able to pull together today, but we had a demonstration in Johannesburg in South Africa, our party did, at the U.S. Embassy. We had a demonstration in London, England, as well as the demonstrations in St. Louis and other places around this country. So I just want to thank you, brothers and sisters, for being here. I want to thank Reverend Coward and the PMJA. I want to say that capitalism must be destroyed. Colonialism must be destroyed. You can't destroy colonialism or capitalism without destroying colonialism, because that's the base upon which it rests. The people must have power. We say all power to the people. Can you say that? All power to the people. All power to the people. That's completed by saying all power to the people, black power to the African community. Can you say that? All power to the people, black power to the African community. Uhuru! Uhuru! Uhuru!
Come on, let's give it for him, ladies and gentlemen, again. One more time coming before us is the Christ Kingdom Kid.
All power to the people. Woo! Black power to the African community. Uhuru. Uhuru. That was Chairman Omali Yeshitela speaking in Lakeland, Florida, June of last year, not too long after the rebellions began all throughout the US after the murder of George Floyd, the brutal colonial state-sanctioned lynching of George Floyd last year. Just want to salute that amazing presentation from the chairman. And now we're going to take you a year and a half or so later, right here in St. Louis. This is a presentation that was given by Elikia Ngoma, the Haiti expert of the African People's Socialist Party. And I don't think we're actually sharing the screen yet. Okay. And this is Elikia's presentation about the reparations for the African population in Haiti and the significance and relationship of the struggle of African people in Haiti to the worldwide struggle of African people for reparations, delivered by Elikia Ngoma on October 16th in Tower Grove Park here in St. Louis at the March for Reparations to African People. Uhuru.
My name is Elikia Ngoma, and I am a member of the African People's Socialist Party. On behalf of the African People's Socialist Party, I would like to thank the African People's Solidarity Committee and Uhuru Solidarity Movement for having Haiti as a question on this agenda. I am the administrative assistant for the party's chairman, Omali Yeshitela, and it's also he who assigned me to be the Haiti expert for the African People's Socialist Party and the Haiti editor for our newspaper, which is the Burning Spear newspaper, where every month I do write about what is going on in Haiti. Some pieces are historical, some pieces are current, so I do encourage everybody to keep up with the Burning Spear newspaper. As Jesse said, my family is from Haiti. I am an African from Haiti. And when you talk about the question of reparations, or when you talk about the question of fighting against colonialism, Haiti has to be a big part of that question. Because when you look at history, and as Chairwoman Penny has already said, that everything Europe gained was off the backs of African people, was off of colonial slavery, was off of going to Africa, kidnapping our ancestors, kidnapping our brothers and sisters, dispersing us forcibly around the world into places like Haiti, into places in the US, into Jamaica, everywhere else. And it was Haiti that had the first successful revolution against colonial slavery. From 1791 to 1803, Africans in Haiti were engaged in 12 years of extremely organized and relentless struggle against the colonizers, against colonialism. And that army defeated 3 European superpowers. We defeated the British, we defeated the Spanish, and then finally we defeated the French, which at the time, that the French was defeated under the leadership of Napoleon, the French army was led by Napoleon. History still teaches today that Napoleon had never been defeated, but that's a lie. African people defeated Napoleon, and they did that in Haiti. And when you look at the conditions that Haiti faces today, you know, after this revolution, the French, the United States, and all of the white imperialist countries got together. They banded together to make Haiti pay for the revolution, to make Haiti pay for standing up for ourselves as African people and for African people around the world, and made Haiti pay France reparations. And they said that Haiti had to pay France reparations for the loss of property, and the property that they were talking about was ourselves as human beings, as people, as African people. And so Haiti had to pay France $90 billion in reparations if you had to convert it into today's gold prices. Also, since then, the United States has engaged in ongoing attacks against Haiti, including going into Haiti from 1915 for a number of years, and at the point that it left Haiti, took every single ounce of gold that was in the Haitian treasury and brought it here to New York City in the United States. You know, and so Haiti and the Haitian people have been made to pay for standing up for ourselves. And, you know, so on the question of reparations, Haiti is owed reparations. France owes Haiti reparations. The United States owes Haiti reparations. You know, and just like the rest of the African world is owed reparations as well. So in the African People's Socialist Party, we follow the leadership of Jean-Jacques Dessalines, who was the leader that led us to the revolution. Jean-Jacques Dessalines introduced a quote during the revolution that we quote, and I quote in every single article, with this. It's "Coupe tête, boule caille," which is Creole for cut heads, burn houses. That was the instruction given to all of the African people, because we knew that if we wanted colonial slavery to be over, that the colonizer had to go. There was no compromise. There was no form of sympathy for anybody that oppresses us. We had to cut heads, burn houses. And Jean-Jacques Dessalines also was the one that after the revolution said if any African in the world made it to Haiti, they would be free. And that actually happened. There's one instance of a boat of Africans escaping slavery in Jamaica, making it to Haiti, and some colonizers wrote to the Haitian leaders to ask for their property back. And the Haitian leader said, "We'll give you your boats, you'll keep your guns, your gold, whatever's on it, but the people are staying." You know, there are other stories of Africans making an escape to Haiti as a part of their plan to achieving freedom. So this is the Haiti that, you know, white power continues to punish today. This is the Haiti that U.S. colonial media demonizes today, but this is the Haiti that the African People's Socialist Party uplifts, and this is the Haiti that is owed reparations. So I just want to say thank you for having this on the agenda. As President Colombayi said, all white people owe reparations. African people are owed reparations. Kubetet, Buleka.
Kubetet, Bulekai.
Peru.
Great presentation by Alicia Ngoma at the March for Reparations in St. Louis.
Yeah, I'm really glad that it was recorded, because, you know, that was the day that there were 4 other marches for reparations going on all across the US. And I happened to be coordinating the one that was in Philadelphia. And we had, you know, our own lineup of really great speakers. But now that I'm in St. Louis, I'm looking forward to, you know, hopefully next year being able to see, you know, Alicia speak again.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So let's see, it's time we got here. What time is it there? 2:45. No, is that right? Yeah, I guess it is. Wow.
It's 2:45, but that has not stopped Comrade Nell, Comrade Jackson, Comrade Amanda, and others from tuning in to the Reparations Telethon. Comrade Hallie.
Yep.
Giving Tuesday for the Black Power Blueprint. We're keeping it going.
Yeah.
In fact, Len, Giving Tuesday for us doesn't end until a week from yesterday.
Right. December 7th.
December 7th. So even though we have raised $136,000 and something dollars, $136,260.
Wow.
We want to get to 150 if we can by December 7th, because the basketball court is just the beginning. The basketball court itself will function as the launching pad for a whole program, a whole culture of activity through the Black Power Blueprint that is going to need funding ongoing. So
definitely. Yeah. I mean, this is just, another transformational project of the Black Power Blueprint. And, like last year for the telethon, we raised all of the funds to furnish the housing for the African Independent Workforce Program. So, each year it's like, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, we take on this call to, get white people to, learn about this colonial history and pay reparations, especially on a day like Giving Tuesday, where people, tend to be looking for somewhere to give money.
Exactly.
And, this is the nonprofit to do it. APEDF, African People's Education Defense Fund. That is the nonprofit wing of the African People's Socialist Party.
Yeah, literally billions of dollars are raised every year on Giving Tuesday. And it's funny because it was kind of conceived as like a charity response to, I guess, like Black Friday and Cyber Monday and that kind of thing. And like the idea that those days are kind of, like this big frenzy of consumerism. And this is meant to be like a frenzy of charity.
Right.
But, from understanding African internationalism, we can understand that capitalist consumerism and charity can be equally harmful, because charity maintains the status quo. It maintains the control of resources and power in the hands of white people and in the hands of the white ruling class. And the call from the African People's Socialist Party to white people is not a call for charity. It's not a call for us sitting at the banquet, feasting on the resources stolen from African people to brush some crumbs off the table so that the starving African can have something to eat for a day.
Right.
That's not what it's about. And there's this saying that some people like to quote: "Give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. But teach a man to fish, and he'll," what is it?
I don't know.
He'll eat for a lifetime, something like that. And, I have some problems with that because it sort of suggests that, the reason why people are starving is because they lack the skills to get food.
Right.
But like African people know how to fish. They know how to farm. They know how to grow food. They know how to feed, clothe, and house themselves, but their resources have been taken from them.
Right.
And when I first joined this movement, I remember reading articles in the Burning Spear newspaper about these so-called Somali pirates. I don't know if you remember when that was going on, Len, but there were all of these African fishermen in Somalia who were basically taking over commercial ships and, that were overfishing their seas.
Right.
And they were operated by like the United States and Britain and stuff like that. So they were saying like, oh my God, these pirates, these African pirates are hijacking these boats. They weren't pirates. They were African people. They were fishermen whose seas were being were being, invaded by imperialism, and they were taking back their resources. So, African people know how to fish. The problem is their waters have been overfished and polluted. Their fish have been taken away from them. So charity is not the solution. Even charity in terms of, teaching them how to do this or something like that. Like African people need their resources back. That's the thing I was quoting from Dr. Aisha Fields. She said, African people aren't suffering from a lack of charity. And it's really true. There are literally thousands upon thousands of charity organizations operating in Africa right now. They are everywhere, and they are part of the parasitic extraction of wealth from Africa. I listened to this podcast, which I don't necessarily recommend it because it was all right. It wasn't that informative, but it was called The White Saviors, and it was about a charity organization that was called the We Organization, that was started by these two white Canadian brothers named the Kielburgers. And they started this organization called the We Organization to ostensibly to try to address child slavery. And the ironic thing, which is not surprising, is that the whole thing was a complete scam. It was just making these guys rich, and they made like billions of dollars off of it. And they actually used child slavery. Like their organization used child slavery in Africa and India and other places. Even though that was like the cause that they claimed to be championing, was to end child slavery. But anyway, there was a part of this this podcast where they were interviewing a white woman who had volunteered with the We Organization. And here's the thing that was messed up about it, is that the premise of the organization is that they were like building schools and doing wonderful things for African children, right? Throughout Africa. But then they were like, oh, it turns out they weren't really doing that. It turns out that like they built one school, and then they would just like pose different pictures with that one building. They would like line up a bunch of kids in front of the building, and then like replace the name on the front of the building and line up the kids differently and take another picture to make it look like they'd been building all these schools. So all of the white people who volunteered with that organization and who donated to it were really upset, because they were like, oh, I thought I was doing something nice for Africans or something like that. And it turns out that I was being scammed. But the thing that bothered me about it is that even if that organization was doing what it claimed it was doing, it would still be part of the problem. Because it still leaves the power in the hands of white people to do something nice for Africans. Like the oppressor can't be charitable towards the oppressed. That doesn't even make any sense. And they interviewed all of these, like I was saying, they interviewed this white woman, and she was saying that the reason why so many young white people joined this organization was because at the end of the day, they wanted to take a trip to Africa, and they wanted to get their picture taken with a beautiful African orphan. They wanted to have the classic selfie of the white person surrounded by Africans in Africa. And they said they wanted to be able to upload that picture to Instagram and then get the dopamine rush of people liking it and saying, oh, you're such a good person. Thank you for doing that. Oh, you're so wonderful. I love you. And it was really disgusting to listen to, honestly. I'm sorry if this is making you sick.
It is, yeah.
Because it was sickening. And I guess it just speaks to the parasitic and colonial nature of charity.
I mean, even like speaking of that, people are often these days labeling charity as reparations, and that word reparations, now that, Chairman Omali Yeshitela has brought that to become a household word. A lot of people are using that word, but they're using it wrongly. And, it's because people don't really know the true definition of reparations, and it's not paying somebody's rent for a month or buying groceries for somebody, because as the chairman would say, to what end? What happens next month, then
Right.
they're going to need to pay the rent again. And then, you know, it's just,
Yeah, and it doesn't mean you shouldn't do that.
Right.
I mean, if you want to help your friend pay rent for a month or something like that, you know, go ahead. We're not advising you not to do that.
Right.
We're just saying don't call it reparations.
right, exactly.
It's not reparations. That if that's reparations, then any white person that gives money to someone who's sleeping on the street or something, gives $1 to somebody sleeping on the street,
Right.
can say, "Oh, I gave reparations
Right.
today." Like that's not reparations.
It's not. It's not.
And reparations doesn't go towards an individual.
Right.
It doesn't. It's not giving resources towards an individual, because individuals are not oppressed as individuals. African people are oppressed as a nation. And the struggle for reparations is a struggle by the entire African nation to reclaim, you know, control of their resources.
Yeah.
So and it's not between you and one other person on some personal level.
Right.
So, but I agree with you, Len. I mean, there was an article a few years ago about this bar in Portland that was, talk about Portlandia. They were giving out free drinks to Africans and calling it reparations.
Yikes.
Come on now. Reparations happy hour. That's what they called it. Like that's making a mockery. That is not reparations.
Yeah, no.
So,
and, you know, those bartenders were just trying to make tips that night, you know.
Exactly.
Let's just call it this thing that sounds progressive.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, reparations is a revolutionary demand. That's the thing. It has a revolutionary definition. Because there's a lot of talk about reparations now, and it's good. We want people to talk about reparations.
Definitely.
You know, the more that people are calling things, even if they're calling things reparations incorrectly, it's still good in a certain way, because it makes it easier for people to hear the word reparations when we say it.
Right.
And when the party defines it, then it doesn't sound strange. It's a concept people have already heard of, they're familiar with it, and then we can give them the real definition of what it means.
Right.
So speaking of which, do we want to take a look at the real definition of reparations as presented by the World Tribunal in 1982?
Yes, really quick though. First, I just have one very quick thing. I was talking to somebody recently who I went to high school with, that was, you know, back in the late 90s. And they were actually going to look for like a townhouse in St. Pete. And I was trying to get them, well, not trying to, I was sharing with them, I think an event that was happening, and I was like, hey, you should attend this Zoom event. It's for, I forgot exactly what it was, but something for the Black Power Blueprint.
Okay.
And when I said the word, it's this reparations thing, his response was like, that's a hot word there. And and it was just funny to me because, you know, I'm talking to this person who is right near St. Petersburg, and, you know, where the party, where Chairman Amalia Shatella started this whole thing, and you know, and just saying that reparations, you know, we don't want to say, you know, just walking on eggshells, on reparations eggshells, somebody just about to continue to gentrify, you know, St. Petersburg.
It really is the dividing line. It's the key question, you know, it draws the line in the sand. I mean, yeah, it goes right to the heart of the matter. So
all right,
definitely. All right, let's take a look at the Reparations Tribunal video from documenting the work of the African People's Socialist Party back in 1982 to make reparations a household word.
On November 13th and 14th, 1982, the African People's Socialist Party held the first World Tribunal on reparations for African people in the U.S. in Brooklyn, New York. The tribunal was presided over by its people's advocate, Chairman Amalia Shatella. While the concept of reparations for African people was not new, reparations was hardly in common parlance at that time and far from a mass demand. As part of the process of promoting the tribunal, the African People's Socialist Party set a goal to make reparations a household word. The fact that today the word reparations is shouted from the lips of millions of protesters, discussed on primetime TV, and written about in everything from the Wall Street Journal to social media posts, can be attributed to that effort by the party nearly 40 years ago to proclaim to the world that African people are owed trillions of dollars in reparations by the US government and white population. $4.1 trillion in 1982 dollars, to be exact, was the ruling of the panel of international judges who heard the indictment and testimonies at the tribunal. The $4.1 trillion was for the labor stolen from African people from unpaid and underpaid wages from the period of chattel slavery until 1982. As Chairman O'Malley summed up, we'll get the damages later. The World Tribunal was one of the most historic events in the legacy of the centuries-long struggle for the liberation of African people. As the people's advocate, Chairman Omali Yeshitela used established international law to indict the U.S. government for its treatment of African people. This proceeding set a precedent for the right of African people to assume state power. It carried out Malcolm X's call for African people to take the U.S. government to the World Court. Chairman Omali Yeshitela used international law as defined by the International Court of Justice, along with the Charter of the United Nations, the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Bill of Human Rights, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, and the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide to make the indictment.
On today, we are initiating a 2-day trial of the United States government for crimes it has committed against the black or African population of the United States.
During his opening statements, Chairman Omali Yeshitela posited that the birth of capitalism and the resultant wealth of the current social system was brought about through the assault on Africa and the centuries of enslavement of African people. The chairman argued that reparations to African people is the true redistribution of the wealth of the world into the hands of the producers. As the people's advocate, Chairman Omali Yeshitela also showed that African people inside the U.S. live under colonialism, the domination of a whole people by a foreign and alien state power for profit. The 2-day proceedings were packed with testimonies from experts such as African history professor Leonard Jeffries and activists such as the revered Queen Mother Moore, who had been a part of the Marcus Garvey movement years earlier. Afeni Shakur, who had been a Black Panther and political prisoner, also spoke. There was detailed testimony from medical workers, mental health experts, educators, prisoners, and everyday African workers who gave moving statements about the brutality of their lives under colonialism inside the U.S. At the end of the process, the panel of international judges unanimously ruled the United States is guilty of the crime of genocide against African people and all other charges. The panel voted that African people in the U.S. must be paid the $4.1 trillion in reparations and that imprisoned Black revolutionaries should be given prisoner of war status based on the Geneva Convention, among other rulings. In his visionary and prophetic opening statements, Chairman Omali, the people's advocate, eloquently presented the case.
This World Tribunal, the people present, and our international observers must affirm the authority and legality of these proceedings. Otherwise, there will be no peace on the face of this earth, for the oppressed and colonized African community in this country has demonstrated over and over that we will fight for our freedom. Indeed, U.S. prisons are filled with the sons and daughters of our struggle for freedom. This World Tribunal must affirm the legality of these proceedings in order to validate within the international community those whose love of freedom is so great that they would put their lives and limited freedom on the line in its pursuit and defense. Sisters and brothers, Africans and peoples of the world, to do less than this, to withhold the right to justice and international legality to the powerless, oppressed African people in the United States would be to validate the most cynical concept that might makes right
it would give credence and validity to the awful concept of the right of the powerful to make and enforce international law. Such law as that is no law at all. It is accepted tyranny. Therefore, this World Tribunal must determine whether international morality might prevail in the interest of the powerless. This tribunal will determine whether, even in the absence of state power, the rights of the oppressed will be recognized as rights which may be respected in the form of applied international law, whether they may be respected in the form of an international trial of an oppressor state power.
It is with the gravity and urgency of this period of history that we bring this historic case and rulings from 4 decades ago to the white population. In the words of Chairman Amalia Shatella, written in Vanguard, every white aspiration and dream, every expectation for happiness and a good life requires drone strikes in Pakistan, police murders and mass imprisonment in the African colonies and barrios of the US, and starvation and forced displacement of the oppressed of the world. We make the case that the 4.1 trillion are just the tip of the iceberg of capitalist extraction benefiting us at the expense of African people. The time is now for us of the white population to rectify our relationship to African people and join humanity, not as a benefactor of their suffering, but as a contributor to a new world, shared by all, no one at the expense of another. This is the time for the parasitic ruling class of this country and all those with access to social wealth to pay reparations as a revolutionary demand rather than charity, returning the stolen resources into the programs led by the African working class, building their own self-determined political and economic power to uplift the entire African population.
Uhuru. Wow. I've seen that video a bunch of times, but it is just really stands strongly.
It does.
It's a really, really powerful video.
Definitely. In no small part due to the extremely eloquent words of Chairman Amalia Shatella's statement that he made at the World Tribunal. That's just one of the most beautiful articulations of the African internationalist position on reparations that I think I've ever heard. So just really appreciate that video, and shout out to I want to shout out 3 people right now: Chairwoman Penny Hess, who wrote that narration for the script; Jamie Simpson, the voice of the narration; and Kyle Weiss, who edited that great video.
Nice.
So yeah, it's a really nice piece that was done for the Reparations Legacy Conference.
Right. Yeah. What did there was one time I forgot what conference it was at, but the chairman referred to Jamie as something like the voice or something. Do you remember?
The voice, that? Yes. I think that was the telethon last year.
Oh, was it?
I think so. So yeah, and Jamie will be joining us pretty soon, we think. So so now we want to take a look at a video from. Let's go to the election.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you were doing
yeah.
it. Yeah.
I want to get it because I was thinking about St. Pete earlier and wanted to show you. I'm going to start with Director Akile. So I'm kind of time travel a little bit. First, we're going to go back 2 years to 2019. This was when the second time Director Akile ran for office in St. Petersburg. We're talking about Akile Anai, who is the Director of Agitation and Propaganda for the African People's Socialist Party, and a brilliant young African internationalist leader and revolutionary. In so many ways, just a brilliant, revolutionary leader that we have the honor to work under her leadership. And she has run for office twice now. The first time was in 2017, which was the same year that I was asked to run for mayor in St. Petersburg, Florida, on the platform of unity through reparations. That was actually when we first started using that slogan.
Oh, wow.
It was in 2017. And that was the slogan for the mayoral campaign. And Director Akile's slogan for her campaign, which was in District 6, was Radical Times, Radical Solutions.
Nice.
And that was a really, really important campaign because it was in 2017. It was not that long after Trump was elected. He was elected the year before, right? 2016?
Yes.
And the crisis of imperialism was just glaring. I mean, it was, Trump had just been elected president. I mean, that's the biggest statement of crisis of imperialism you can find. And the whole election leading up to that, you know, the Republican Party had like 25 candidates, and there was all the struggle in the Democratic Party around Bernie Sanders and Hillary, and it was just a total mess. And it was clear that like the electoral system was broken or was breaking down. And the chairman saw the crisis of imperialism as a weakness that the African Revolution should take advantage of. And he's like, we need to use this moment to field candidates in the electoral arena and raise the questions of reparations. He based the campaign platforms on the 19-point agenda for Black self-determination of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, and decided to run Akile Anai for District 6 and myself for mayor in a joint campaign. You know, the campaigns were really were run as one campaign, one strategy. District 6 was a predominantly African district that over the years through gerrymandering and gentrification became a predominantly white district. And District 6 is notable for the fact that the most extreme poverty you will find in District 6, the most extreme wealth you will find in District 6. Both sides of the colonial reality are side by side in District 6 in St. Petersburg. And that's why it was so important for Director Akile to run in that race and to represent the interests of the African working class. And then the mayor's race, we'll talk more about that in a second, but we were running against two main candidates. There were a few other candidates as well, but the two main candidates were Rick Baker and Rick Kreisman. Rick Baker is I mentioned him earlier. He was the mayor of St. Petersburg for 8 years, and he was running again. Like, he had been mayor and then he wasn't mayor for a while, but then I guess you can do another term if some time has passed. So he was running for his third term in office. And he's a Republican. He's backed by big money and real estate developers. He's actually the guy who kind of kicked off the gentrification in South St. Pete. He renamed big parts of South St. Petersburg Midtown and expanded downtown from 34th Street to the water, and basically to justify like pushing Africans out of their community. And then the other candidate in the mayor's race was Rick Kreisman, who was the mayor. He was running for re-election. So we called them the Ricks, the two Ricks, Rick Baker and Rick Kreisman. And they were both backed by literally millions of dollars from real estate developers. It was the most expensive mayor's race in the history of St. Pete politics. So much money was poured into their campaigns by a small number of people, So that campaign was really significant because the goal of that campaign was to bring the reparations question front and center. And that was a time when nobody was talking about reparations in the electoral arena. Now, there's like 20 or so mayors throughout the United States who have come out and nominally stated that they're for reparations. Even the mayor of St. Louis claims that she's for reparations. So it's becoming more and more normal for politicians who want to seem like they're on the right side of the question and that they're progressive to say that they're for reparations to African people, even if they have their own distorted view of what that actually means. Right. But back then, there was nobody saying that. In fact, when we announced our campaign on the platform of reparations, there were more conventional people in the political world that thought, oh, you guys have a chance of winning, but you need to tone down the reparations stuff. Nobody wants to hear that, and they obviously didn't see the writing on the wall because, again, now reparations is everywhere. So in 2019, Director Akile ran again, this time in District 7, which is a majority African district. She won the primary and got into the general election, where she was eventually, she did not win. She was running against the incumbent. And there's a whole thing about how the election system is rigged in St. Pete that we'll talk about. But also Ann Hirsch, who donated earlier and who's a longtime member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, ran for District 5. So this was another go into the electoral arena that the Uhuru movement pushed in 2019. And the video you're about to see was from a debate. So Akile's main candidate was main opponent was Lisa Wheeler Bowman, who was the incumbent. She was the District 7 councilwoman. And so it was basically Director Akile versus Lisa Wheeler Bowman.
Okay.
And then there was this other guy over here named Chico Cromartie that no one ever talked about. He never came to any of the debates. He was a complete non-entity, right? And he runs no one cares about him. Mm-hmm. It's all about Akile versus Bowman.
Right.
Until an article comes out about this guy saying something bad about gay people.
Right.
Okay. So now the white bourgeois media of St. Petersburg wants to reframe the whole District 7 electoral race around Chico Cromartie's opinion of gay people. Not gentrification, not ending police violence against the Black community, not economic development, not affordable housing, not any of the things that Director Akile and the Uhuru movement's campaigns had successfully pushed to the forefront. They wanted to reframe and divert the discussion onto something completely irrelevant and use the face of an African man, Chico Cromartie is African, as the face for anti-gay sentiment. Like this is the face of gay bashing, is this Black man. And they wanted to try to, push Director Akile into a corner of having to address that. So this is a guy, Peter Bernard or something, from a local news station in St. Petersburg, Channel 8, apparently, from the looks of his microphone.
Oh, yeah.
And this was right before a debate. And he came up to Director Akile and he said he wanted to speak with her about, before the debate. It turns out what he wanted to ask her was, what do you think about Chico Cromartie?
Right.
And Director Akile absolutely nailed it.
Yeah.
You're about to see her response. And when we come back, I'll tell you a little bit about the reaction to this video that this video sparked. It was monumental. So let's take a look.
All right. Looking forward to this.
This video is widely known as the elephant in the room.
Right.
That's how people identify it.
You want to be the next District 7 council person?
Well, I feel like my platform, Reparations and Economic Development to the Black community, is the only platform in this entire race that stands against the Black community being gentrified out of existence in this city. The Black people right now are under attack by the city government. We're being pushed out by people, gentrifiers, land developers, the politicians in office. They work for them. They're being funded by them. My opponents are being funded by these big developers. Rents are going up. Luxury apartments are being built everywhere. No genuine affordable housing. And Reparations and Economic Development is the only genuinely progressive platform that speaks to social and economic justice for everyone in this city by ending the oppression of the Black community. And if I don't do it, if we don't do this right now, there won't be a Black community in 2 years.
Okay. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Your opponent, Chico, you're familiar, he has made statements that he doesn't support the gay agenda, as he calls it, and he plans to make sure that taxpayers don't go to support gay-supported things. What do you think about all that?
Well, I want to redirect this discussion because I think that this whole thing about, this non-factor candidate who hasn't raised any money in his campaign, he's not running a real campaign, he's not the person I'm fighting against. In fact, as offensive as his remarks are, the reality is the elephant in the room is the oppression of the Black community. And the media is attempting to divert everyone's attention away to the real fight, which is the fight against these big developers, these gentrifiers that are pushing out the Black community. They're trying to divide the people of the city by making the Black community the face race of anti-LGBTQIA, but that is not what this fight is about. This fight is with us and the big money politicians and the big money developers, and I won't even engage in a conversation about a non-factor when my real opponent, the incumbent, is the one that is responsible for opening up the door for these gentrifiers, for people like Carl Nurse to come into my community and push us out. That is the fight. That is what the people are talking about, not this nonsense that the media is trying to tell people that is the problem. That is not the problem. That is not what I'm hearing when I'm going door to door talking to people. They're talking about their rents going up. They're talking about sewage in their water. That's what people are talking about. So if the media has their ear to the ground and is actually listening to the people, you would know what this fight is about, and it's not what this person is saying.
Fair enough. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh my
Wow.
God, that never gets old.
Wow.
I love that ending. Fair enough. And he walks away.
And they didn't air that, right?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But it sure got some air.
Yes, they didn't air it. That guy was like, we didn't get what we wanted, and he probably threw the tape away. But luckily, we recorded it and we uploaded it to Director Akile's campaign Facebook page. And within a few days, it was viewed by millions of people. It went viral. This big African online media entity called Global African Diaspora, I think was the name of it, and that they showed it. They did a whole video about it, and then they actually brought on Director Akile and interviewed her.
Oh wow!
And this video got so much attention, and people were donating to Director Akile's campaign. She got hundreds of donations over the course of a week. Her campaign raised $13,000 in 1 week.
Wow.
She got so many donations that it crashed the city's server when her treasurer filed her campaign finance report.
Yeah.
The city clerk said, our computer system is not good enough to handle such a large campaign finance report. We're not used to getting finance reports from candidates that actually have a lot of supporters.
Right.
Not even in the mayor's race, they said, have we ever seen somebody submit a campaign finance report with so many donors. And that doesn't mean that other people hadn't raised more money. Like, there are definitely mayoral candidates who raised millions of dollars,
But it's big money.
but it was from like 10 people.
Right.
You know, whereas this was people donating $10, $15, $20, but there were just so many of them. And then they started to attack her for that reason. And they were like, oh, she's getting money from people who don't live in St. Petersburg. She got a lot of donations from people in St. Pete, but people all over Africans all over the country wanted her to win.
Yeah.
So people from Chicago, they were like, she needs to win. They were donating. People from all over the place were donating. So
wow.
Just really salute Director Akile. I want to give a round of applause.
Yes.
It was brilliant.
Yes.
It was brilliant.
Yeah, Director Akile is just a brilliant comrade. And being the director of Agitprop and working, with the Burning Spear newspaper. And as someone who writes sometimes for the Burning Spear newspaper, I've just been in so many meetings with her where she has just led the political education and just really brings so much life to to just like agitation and propaganda.
Totally.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Definitely. Yeah. I mean, and I just want to say it was an amazing honor to run in 2017 and really under the leadership of Director Akile's campaign and under the chairman's leadership. The chairman was the political strategist for that campaign in 2017. And I also remember, Charles Barron came to St. Pete for the Black is Back electoral training school, and he gave us a lot of amazing advice. And he had this phrase, door to door wins the war. Yeah. And, we took that to heart. We knocked on so many doors in both 2017 and 2019. Through the chairman's leadership, we actually created like a newspaper, just for the campaign.
Wow.
It was called, I think it was called South St. Pete Speaks. We created that in 2019. It was a whole newspaper. We distributed thousands of those, and we did drops. We would be out for 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
Just dropping literature on people's doors. It was truly a people's campaign, a people's movement. And it was
Wow.
really powerful. So the next thing that we want to show, this is actually a video from when I ran. And this is probably going to require a little bit of explanation for the context, because it's sort of like clips from a debate. So this is, okay, St. Petersburg, Florida mayoral candidate forum hosted by the downtown, let me share my screen here. So this is the debate hosted by the Downtown St. Pete Neighborhood Association and moderated by the League of Women Voters. Okay, so what happened at this debate, just to set this up a little bit before we get into this. So in 2017, as I said already, Director Akile and I both ran, and this was the first debate. She had already been in a couple of debates, and she kicked ass, okay, and she destroyed them. And I remember she had this one great line where, because she did one debate, Director Akile did one debate, and she was, just really powerful, really passionate. And then there was this kind of word out there that her opponents were saying, one of her opponents was saying, oh, she's so angry. Or actually, it was this horrible woman from a white woman named Susan McGrath, who was from the Pinellas County Democratic Party. And she posted something online saying, oh, Eritha Akile Kenyon, she's too angry. And basically saying she's like an angry Black woman, So Director Akile started off the next debate by saying, there are some who think that I'm too angry, or I'm some kind of angry Black woman. So she's like, I'm not angry, I'm mad as hell. That was how she started it off. And people were just applauding and cheering and everything. So anyway, this debate took place at the Hilton Hotel. And this was the first debate where they had both Director Akile and the District 6 opponents on stage. And then they brought on the mayoral candidates. So they had both in one night. Usually they separated them, but that night, they decided to have the District 6 and the mayor's race debates on the same night.
Why? Why did they do that, do you think?
Because I don't know, but it was a very bad idea. I don't know why they did that, line, but I'm so happy they did.
Yeah.
I don't think they've done it since.
Yeah.
The reason I was happy they did it is because I'm in the audience watching Director Akile first, and I'm getting ready to go up and debate in the second round, right? But Director Akile is just setting the whole thing up for me to go up there, because she's like destroying them, just like slaying them. And I remember, and people are cheering and screaming. And I remember one thing that she said was they were asking about the noise ordinance. They were trying to pass a noise ordinance because of like sound from bars, that people are keeping people up at night from the bars, or something like that. And all of the other candidates had something to say about the noise ordinance. And then it got to Director Akile, and she's like, my people are getting shot in the streets by the police and being gentrified, and I don't really have an opinion about the noise.
Yeah.
And people were, just really enthusiastic.
Is that in this video or no?
Not in this one, no.
Okay.
This is just from the mayor's side.
Right,
yeah.
Right.
But what happened, I don't know if there's I got to try to find footage of the stuff I'm talking about now. But unfortunately, our social media pages got hacked. So we lost a lot of footage.
Oh, wow.
But what happened at this debate is that so Director Akile, when she was up there doing the District 6 debate, people were clapping a lot after all of her answers, because people were happy with what she was saying, and she had support.
Yeah.
So the League of Women Voters got upset, and every time the people would clap, the white woman from the League of Women Voters who was moderating the debate would go like this. Literally like that. I swear, that is 100% accurate. And
wow.
And then Hallie, were you there? The Hilton debate? Yeah.
No, but I was watching it.
You were watching it, okay.
And I remember
Okay. So then the League of Women Voters lady steps in and goes, okay, next time you applaud for your candidate, we are going to take time away from your candidate's next answer equal to the amount of time that you applaud. And that was obviously an attempt to punish Director Akile for the fact that she had so much support.
Yeah.
Nobody else did. So the next person to answer a question was the most boring milquetoast white guy that had nothing interesting to say. And they asked him and he was like, I think we should implement environmental. And he just said something bland, nothing. And then after he was done speaking, the chairman goes, applauding. So we all started applauding, like cheering and screaming for this boring white guy.
Right.
Because the point obviously was like, what are you gonna do? Take his time away
Right.
too?
Yes.
So it was very smart and very hilarious. But it was pretty raucous, you know, like people were getting upset. The more that the League of Women Voters tried to control the crowd and to control the energy in the room and the support that the Uhuru movement had, the more like intense it got.
Yeah.
And our mission that night, based on the strategy of the chairman, was to, as we called it, shatter the bourgeois decorum. Like we wanted to do what we could to like break free from these constraints that they put on you. You only have 30 seconds to answer and you have to answer it like this, and you know, and we were like, no, we're gonna do it our way. We're gonna get the message out there regardless of what it takes.
Yeah.
That was our mission that night. So Director Keeley did an amazing job. And I'm sitting in the back in the green room with Rick Kreisman and Rick Baker and all the other mayoral. There were like 2 or 3 other mayoral candidates. So I'm sitting there and they're all schmoozing.
Right.
And I'm sitting there like, ugh, like I don't want to interact with them. And they're all like hobnobbing. Yeah. And then Director Akile walks back and I see her and she's like marching from being on stage. And she just looks at me and goes, kick their asses. So I'm like, oh damn, I don't know what was going on out there, but sounds like we're ready to go here. So then we all went out there, and one of the things that was really significant about this election is that there was an African woman whose name was Kunde, whose daughter had been murdered by the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department. Her daughter and 2 other African teenage girls were driven off the side of a road and forced into a pond by sheriff's deputies and drowned and died. They were murdered. And she was involved with the movement at the time. And she was in the audience at this debate. Wow. And the thing that happens towards the end of this video is that one of the other candidates, who was a neo-colonial African woman that worked with the city and with the police, started attacking Kunde and her children, and basically attacking her from the podium, from the platform. And that started a big uproar in the audience. Wow. And that was when the League of Women Voters shut down the debate and called in the St. Pete police. And there was like 20 or more St. Pete police vehicles surrounding the Hilton Hotel. Wow. As people were leaving the Hilton. So let's take a look. That's the overall context of what happened that night. And these are my responses to the questions that were asked of all of the mayoral candidates. Unfortunately, it doesn't have their responses too, which I think would have been amusing. But again, I just want to salute Chairman Amalia Shatella, because like we met with the chairman. It was an amazing experience. We met with the chairman almost every morning. Wow. He was giving us the talking points and how to deal with questions and stuff like that.
Like a crash course.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, wow.
So this is from the St. Pete, Florida Mayoral Candidate Forum at the Hilton Hotel in 2017.
Candidate Baker, Candidate Barnwell, Candidate Cates.
No debate, okay.
Candidate Kreisman, Candidate Lassiter, and Candidate Neville.
My name is Jesse Neville. I would make Rick Kreisman pay for it. Grizzly and the rest of the gang of crooks who got us into this mess and who ignored a 2014 audit warning them not to shut down the Albert Whitted sewage plant. I would open a criminal investigation into the Kreisman administration. Somebody should go to jail. The solution to ending the environmental damage caused in Pinellas County is to take these big money politicians and these corrupt forces, these corrupt criminals that are controlling City Hall right now and taking power back in the hands of the people. Because if you look at a consent agenda published 2008 by St. Pete City Council, you will find that at that point, Rick Baker approved running a water transmission line through the dumping ground of a gun range. So you have Baker to thank for lead in your water, and you have Kreisman to thank for sewage in your water. We need a new beginning. My campaign is funded by the people. It's all public information. I don't have Craig Scher in my back pocket like Kreisman. I don't have Sembler like Baker. I don't have these big money forces in my back pocket. And that's why they won't let me on the July 25th televised debate. You get $500,000 and then Baker comes in 3 weeks, weighs over $600,000. That didn't come from the people. That came from the enemies of the people. Enemies of the people. My answer to this question has been the center of the platform that I've campaigned on, and it's actually the real reason why I'm being excluded from the July 25th debate, and the other non-Rick candidates are paying the price for that. I stand for reparations and economic development for the Black community, and I believe that a public policy of reparations and economic development for the Black community will move the entire city forward. It will benefit and uplift the entire city, and that we cannot call ourselves a progressive city until we address the historic injustices and oppression faced by the Black community. And that doesn't mean a Walmart or a Sweet Bay, which is not economic development, that is capital extraction. That's a corporation taking money from the people, and it doesn't mean a phony CRA that is just a shell for gentrification, where you talk about $60 million being generated over the course of 30 years, but there's $85 million somewhere to build a new police station. No, we need reparations. We need a mayor who is willing to say unequivocally that housing is a human right. And I will have failed as a mayor if we go 30 days without every single person in this city having a place to sleep at night. And one thing we can do is keep Box Cutter Baker as far away from the homeless people as possible. End the criminalization of the homeless. It is not a crime. It is a crime that people are forced into homelessness, and that's the problem that we have to address. We need to build affordable housing. We need to make it illegal to charge people to stay in a homeless shelter, and we need to support the empowerment and self-determination of the homeless community to lead this process of eradicating homelessness from this city. Absolutely not. When you look at the St. Petersburg Police Department, we really have to measure it with two different standards, because the St. Petersburg Police Department in the white community is completely different from the St. Petersburg Police Department in the Black community. In my community, Holloway does a great job instructing his officers to help elderly women across the street and rescue kitty cats from trees. In the Black community, it's a completely different story. It's two realities, it's two St. Pete and it's two St. Pete Police Departments, and I support Black community control of the police. Like most people in this city, I am sickened to see the waterfront of St. Petersburg privatized by an endless nightmare of high-rises to be enjoyed only by the rich. And I call for an immediate, minimum, 5-year moratorium on any more high-rise construction. Because everybody knows that these high-rises are generating more waste on an already strained sewage and stormwater infrastructure. Let's focus on building the sewage infrastructure and stop overrunning the city with a glut of high-rise condominiums, half of which are empty, by the way, and yet we have so much homelessness in the city of St. Petersburg. What is wrong with this? In the room with us tonight is a woman named Kunde Mamvita. Kunde Mamvita is the mother of Dominique Battle, who at 16 years old, along with Ashanti Butler and Lanaya Miller, were brutally drowned and murdered by the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department in this city. And I say this to other white people here, the death of that child should be as painful for us as it has been for her. And we cannot cooperate with a city government that expects us to stand by idly while the police and the sheriff's department murder black children in our name. I call for the immediate removal of the murderous Pinellas County Sheriff's Department from the city of St. Petersburg and black community control of the police, period.
All right, we have another response.
Wow.
Uhuru. Blast from the past there. So, so just to give a little bit of explanation for some of that, because I realized in watching that some of the responses are like very specific to things that were going on in St. Petersburg. The reason why I kept talking about the sewage is because the former mayor, Rick Kreisman, was responsible for dumping, it turned out it was over 1 billion gallons, which is hard to
Just like
visualize. Raw sewage. 1 billion gallons of raw sewage into the bay. And the way it happened was, first, they allowed the sewage to actually be dumped into an African residential community. And like African people were describing coming out of their homes, and there's raw sewage coming up onto their, like their lawns and stuff like that. And it was because he shut down one of the sewage plants against the advice of all of the sanitation department and the water resources department. They all told him, they did an audit of the sewage infrastructure, which had not been updated since the 70s.
Wow.
And they told him, they were like, yo, if you shut down this sewage plant, you're gonna have a sewage crisis. But there were real estate developers who wanted to develop the real estate where the sewage plant was into high rises. So he shut down the sewage plant.
Right, now it's making sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
He shut down the sewage plant, and literally that summer there was a big storm. Boom, 1 billion gallons of raw sewage later. St. Pete was, notorious for being a big city of sewage.
Yeah, run by the sewage king.
The sewage king himself, Rick Kreisman. So yeah, that was a big thing. Like our campaign was saying, somebody needs to go to jail for that. And by the way, there actually was, like, the Florida Wildlife and Conservation Group did an investigation, and they concluded that there were, I think it was something like 93 felonies committed in that whole situation, and like a bunch of misdemeanors. That there were felony crimes according to bourgeois law committed by the Kreisman administration, but the reason why they never charged anyone with any crimes is because they said that the corruption was so widespread that you couldn't hold any single individuals responsible. So everyone was guilty, so nobody's guilty.
Right.
That was the way they got out of it. But the thing that was most significant about that campaign was that it basically, the premise of the campaign platform was that the solution to every problem is reparations. In fact, at one of the debates, one of the other candidates said, okay, we got reparations man over here, referring to me, because it was like any question they would ask us, sewage, the education system, homelessness, it was reparations. And, you know, it's because that's the central question. Like any society that's built around the oppression of African people is going to be horrible to homeless people, or is going to be horrible to the environment, or is going to have no care for human life. So an agenda of reparations, an agenda of repair, you know, of unity through reparations is the prism through which all of those other contradictions can be resolved.
Right.
And that was basically the essence of the campaign.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, you know, because colonialism is responsible for, you know, for all of those things.
Exactly.
And colonialism literally, you know, was the assault on Africa by white Europeans. And that's where the question of reparations comes in, because all of those things were taken. And so all of those things need to be returned and repaired. And that's what reparations is. So that's why that's the answer.
Exactly.
Yeah. To everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Precisely.
All the issues. Wow.
For real. So there was something else I was going to say. I can't remember. That's okay. So, and now, oh, you know what else was a big part of our campaign that year and also this year was the Tropicana Field.
Oh, yeah.
The Tropicana Field baseball stadium in St. Petersburg was built through the destruction of one of the oldest African neighborhoods in the city. Like most stadiums and highways and interstates throughout this country that were all constructed through the demolition of an African community somewhere. And the Uhuru movement has long fought for the land. It's 85 acres of land under the stadium to be turned over to the African community. And what they called for in 2019 was actually the creation of a reparations land trust authority that would preside over how that land would be used by the African community. And we called for reparations in the form of the dome, as it's called, being turned over to African people in our 2017 campaign as well. It was like a very concrete form of reparations, you know? Like that stadium is a monument to a horrible injustice that was committed against African people. So turning over that land is like a direct act of reparations.
Yeah.
And it was actually, we held the press conference when the mayoral campaign was announced in 2017. We held the press conference in front of the baseball stadium for that reason, you know, to draw attention to that. So before we go to our appeal pitch, before we do that, I just want to take a quick minute here. We're going to show a video. Let's go to this video of Chairwoman Penny Hess, shall we?
Yeah.
This is Chairwoman Penny's presentation at the Black is Back Coalition. This is like literally a month ago.
Yeah.
So this is a fresh video of the presentation from
November
Black
6th.
is Back. Yeah, November 6th.
Yeah.
And is the author of Overturning the Culture of Violence. Network Freeman is a longtime Pan-African community human. Okay, anyway, the All Culture of Violence, come to the stage. Yes. Thank you so much. Uhuru!
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 Solidarity with Black is back! Uhuru! My name is Penny, as has been said. I am the chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee. I want to salute Chairman Omali Shatella, who is my leadership and our leadership in the Solidarity movement, under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. The African People's Socialist Party formed the African People's Solidarity Committee in 1976 because, as the chairman said, after the defeat of the Black Revolution of the 1960s, the problems of the defeat of the Black Revolution had to be solved. And one of them was the question of what to do with the white people. Chairman O'Malley Shatella solved that. He put the white population, the white organization, under the leadership of the African Revolution, with the mandate to extend the African Revolution into the belly of the beast, into the white colonizer population as African internationalists, to be the voice of black power in white face. And that has been a powerful, powerful, powerful response and responsibility that we have, that we call on all white people to join and to recognize that our future is under the leadership of the African Revolution. And the Chairman O'Malley Shatella, Deputy Chair Onizine Shatella, and other members and leaders of the African People's Socialist Party is our leadership. And the chairman taught us, Chairman O'Malley Shatella taught us, first of all, that the struggle of African people, as he has clearly shown scientifically, is a struggle against colonialism. He did not give a damn about racism, about the ideas in white people's heads. And he showed scientifically that a struggle against racism keeps the system going. It keeps white people in the center. What difference does it make for us as white people to spend $600 on an unlearning racism class and go back to our neighborhoods, which sit on the backs of African people, and nothing has changed in the African community? And so the chairman has taught us that the struggle of African people inside the U.S. is an anti-colonial struggle for power and for liberation, and tied to the liberation of African people all around the world. The chairman taught us that the reason that white people have power, have social wealth, have prosperity, have jobs, do not face police violence, is because this entire system of capitalism and white people everywhere are the result of Europe's assault on Africa, the theft of African human beings, and turning them into commodities for sale, the theft of African genius, labor, freedom, talents. All of this has been stolen from African people on land that has been stolen from the indigenous people, with the participation of the white population in the genocide and the enslavement of African people. And the understanding that colonialism means that a people is dominated by a foreign and alien other population backed up by state power for profit. And that is what goes on right here in the U.S. and all around the world. And that the chairman has taught us that the revolutionary demand for white people is reparations to African people. That everything that we have, even our understandings of who we are, what we think about good and evil and what's beautiful and not, and what's serious and not, is based on this colonial reality that everything we have is stolen. There is nothing that we can claim that is ours. It must go back. And that is the true revolutionary stand for white people. There's not going to be a white revolution. And if there is, be very afraid. The revolution is the revolution led by the African working class and a party of the African People's Socialist Party. If you are white and you are disgusted with this system, if you don't want to see injustice, if you don't want to see the police murders that we just heard about right here in Washington, D.C. and all over the U.S., if you want to see an end to the destruction of the environment or any other form of oppression, the leadership to end this system built on slavery and genocide is the African working class that is fighting for the liberation of African people around the world, all oppressed and colonized peoples, and we have a place inside the belly of the beast under the leadership of the African Revolution for reparations and unity through reparations. Uhuru!
Uhuru! Uhuru!
Uhuru. Uhuru. Jamie Simpson, are you on?
Uhuru, comrade, yes, give me just a second.
Oh, take your time, take your time. So yeah, that video that we just saw was Chairwoman Penny at the Black is Back March on the White House this past November. I attended that march last year. It was really, really powerful. You know, we had the African People's Socialist Party led by Chairman Omali Yeshitela just marching down from Malcolm X Park all the way to the White House, you know, just followed by just so many comrades, and, you know, Uhuru Solidarity Movement and African People's Solidarity Committee was in the back, just, you know, standing in solidarity with that, you know, march on the White House, the Black People's March on the White House. So we are gonna take a second now and check out this next video, which is the chairman speaking about the truth about Christmas. So let's take a look at this video.
On today, we were supposed to talk about Christmas. And one of the reasons we were supposed to talk about Christmas is because a lot of Africans are going to bankrupt yourselves during this process now. I've read someplace where people on average would spend from $1,000 to $2,000 just on the holidays alone. And that so another place I read that people would spend a quarter of their income just on the Christmas holidays. People who got credit cards and stuff like that will be paying will not have paid this Christmas bills off next Christmas, right? This is the kind of stuff that people are going to be involved in. Now, I'm mentioning this for a number of reasons. One is because it's a false, hollow holiday that's been created for the purpose of, one, stealing your money. That's one of the reasons that the holiday is there. But another thing is that it helps to consolidate the identity of people in this country and in the white world. And to the extent that you are part of the Christmas things, it helps to consolidate your identity with the white world. Because it is a holiday that's among all the other kinds of holidays that white people experience and share and celebrate. It is one of those holidays that constitutes the national identity of white people. In the absence of having your own philosophy, your own identity, or even being able to know who the hell you are, then you end up celebrating your oppression. You end up celebrating your own bad treatment. That's a problem. That's why even though we see everything that happens to us, who in the hell has ever known the police department to serve and protect? In real life, you know, how in the hell can an African stand up and say, I thought the police was here to serve and protect? When every experience we have with the police department is getting knots on our head and getting shot in our communities and things like that. But the reason we can say that is because we buy into the philosophy of white power, white nationalism, the whole white identity, including Christmas. And Christmas ain't got nothing to do with Jesus. Because if Jesus was tried to come to this country today, the police department would put a knot on his ass if walking around here barefoot talking about, he'd have a modern day lynching. Jesus wouldn't stand a chance, you'll hear. So it ain't got nothing to do with Jesus. It's got to do with that fat white man, right? who y'all teach, and then, you know, if it's not him, a Negroid fat person who comes with all the goodies and stuff like that, which is a terrible lie, and it's a terrible betrayal of our conditions, because to the extent, and we feed our children, well, he don't know no better, or teach him better. Teach your child better. To have your child believing that some fat white guy comes down a damn chimney to bring him something is insane. As hard as African people have to work to get every damn thing that we got, people selling drugs, doing everything just to try to keep up, and you're talking about a fat white man brought it to you? And it's an offense. It's an offense against the sensibilities. Your children can't even grow up with good heads on their bodies, and if they don't get it, what does it mean if your child doesn't get it? If your child doesn't get it, they say Santa Claus brings things to people who are what? Good. Everybody knows that. So if your child doesn't get something, then it has to identify with something being wrong. It's because it's not good. Why doesn't your child really not get what your child needs? Because he lives in a world that is hostile to black people. And that child needs to know that the world is hostile to black people. Did you see that song on television? You see all that good stuff that them white people got there? That's stuff that should be coming to you, but it's been stolen. That's what your child should be taught, that at least your child then can arm himself or herself to struggle for a better world. But if you're teaching your child some fat white guy is supposed to bring it over, and then teach the child not to pick up a 9mm and take it, when you see the fat guy moving through the community, it's a crime against the community. You can't do that. There's so many other things that's associated with this thing, and I'm not going to try to get into it. But I'm saying that we are trapped. And you're trapped by it. And I know that you're having problems with this now, because you want to teach your little child about Santa Claus and Christmas, and even me. I mean, and today, you know, you're walking through the mall, and they're playing with your psyche, because since you was this high, you've been hearing all this Christmas music and stuff. It makes you nostalgic and teary-eyed. You've been had, you've been choked, you've been misused, as Malcolm X said. They play you. They're playing you out of pocket. You ain't got nothing. They taking that, and they want that. You ain't got nothing, and they want that too, you see. And so, and it locks you mentally and emotionally. Emotionally, it locks you into your own bad treatment. You participate in your own bad treatment, right? And teach your children and yourself not to have any regard for yourself. Love your mama, who took that 65% that welfare people get out and turned that shit over and brought you something here to eat. That's what you should love. That's what our children need to understand. That's what our children need to understand. So that Santa Claus nonsense, tell your child if you see Santa Claus in the neighborhood, you're going to kick his ass and take everything he's got. Because it belongs to us anyway. So I mean, I'm making jokes, but I'm very serious about this. And you got relatives who are going to spend a lot of money if they haven't already spent it now. That's what it's set up. How's that? We're going to talk about that. We were supposed to have a whole week with the whole month talk about the holidays and tell you stuff about that Saint Nick that you ain't never knew. If you known what I know about Santa Claus, you'd be looking for him anyway. You'd have a posse on his ass anyway if you knew what I knew about Santa Claus. So we're going to talk more about this and show you some videos and stuff like that to help you understand this Santa Claus thing better. But right now, what you need to do is work on your relatives and try to get people not to go broke. Among other things, the economy in this country is going down the tubes, and they ain't gonna have nothing. So teach them and work with them about that.
Wow. That is the truth right there. The truth about Christmas. Yes. Straight from Chairman Amalia Shatella. Jamie Simpson.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Good morning, Jesse. Good morning, Len.
Top of the morning to you. Welcome back to the Reparations Telethon as we enter the 22nd hour. I don't know. We're in the last 21st hour. We're in the 21st hour of the Reparations Telethon. We're going to be joined soon by Chairwoman Penny Hess. We want to shout out everybody who is attending and has been attending.
Yes.
We got some diehard viewers. Wow. Mel, Jackson, Amanda,
Yes.
and shout out to the one and only Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshatela, who is watching. And we salute the incredible leadership of Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshatela, whose incredible leadership has been threaded throughout this entire telethon through all of the Black Power Blueprint and its many manifestations that we've been able to look at today. And Jamie, I just wanted to let you know, we're still raising money. Can you believe
That's
it?
awesome.
I want to thank Ari, who put in $50. Uhuru!
All right, Ari.
Ari. And our calculator is wide awake, sending us the. So that brings us to $136,310.
Wow.
Giving Tuesday.
Woo.
Uhuru.
Wow.
Uhuru, Jamie.
Uhuru, Jesse. That's just incredible. That's amazing. Keep it coming, everyone. You know, I was really taken by that video of the chairman summing up the Santa Claus mythology and Christmas. You know, I've heard the summation of Saint Nick as this saint of shipping, you know, the connection to the slave trade and the mythology behind it, but just the concrete reality that so many people go out and spend so much money that they don't have. African people spending all this money that they don't have, and that it really is this celebration of whiteness, of imperialism. But here on this Giving Tuesday telethon, we're able to take some of that energy that capitalism gets, that momentum that it gets during the holidays, and turn it back towards the revolution, turn it towards self-determination for African people. And I just think that's an incredibly beautiful and redemptive thing. So I would just want to encourage people to do, like, boy, it's so early in the morning, but I already forgotten the name of the comrade who just donated, Jesse.
Ari. And
Ari.
was here until about 2 a.m, engineering as well as one of our AV techs. So shout out to Ari.
Wow. Big salute to Ari. Be like Ari. Go to GoFundMe.com/community basketball and be a part of this historic telethon. Contribute to this fundraising goal that, if I'm not mistaken, we've already surpassed. But you know, we need to continue. Yeah, we need to continue to go, because the basketball court, as anyone who's been paying attention will know, is just the beginning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, we're going into our 21st hour, like Jesse just said, and you know, we haven't slept. There's been no dreaming here, and there's also been no dreaming for this basketball court, because it has come true and it will be built.
That's right. Relentless.
Yes, relentless.
Jamie, where'd you go? Come back. And there you are. Okay. And we're looking at the work days from the community garden. Good morning to anyone who's joining us for the first time, by the way. You are tuned in to the Reparations Telethon, hosted by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, which is the organization of white solidarity with Black power, organized under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. We are very honored to have the opportunity to be under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshatela, of Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshatela, of African People's Socialist Party organizers and leaders worldwide, including some of those who we had the opportunity to hear from in the past 21 hours, including Secretary General Louise Kinshasa and many others. So welcome to the Reparations Telethon if you're tuning in for the first time. And we're looking at some glimpses at the Black Power Blueprint in action, workdays in the community garden. Oops. We were just talking about the electoral campaigns of the Uhuru movement. This was one that I mentioned that in 2017, Director Akile's campaign slogan was "Radical Times, Radical Solutions." And you can see how things just keep unraveling because in 2020, what year was it? 2021, sorry. Earlier this year, President Kalumbai's campaign slogan was "Revolutionary Times, Revolutionary Solutions." So yeah, moving on forward. And that was an amazing campaign.
Yeah.
And definitely want to shout out. This was like, this picture you see here, I wasn't here for that, but that was like a whole parade that went through the African community.
Wow.
That, you know, people talked about for months after. It was absolutely electrifying. And shout out to Temba Shibanda, who's pictured over here, who was, you know, on the ground as a field organizer. And also Chimaranga Selambao, who was the campaign manager, who was stationed in St. Louis for a while, and who was also the campaign manager for Director Akile's campaign in 2019.
Nice.
One Africa, One
yeah.
Nation marketplace. So, I mean, this is just an incredible institution. You know, there are other examples of this type of thing. We heard from Tiffany Murphy in Philadelphia about the African market there. And in St. Louis, it really is. You hear this term a lot when people talk about the Black Power Blueprint. They say it's a beacon of hope. And you really get what that means when you experience this market. Like you see the exuberance of the people coming together, being able to have community, being able to be a part of reclaiming their African culture. And, you know, culture and economics are not separate. You know, culture reinforces the economic base, and the economic base is responsible for the culture. So this is about really, you know, rebirthing the African nation through independence and through self-determination. And yeah, so it's really powerful. And Len,
yes,
you, Len or Jamie, if you were in the room, it would be easier to just go ahead.
I know, right? I have to fight against this feeling of revolutionary jealousy about the camaraderie I see going on there. So I appreciate you continuing to include me, make me feel that I am physically in the room.
Okay, that's okay.
Uhuru, Jamie.
Uhuru, Chairwoman. This is great. Great. So, you know, I was just thinking about how significant a marketplace is, the One Africa, One Nation marketplace. And this Halloween festival, isn't this also connected to the One Africa, One Nation?
This was October's market.
Right.
It was a Halloween fest. And
wow,
nobody does a Halloween fest like the Uhuru movement, the One Africa, One Nation market.
Yeah, it's such a revolutionary institution.
It was. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jamie. Sorry.
No, I'm just thinking about how African a marketplace like the One Africa, One Nation marketplace is, how it goes to the core of African identity and the economic progressive nature of it, as an antidote to what we were talking about earlier when the chairman was talking about Santa Claus and the Christmas economy that is this parasitic thing. Whereas the One Africa, One Nation marketplace is just the complete opposite of that, where the whole community gets out and everyone gets to support each other and celebrate one another, celebrate independence and self-determination. It's just a beautiful thing to see. And these pictures from this Halloween festival make me smile every single time I see them. I mean, just the talent of these kids and adults, these costumes. Well, you were there, right, Jesse?
I was there. It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And we had an Uhuru Planet / USM booth, which was really exciting. And we got to talk to people about, you know, the work of solidarity. And it was an amazing experience. I mean, yeah, President Kalumbai, you can see her in the picture there with the microphone. She was the MC. And Chairman Omali Shatella actually gave a presentation. And it was an amazing presentation because it was simultaneously addressing the children, and yet it had so much depth. It had as much depth as any presentation that the chairman would give.
Wow.
So
wow,
it was amazing.
And and here we've got the abandoned buildings that the African People's Education and Defense Fund has demolished after purchasing the lot. You know, I'm thinking also about how significant it is that the Black Power Blueprint, that APEDF owns these properties. I mean, that is such an important piece to the strategy here, to make sure that things like the One Africa, One Nation marketplace, like the basketball court
will continue to be in the hands of the community, that it won't be co-opted by some opportunistic or capitalist force that's going to come in, because they want to overturn this stuff, you know, like this doesn't exist in a vacuum. This is competing for power.
Yes. Yeah, competing against gentrification.
Yep.
You know, I think like earlier, I guess this was yesterday at this point, you know, we were talking about how the city is just, you know, letting this community rot so that they can have an excuse to just knock it down to build something new, and not for the African community, but for the white community. And you know, the African People's Socialist Party, the Black Power Blueprint, is purchasing these buildings to fight back against that and to rebuild the community in the hands of the African working class. So it's really amazing to see this lot and know that that is going to be a basketball court.
Definitely.
It's really awesome.
And this was a big project. You know, the Black Power Blueprint really makes it a point to hire African construction workers and contractors, and the demolition crew was no exception. Trish and Andre Heron from Jath Construction, who demolished these buildings, and that was a celebration. I remember that was broadcast live, and people were out there excited to see the Black Power Blueprint moving forward and doing the work that a government does, you know, when it actually represents the people in that community, which the government of St. Louis does not. But the real government of the African community is the Uhuru movement, the African People's Socialist Party, the Black Power Blueprint. This is self-government of the African working class. So this was a really powerful example of that, demolition of the building. And in the past 21 and a half hours, we have raised the money for concrete work. Concrete work. Or I guess I should say concrete work.
Right. Yes. Yes.
So, I mean, that sums it up right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
yep.
$33,540. Surfacing the court, $28,620. Fence, $26,985. Lights, $8,000. 2 bleachers, $1,747 per bleacher. 2 hoops, $3,175 for each hoop. Grading and dirt removal and disposal. And Stephanie was explaining what this meant earlier. Do you remember that? The grading?
Yeah.
Grading of the concrete. It's really important for the safety and you know, having a smooth surface and everything.
Is it like packing it in?
I think so. Somebody will tell us, but
yeah.
But that's $14,500. Landscaping, $2,000. That's going to be amazing.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Repair and paint the retaining wall, $1,000.
Yeah, this wall is actually really significant because one of the things that they have to do is make this ground all even, and in order to keep the soil even, these walls are basically holding the soil in. So, you know, it's really important that they get repaired and painted, and the painting, you know, helps keep them in good condition.
4 benches, $279 per bench. Court painting. I cannot wait to see how this court gets painted. The artistry of Deputy Chair Onas Nair-Shatella will certainly bear its imprint on the beautification of the basketball court. Edging the court. Trying to gather what that is from this photo. That just, I guess that's just the edges, like just literally perfecting the edges of it, and that's exactly $871.
Wow.
So that's edging the court. Gate, $700. Fence permits, $200. Signage, that's gonna be cool.
Yes.
The Black Power Blueprint signage, $1,000. 2 trash receptacles, $459 each. Basketball storage, $35. And we have raised the $130,000 for the court, but let's keep going.
Yeah.
So let's talk about givebacks, Jamie.
All right. So for $5 to $99, you will get this beautiful magnet that says, "I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court." It's a gorgeous piece to your home or workplace. And then for a donation of $100 to $299, you get, do you get one of these? Am I right, Jesse? You get 4. Not one, but a set of 4 coasters that say, "I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court," with that beautiful emblem of the basketball and Africa with the Revolutionary Red Star. That's for $100 to $299 donation. And then for a donation of $300 to $499, you get this Black Power Blueprint hat. And wait, correct me, Jesse, if is the amount changed, because it looks like it's crossed out there.
It's not supposed to be.
No, I think it's, I think.
Oh yeah.
I think there's just, is it like a gray box or something?
Yeah.
Just
okay.
Tech issue we're having.
Okay, just making sure that wasn't indicating that there had been some change. Yeah. So this beautiful hat. What kind of hat do you call this? Do you guys know?
They call it a beanie around.
Beanie, the beanie, of course. I'm a guy from the 90s. I should remember a beanie. $300 to $499 for this beautiful Black Power Blueprint beanie.
Black Power Blueprint beanie.
Get your Black Power Blueprint beanie.
Beautiful Black Power Blueprint beanie.
A little inspiration for you there.
Keep that going, but I can't.
Maybe if you had a little sleep, you could get on the alliteration train there.
Oh boy. All right. Then we also, you get all of these things for a donation of anywhere between $500 and $999. You get a beautiful Black Power Blueprint beanie. You get a fabulous set of 4 coasters. I was trying to go for fabulous and 4.
Oh,
but that didn't quite work. You get a magnificent magnet. And all of these promoting the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court. And we got the magnets here, by the way. They're really nice. I don't know if you can see that, Jamie, but they're beautiful. They're beautiful magnets. So definitely really cool to get.
Yeah.
And the coasters are awesome too.
Yes.
These are great. And as cool as all of these things are, it kind of doesn't really compare with this.
It's hard.
This is really cool. This is what you get when you donate $1,000 or more. You get a hoodie or a hooded sweatshirt,
right,
if you prefer,
right,
that says, "I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court," and has the same logo as the coasters. So you want to get one of those. You want to get one of the beanies so that you're comfortable and warm and cool looking in the winter.
Yes.
And most of all, you want to support the Black Power Blueprint and the community basketball court, because it's making a real difference in the world. It's part of an anti-colonial strategy, and it is actualizing political and economic power in the hands of the African working class.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the kind of hoodie you would wear with pride. I mean, I'd wear just about any hoodie with pride. I love a hoodie, but for this, I would wear this even if it was not cold out.
Me too. I would wear it in Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah. So donate at GoFundMe.com/community basketball. We're still raising resources. We, even though we have reached our goal for the basketball court, there's still a lot of projects that the Black Power Blueprint, is trying to get off the ground and will get off the ground.
Yeah, I mean, the basketball court is going to be significant because of all of the programs that are going to grow around it and on it and, of it. And that's why $130,000 is just what was needed to go ahead and get started with the construction of the basketball court. But once the community, programs start to emerge, there's going to be an ongoing call for people to support these programs and for white people to pay reparations through funding the self-determination programs of the Black Power Blueprint that are going to emerge around the basketball court. And that includes things like youth teams and leagues and tournaments and uniforms and all kinds of things. So we can get a head start on that now and start raising even more money towards the community basketball court. You can go to gofundme.com/community basketball and be like Ari, who less than an hour ago put in $50. Yes. So let's keep raising resources all the way until 7 a.m. Central when we close out the 3rd annual Reparations Telethon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
There's so much that's needed, in the African community, and the African working class deserves the best. I love seeing the pictures of all the brand new equipment that's going to be put in at the basketball court. But we also heard about all the upcoming projects Deputy Chair Onezane Yeshitela mentioned that are on the horizon for the Black Power Blueprint. And this is a project that's is competing for power with colonial capitalism. And colonial capitalism is a system that's working 24 hours a day for its interests, to continue the oppression of African people. So we need to continue around the clock building solidarity with African self-determination, with the anti-colonial economy of the African working class. So let's keep going. There's not an amount that would be too much that we could raise tonight. GoFundMe.com/community basketball.
Yes. Uhuru. APEDF has a track record. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Salute to Tam and Lucky, who are pictured here, who built this incredible team. And this was one of the amazing programs of the African People's Education and Defense Fund over there in St. Petersburg, Florida. So, all right, Uhuru Len.
Uhuru, I think that there would be a really great video to show right now, talking about some of the other projects that the Black Power Blueprint has completed and, has on the horizon. And this is a video that we made for a grant that we applied for the Solidaire. I think you were just on it a second ago.
Keep introducing.
Yeah. Okay. So, so this is, this takes place, of course, at the Black Power Blueprint here in St. Louis, and it's a really great video. Let's take a look at it. In a moment. Right.
We dream of a world in which Mike Brown would have made it home to his family and friends that fateful day in August 2014. To stop state-sanctioned violence, we are fighting for power by building economic and political might in our own hands. The Black Power Blueprint is a comprehensive infrastructure plan paving the way to a liberated Black future on the north side of St. Louis, Missouri, and beyond. This is the blueprint for Black communities everywhere who are struggling for power and self-determination. Under the leadership of Onezane Yeshitela, President of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, we launched the Black Power Blueprint in 2017. APEDF has been building Black economic and political power since 1994. We build power through the creation of a liberated anti-colonial economy which oversees the construction of cultural economic hubs in the hands of the Black working class. We build power through collective, self-sustaining economic systems which uplift our entire community, not just an individual business or person. As stated by Molly Yester Teller, leader of the Uhuru movement, the Black Power blueprint is the struggle against the system that is responsible for our poverty and powerlessness. It is this powerlessness that is responsible for the fact that the average household wealth for a white family is 22 times the wealth for an average Black family. We are opposed to the idea that the best response to these conditions is welfare. We are convinced that the best approach to the development of our communities is self-determination and power. We seek a multi-year commitment from the Movement Infrastructure Fund to finance our community-based movement for Black economic empowerment. To date, we have transformed abandoned buildings into economic incubators and community spaces for our people, including the Uhuru House Community Center, the One Africa, One Nation outdoor event space, community garden and farmers market, and housing for the African Independence Workforce Program. Our next endeavor is the creation of a Black working class business district featuring a retail complex built on 2 newly cleared lots on the north side of St. Louis, located at 4007 to 4009 West Florissant Avenue. There are currently no storefronts available for lease on West Florissant, and therefore minimal opportunities to build economic infrastructure that benefits our community. We are drawing on our history of creating economic solutions built on the collective genius of the Black working class. We have utilized innovative and visionary programs that transform our community, repossess our stolen resources, and reclaim the power to feed, clothe, and house ourselves. Our plan is to build a retail complex from repurposed shipping containers, an environmentally sustainable approach. These storefronts will be leased to grocery and supply stores, cafes and delis, cooperative artist studios, salons, clothing and consignment boutiques, whatever serves the needs of our community and builds economic infrastructure. This retail complex will provide affordable rent and move-in ready space with flexible contracts. We will also cultivate the growth of existing Northside businesses with the creation of promotional materials, a website, and a business district directory. Our business training center will provide support on topics such as marketing, promotions, social media, financial analysis, licensing, and more. Through the creation of internships, apprenticeships, and youth employment programs, we will support the formation of an independent, circular economy, empowering the Black community. As the world saw in Ferguson in 2014, our community is rising up and fighting back. The plan to develop a Black economic hub on the north side is an extension of this fight. We are taking back control of our neighborhoods for our own benefit. In order to create this vital physical space for a liberated anti-colonial economy, we need your investment. A multi-year commitment allows us to move forward with the retail complex and continue to build economic power in the hands of the Black working class. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, Chairwoman Penny.
You look so bright-eyed and
I had 3 hours nap, I must confess. And a cup of coffee.
okay, well that was it. Uhuru, what an amazing, amazing event.
Yeah.
This has been incredible. Every segment, so good, and just really want to salute Comrade Len for taking this on, and Comrade Jesse for so much leadership and enthusiasm.
Yeah, well, salute you, Chairwoman Penny, for your leadership. It's been really, really amazing building this whole program.
And I want to salute Mel, who's been on the whole time.
Wow.
And not just as a passive observer, but I went on Facebook and saw Mel shared the live stream like 1 minute ago.
Wow.
So that means, you know, you're really there. You're there with us, and we appreciate it.
I want to salute that video. Didn't you work on that, Len and Jesse? That video that we just saw for the grant.
Yeah, well, it was for a grant for the Reparations Legacy Project. Yeah, so that particular video I think was I don't even remember who was a part of that. Yeah, I think we were all
in some form.
Yeah, in some form
under Deputy Chair's leadership.
Yeah.
The language in it was so brilliant. It so articulately expressed the strategy of the anti-colonial economy of the African working class. Like some phrases that I jotted down, I found really moving. Like among many was creating collective self-sustaining economic systems, and the term independent circular economy. Just that it would be this like antidote to the capitalist extraction that happens, and those photographs of examples of the kinds of businesses that they want to create in the future were so beautiful. And it made me think of like that it's like a reverse gentrification. You know, it's the exact opposite of gentrification, because so often I think we associate, you know, new shiny buildings with gentrification. If something's getting renovated, it's not getting renovated for the Black community. It's getting renovated for some white speculator outside the community who's going to be kicking the people out. So it's just a marvelous thing to see this happening for the African working class.
Uhuru, yes, just really building, and every project that Deputy Chair is taking on has its own life, its own supporters, its own base, you know, and it's not like we'll do one and finish it and then start the other one. There's just all these like seeds in the ground that have some level of development right now. Just a really brilliant dialectical way of working. The Deputy Chair works, you know, and it's, I mean, the whole women's center and all the possibilities of what that can be, and the whole base for that. And then the kitchen, and the national office of, or center, or production center of Uhuru Foods and Pies, and all of that. I mean, those things are huge, really huge. And it's just going to be amazing to see it. And also to think about all of the properties that are right within, you know, 2-3 blocks of each other, and just what that means. I mean, can you think of another example of something like that? You know, just buying a strip, you know, and renovating, into creating territory with the flag, you know, the right to govern. That's what you see unfolding. And you see just so many people. There were, you know, there's so many testimonies that I know we've seen, and we had a webinar, a couple of webinars earlier, a few months ago, a month or so ago, and different vendors of, you know, connected to the farmers market. I had just made incredible testimonies for, you know, what this meant to them, and how they're developing business, they're developing community, family, as they say. They're so happy to see this section that had been purposefully just attacked, really, economic embargo on this African community that had once been very thriving. And, you know, just the depression that brings, and seeing that, you know, African people are buying houses or fixing up their houses, investing and working to invest to fix up their houses to stay in the neighborhood. Because, and I'll just say this, the city has a conscious policy. This let it rot is something that pushes African people out of the north side. And I looked at the census data that just came in, in 2020. And the St. Louis is still losing population. And it was actually lost more African people than North Americans, than white people. And what they do is they create such desperate situations, and they just have this, this kind of desperation in the community, and nowhere to go, and then just destabilizing the people's lives. And so, African people might want to move to the county, where Ferguson is, or something like that. And that's what's been happening. And then, the city has a perfect plan, because they have the NGA just about a mile from the Uhuru House, and all around the NGA, which I guess is slated to open, I think, in 2023. They're building it every day, but they move so many African people out of there. And then if you drive in, like, let's say, a circumference of about a mile around it, there's all these renovated, gentrified buildings that the storefronts are empty now, but they know it's going to come. There's going to be cafes and coffee houses and all that kind of stuff. And, it's just continuously pushing out the African community. They want that land, they want that housing stock, and very beautiful houses on the north side and all around the Uhuru House. Beautiful, beautiful, architecture. And they want that, they want that. And for white people, they want to move in, white people, the tech, they're trying for the tech and all this stuff. But, they've never faced anything like the African, the African People's Socialist Party and Black Star Industries Deputy Chair and Chairman Omali Jadella, and President Kalambai and Rep Malika and Zan Lila. They just don't know what they're dealing with. And it's interesting that, just in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch a couple of days ago, it announced that suddenly Tower Grove Park, which is in the middle of the Central West End, which is white, the white hipster kind of neighborhood, and more, the sort of liberal, it's kind of our turf, really. It's not too far from the center and where we are, but Tower Grove Park is slated $250 million. Is that right? No, $250,000 to make basketball courts in that park after African people have been pushed out. And they closed basketball courts all over the city. And in part, there was whole articles on that. There's been struggles around that. And so now they're going to put it in that park, but that's not going to be, you hardly see African people in that park. It's the park where when I first came here a couple of years ago, I was just really struck by the fact that you come in a certain entrance of Tower Grove Park, and it was presided over by a gigantic statue. And I looked at it like, who is that? It was Columbus. And there had been a movement to take that statue down even before the rebellions of 2020, but the city had said no, that they wouldn't take it down. And then after all of the rebellions and all the statues that came down, suddenly the city announced that it was taking it down. And I just happened to be out for my morning walk in the early morning when they were doing that, and it was pretty amazing to see. But that was based on the uprising and the struggle, and the reason why they're going to build 2 basketball courts in Tower Grove Park is because of the Black Power blueprint.
Yeah.
Because they have to co-opt it. It's like when the back in the 80s, when the African People's Socialist Party in Oakland created the Bobby Hutton Freedom Clinic, and you know, some people donated an RV, and then they outfitted that to make it a traveling mobile clinic, and there were doctors, and you know, and Rep Bakri, who's a nurse, who's an emergency room nurse, and was part of that. And what did the city of Oakland do? It immediately created its own mobile clinic.
Right.
You know, and it's just this attempt to co-opt it. But I thought Mark Anderson last night, when we were interviewing him was really summing it up so well, that you know, the city can do it, but it's nothing the same as what it means for the African working class to create its own program, which is in contention, which is, you know, negates the power of colonial capitalism. And that's so, you know, so powerful.
It's something totally different when it's the Black Power blueprint building a basketball court, you know, like in the vein of what Mark Anderson was saying. It means something entirely different when it's the independent, the expression of the independent anti-colonial economy of the African working class versus white power doing it versus capitalism doing it. And I really appreciate everything you just summed up, Chairwoman Penny. And it makes me think about how, you know, I've heard the chairman say before, these programs, whether it's the Black Power blueprint or APDEP, these economic programs of the African People's Socialist Party really expose the bourgeoisie, expose colonialism for this useless force that it is. You know, it's completely incapable of serving the needs of the oppressed and colonized African working class, and the movement just runs circles around it. I mean, there's nothing that the state can offer.
It's like they used to say during the Vietnam War that the U.S. and imperialism is always fighting the last battle, and they never know how to deal with what is right there, and they're always scrambling to catch up, and you know, and try to, and then it's the wrong battle. You know? It's like it describes in the book War of the Flea, about how when the U.S. went into Korea, it was met by wave after wave of Chinese soldiers in defense of Korea. And they fought in a certain way where they just had ground troops coming over, sort of, you know, coming over the hill or whatever, just wave after wave after wave. So when the US, it's summing up in that book, so when the US went into Vietnam, it was like, oh, they're going to fight the war in the same way. When the Vietnamese didn't fight the war in that way at all. They fought, you know, a totally different kind of ground war that was so combined with the people, so that the people would, you know, a lot of peasants would fight in the nighttime and then go out and be out in the fields, and you know, in the morning, and that you know, they sum that up in that book so well about how the French and the US came in and they didn't get this at all. They expected to wage a war the way Europeans did, or way something happened in the past, and you know, it failed. They couldn't win, and they knew that. That whole series that was on Vietnam, which is, of course, has imperialist point of view, but they did allow some North Vietnamese soldiers to sum up, and it was, you know, it was really powerful. I love that series. We really need to show that, you know, some of those. But I wanted
to mid-sentence.
Everybody's very mellow right now.
We're hanging on your every word.
You might fall asleep. Just doing great, comrades, doing great. We've got some 6 people on the line here. No, yesterday I was, I had to have like a little tiny interview. People were asking about reparation, you know, about the first tribunal on reparations to African people. Did you come to that? No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yeah, I was 5,
You
I
were
think.
8 or something.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what I'm thinking, but I'm time traveling in my brain right now. But but I was really, I'm just so blown away every time, I think about that, because first of all, that video, and maybe we could show that again, but where the chairman, I just love his statement, because the chairman was the people's advocate, and the entire, and they, I mean, so much preparation went into this tribunal, research on international law, and the preparation of a brief, a legal brief around it, which was brilliant and eloquent. And, and in it, like in his opening statement, the chairman is saying, never before has the United States of North America been brought before a world court to answer for its crimes against our people. And, and he goes on and he says, which is just so amazing, he's saying that this world tribunal must give a resounding no to the answer to the last question. Let me go back and say what the last question is. He's saying that he's talking about the Palestinian people, and he's saying that in the absence of state power, that they can't carry out the verdict, that they have to have state power, and that in the absence of the possession of state power, aren't they compelled? Oh, okay. So he's making the case that with the dispossessed Palestinian people, in the absence of the possession of state power, aren't they compelled to utilize armed struggle to realize their just aims? Mm-hmm. Is this the world peace spoken of so hopefully in the United Nations Charter, meaning that peace would come at the expense of just the total colonization of a people? And the chairman saying, this world tribunal must give a resounding no to the answer of the last question. This world tribunal, the people present, and our international observers must affirm the authority and legality of these proceedings. So he's saying that the party used international law that acknowledged that an oppressed people had a right to bring their case to a world court beyond the legality of the country that oppresses them, the power that oppresses them. And so he's saying that this court must affirm the authority and legality of these proceedings. Otherwise, there would be no peace on the face of this earth. For the oppressed and colonized African community in this country has demonstrated over and over again that we will fight for our freedom. Indeed, US prisons are filled with the sons and daughters of our struggle for freedom. This world tribunal must affirm the legality of these proceedings in order to validate within the international community those whose love of freedom is so great that they would put their lives and limited liberty on the line in its pursuit and defense. Sisters and brothers, Africans and peoples of the world, to do less than this, to withhold the right to justice to the powerless, to those whose greatest victimization has been forced theft of liberties of self-determination, of state power, is to give countenance to international piracy and brigandage, to withhold the right to justice and international legality to the powerless, oppressed African people in the United States, would be to validate the most cynical concept that might makes right. It would give credence and validity to the awful concept of the right of the powerful to make and enforce international law. Such law as that is no law at all. It is accepted tyranny. Therefore, this world tribunal must determine whether international morality might prevail in the interests of the powerless. It just was amazing. I mean, it was so eloquent and brilliant, you know, back in 1982. And just the work that, like I've said, the work that went into this, the research, the you know, the consultation with international lawyers and, you know, people doing this work. And so it's just the thing that I wanted to say is that, first of all, the ruling by the panel of judges was, one, our African people, let me just see where the thing is. Okay, yeah, our African people in the US do reparations from the US government. And the research that the party had done had found at the time in 1982 that $4.1 trillion was owed in stolen labor alone. Damages would be determined later. So that's only in the US. You know, Africans were in forced labor in Brazil and all throughout the Caribbean and Guyana and Suriname and, you know, everywhere. And you know, I saw like the work that the chairman has done to show that the entire world capitalist economy was built on the assault on Africa and the kidnapping of African human beings. So the panel of judges ruled yes by unanimous vote. Yes, that US owed $4.1 trillion to African people in the US alone. So number two, should imprisoned Black revolutionaries be granted political prisoner and prisoner of war status based on the Geneva Convention and other United Nations determinations? Yes, by unanimous vote. Number three, does the US treatment of Africans in the US represent a serious enough breach of the United Nations Human Rights Charter to justify eviction of the US from the United Nations? Yes, by unanimous vote. Four, does the testimony and documentation presented at the tribunal justify the establishment of a permanent international body to monitor US treatment of African people in the US? Yes, by unanimous vote. And I would just say on that the United Nations did appoint a body that would be responsible for monitoring, you know, in its own way, the conditions of African people. And that was, they did a tour of the United States. When was that? About 4 or 5 years ago. Mm-hmm. And in Pedum followed them around. They were in 4 cities and got in and, you know, presented the case for reparations. And that, I believe that is headed by Frantz Fanon's daughter, isn't it? Yeah, Frantz Fanon's daughter. And that body ruled or has stated and has made many statements after that, but even subsequently, that reparations are owed to African people in the US, you know, and elsewhere. So just how important this was. In 1982, reparations was not a household word. When we would go out and do, you know, flyering and talk to white people, people would be like, what is reparations? What does that mean? How could it work? It wouldn't work, you know, all this kind of thing. And in the African community, this was, the tribunal was held in Brooklyn, New York, and downtown at Brooklyn Tech College or University. And the party sent organizers from Oakland to Brooklyn in a van back then, in an international truck, which was the first SUV to ever hit New York City, I'll tell you that. And it was all along the way, they stopped in towns and in African communities and posted and put up posters all throughout those communities about the tribunal. That's before internet, you know, before posting. They literally posted and you know, put up these posters all along the way. And, you know, of course, had the determination to make reparations a household word, which is something I will never forget that the chairman and party members said, we are going to make reparations a household word. And they did do that. Yeah. They made it, they, you know, brought out this question and brought it out in anti-colonial context. And so that was a really important thing, the way this was built. So, you know, when it got close to the tribunal, Gaida Cambone, who was in the party, was a major force in, you know, helping to, or leading that and coordinating it. It was a big deal. And she lived in Brownsville at the time, now very gentrified, but at the time, very, very impoverished African community of Brooklyn. And when party members came, they were wearing like caps, red, black, and green caps. I remember that. And they had, a lot of them had, you know, different kinds of, you know, buttons and Africa chains. And so they would be walking down the street from where in these, you know, high-rise housing projects, public housing, where Gaida lived, to, you know, some other place down the street. And people would just come out of their doors and just onto the porch, and when they saw them, and just put their fists up. And I mean, they didn't know who this was or anything. They would just be like, wow, you know, out there. And it made such an incredible impact. It was really, really amazing. And the other thing I wanted to say is that, okay, so the judges, just think about this. Panel of judges were among there were observers, okay, there were observers, including Asim Ashbourne of the Black American Law Students, and, you know, Association, and then Ike Foley of the Pan-Africanist Congress was there as an observer from Azania, and a representative of the UNIA. There was still the Garvey organization in 1982. Wow. Very old people, but they would be at every kind of demonstration. They would have the red, black, and green flag, and they were still there, the Garveyites, of which, of course, Queen Mother Moore was very prominent of that. So the Garveyites had a representative. And then for the international judges, there were Ladipu Solanke of the National United Movement of Barbados. And just to say, it's been in the news, Barbados won its independence from Britain on like Monday of this week. I mean, it still was an overt colony of Britain until this week. And I saw that there were demonstrations because, you know, Charles, whatever, Prince Charles was coming for that ceremony, and you know, these Africans were charging genocide, and that, you know, Britain owed reparations to Africans. And anyway, it's just interesting that somebody from the African struggle in Barbados was a judge on the tribunal, the first tribunal. And yeah, he was the chairman of the National United Movement of Barbados. And then there was Samba Mboup, who was the representative of the revolutionary Senegalese community in exile in France. And there was a representative of the Congolese National Liberation Front, Serge Mukendi, He was also a judge, and then a member of APSC, or actually then it was called CSII. And there were Rosie Douglas, Secretary General of the United Labor Party of Dominica, and just people from around the world, from around the Caribbean and Africa, and just how significant that was. And then the speakers, it's amazing. Okay, some of the speakers were, first of all, Leonard Jeffries, who is still a professor of African history at City University of New York at CUNY. And I think John Henry Clark was asked to speak and he couldn't, so he recommended Leonard Jeffries. And Leonard Jeffries gave this really amazing presentation that sort of launched his career as as a well-known African historian. And I think his presentation was like 2 hours long, just about African civilizations, the very beginnings of prehistory. He gave, I think he had a slideshow, and he drew out great detail in the 7 periods of African history. He points out how Europe in the 15th century, being land poor, resource poor, and people poor, pursued piracy and theft. He just went. It was a very very amazing presentation, and it was presented there. And Leonard Jeffries, the party had a sort of tribunal, a session of the tribunal, I believe it was in 2010, and it was in Philadelphia, and Leonard Jeffries came again and spoke then. But just very important. And then there was Gwen Wilson of the National Black United Front, who put forth evidence of the case of Eddie Carthan, a progressive Black mayor of Tuchula, Mississippi. That was, he struggled to get in. Anyway, the Mississippi town, white power attacked him, and on that case. And then another was Professor Del Hunter of Medgar Evers College of CUNY, which is in Brooklyn. And actually the parties, there's been a lot of, Peter's had a lot of events at Medgar Evers College. And Del Hunter worked as an assistant dean and was removed when he came down on the side of African students who were fighting over the last year to remove a reactionary Black petty bourgeois president and establish a progressive administration. So it was about a struggle in that college. And, he talked about that. So, then there was Job Mashariki, who was very well known in Brooklyn and was the chairman of the Black Veterans for Social Justice, an organization that Runde Takuma was part of for many years, and who was also Runde was part of building the tribunal. He was on the committee as well. And see a message from the chairman. Maybe the chairman wants to come on. Oh, he's saying, Chairman, do you want to come on? Rosie Douglas would become Prime Minister of Dominica. Yeah, okay. Wow. Yeah, just, how significant this was. And then there was Abun Adalona, and she was a revolutionary health activist who pointed out forcefully the ways health is too often neglected or looked at from a narrow perspective. She stated, "We are involved in the struggle for health of the people, and we see the struggle for health as one of the most basic and fundamental, because if you do not have a people that are healthy, you do not have a people that can engage in any kind of struggle or in any of the areas that we struggle in. We cannot wage a liberation struggle without a people who are healthy." You cannot wage an armed struggle if you cannot take care of the health of the people. You cannot in any way move forward if you're not dealing with health. That was really important. And then there was a report from Dr. John Bowling, director of the Mandela Center and member of the Association of Black Psychiatrists, who he wasn't able to testify. He had to leave at a certain point, but he did leave evidence of the conditions, of trauma and mental health, just through colonialism that African people were facing. And then there was, on Saturday, the just memorable, brilliant, electrifying testimony of Mafundi Lake, who had been a political prisoner and was re-imprisoned a year or so later. He was the founder of Inmates for Action, and we should play that. We should play his testimony. I know I thought we had that on recording, but it's in this book. We should read it, about what the conditions he faced in prison, and how, there were just bars on the window. There weren't even windows. It was freezing. It wasn't heated, and there was no blanket. They had no clothes, and he just had to struggle to maintain his sanity in these hideous conditions. And he was a revolutionary fighter. His wife and partner is still a great friend of the Uhuru movement, and he died in the last couple of years, something that was very much noted in the Burning Spear newspaper. So it talks about that. Then on the second day, the chairman gave a testimony of a historical brief, which was presented to the judges. And this brief was 58 pages long, was prepared under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party to summarize extensive research on the history of stolen labor and wealth. And that was published in the book Stolen Black Labor. And that is where the chairman made the case, the scientific case, that African people then were owed $4.1 trillion, but not just during the time of enslavement, but also even greater extraction was found to have taken place subsequent to the end of the Civil War through direct colonialism of African people. I mean, it was really brilliant, and it's still the figure that is used. If you hear anybody say what's owed to African people in the US, it's now considered $4.1 trillion is the equivalent, or is 14 trillion dollars in US dollars today. But that figure, $4.1 trillion, I've heard that by so many people, even what is the caucus, the Black Caucus of Congress, they use that figure, $4.1 trillion. That stands as, what was the standard in terms of the studies that were done by the party. And just, again, like how much work, at least a year, if not more, of work went into this. And so then after that, there was a presentation by Kwame Brathwaite of the Patrice Lumumba Coalition and the African Jazz Art Studio. And Kwame Brathwaite just died, I think within this year. And that was covered in the New York Times. There was an obituary of him. He was an incredible photographer and leader, and he was at the tribunal. I had the honor of being able to testify from what is the African People's Solidarity Committee to the tribunal about the relationship of white people and being under the leadership of the African Revolution. And then there was testimony from Afeni Shakur, who was a member of the Black Panther Party in the Panther 21 and spoke for the Grand Jury Project. And of course, Afeni was the mother of Tupac Shakur. And it was highly probable that he would have been about 8 or 9 or 10, and he was probably there. There, you know, people brought their children. There were children there. And you know, she talked about the New York prison population. That was amazing. And this book quotes from her. This is the first article. The summation in this book was the summation that appeared in the Burning Spear newspaper. And it, you know, it was so good that that was done, because some of these records are hard to find. So then following that, there was Queen Mother Moore, who was at that time, I believe she was in a wheelchair. She might have been in her 90s at that point. She gave her testimony, and you know, the reparations claim that African people had made in 1962 against the US government, but she had been a powerful Garveyite, and she told the story about how, and she was at a Garvey movement meeting in, I think it was in New Orleans, or maybe it was in New York, and the police raided it when Garvey was speaking. So all of the African men and women all had, you know, they all had guns. They had to protect themselves. So they got up, they took out their guns, they stood on the chairs, and they held up their guns and they said, "Speak, Garvey, speak." And Garvey spoke, and the police left. And you know, it was really powerful to hear that. Following her presentation, Akil al-Jundi, who was in the Attica Rebellion of 1972 and actually survived it, and who was an activist in New York, and his statement is very powerful in this. And you know, he said, there's a little quote from him, he said, "I want to say to the chairman, Amalia Shatella, to the international observers, to the international jurists, we thank you for allowing us to be part of this tribunal seeking reparations. The Germans have had to pay reparations to the Jews because of their dastardly acts against those people. The Japanese raised the same question here in the United States of America, seeking reparations from this government. No one in the face of the planet or Earth has borne witness to the dastardly acts, the brutalizing acts, the hatred, the levels of racism. You can go from A to Z. No one has borne witness to it, such as the African people who happen to occupy this part of the planet Earth in the United States of America. So if anyone on the face of the planet Earth has the right to seek reparations, then you know that we definitely should be on top of that list." You know, and he goes on, after Akil spoke was Makil Shakur from the San Francisco Committee to build the Reparations Tribunal. Lester Lewis from the Caribbean People's Organization in London. Shadahidi, an activist, a member of JOMO and the party in St. Petersburg, was on the St. Petersburg committee. Oh, Chairman, are you on?
No.
Oh, all right. Well, I wanted to see if Chairman wants to come on and say anything.
What I do have here is the radio documentary that the party created about the tribunal.
Oh, okay.
If we wanted to take a listen.
Yeah, we can. I'll just finish this and then we go on. But I just wanted to see, you know, I just feel that our movement has to understand the significance of this world-shattering event that was incredible. I mean, it was absolutely incredible. That after Shadahidi, Wayman Earls, who is now passed away, but he was in the Seattle Reparations Tribunal Committee from the party. Arunde Tukuma, who was in the New York Committee and also a member of Black Veterans for Social Justice. From the Oakland Reparations Tribunal Committee, Calvin Evans gave, and Cesar, who passed away also. And then Sister Akila Akuoko from the National Committee to Free Yusuf al-Haq, which was a struggle going on in New York, who had been framed, who had been given 12 years on a framed charge of robbery in 1977, just the colonial conditions. And then Pianki Latipu Solanke of Barbados led and gave testimony of the conditions there. Rick Ayers from APSC, or Committee in Solidarity with African Independence, Samba Mboob from Senegal, living in France, gave testimony, Sarah McKendy, and then their summaries, then they went into, deliberations, but that happened very quickly. They united unanimously with all of the demands of this tribunal. And it was just, as the chairman says, it was greeted with the most enthusiastic and applause as the African people present paid tribute to the tremendous struggle that had been taken on to build the tribunal and pledged to make it as strong and legitimate by taking up the struggle for reparations now. And, and that tribunal, other previous subsequent sessions were held for the next 12 years. And then there was one, I believe it was in 2010, or maybe it was, in the early 2000s in Philadelphia, that was also just packed house. It was amazing. It was powerful. So the tribunal was held, sessions of it were held in Philadelphia, in Baltimore, in Washington, DC, in Oakland. And the chairman could say, there were Atlanta. I remember it being in Atlanta. It was, I think in London at one point, and it was really, it is state power, because it was not, as the chairman said over and over again, it wasn't a mock trial.
Right.
It was based on, it was based on law. And the only problem was that still faces African people is that they did not have the state power to enforce the verdict. And that is, that is so brilliant. If you look at the chairman's statements, in every way, he is talking about the colonialism and the right of African people to self-government. Then, to see 40 years ago, the same analysis that the chairman is putting out now. So this is profound. It's something that, we need, just really have events about this. And I think a book is going to be published to have more testimony and more about the tribunal. Reparations Now book. I believe that Director Keeley and Agitprop is working on that. So, but this is incredible. It was absolutely incredible. This was state power. This is part of the institutions of the liberated African, self-government. So,
Real. And I see that the cover of the book is that the Capitol building there?
Yes.
There you go. That's really very powerful cover as well. And yeah, I appreciate the summation a lot. I can't wait for the book to be republished, because I actually do not have a copy of this book.
Hard to get.
I've wanted to read it.
And this is the book, by the way, that the Secretary General Awezi, born in Congo, forced out by the, basically the assassination of Patrice Lumumba, which happened before he was born. But, he lived under Mobutu, the vicious neo-colonial US-backed butcher, and, who was one of the richest men in the world. He was well paid by imperialism for all of the resources that imperialism and US and Europe continue to steal and loot, and at the expense of incredible suffering of the African people. He was forced out of Congo. He went to France, and now he lives in London. But when he was in France, he went to the bookstore. There's an African bookstore there in Paris called Présence Africaine, and he found this book. He found on the shelves in Paris, he found this book. Wow. And he bought it, and he was just, you know, won. This is what gave analysis to the world, and ultimately, you know, he contacted the party and the chairman, and the rest is history. But he was saying that his wife Patricia, whose family is from British colonialism in the Caribbean and Jamaica, had already had the burning spear. When he showed her this book, she's like, oh, she got out of the closet. Well, I have these newspapers, the burning spear. So, you know, this is the worldwide impact of
far-reaching.
Yeah, of the African Revolution and what this means, and you know, to think about just that the party's understanding in science that African people, as the chairman said, Africans forcibly dispersed all around the world are one African people, one African nation, and that, you know, you see within the party this reality, the fact that, you know, an African man, you know, fleeing neo-colonial terror backed by the US from Congo, coming to France, then England, then hooking up with the US, and you know, his wife's family were colonized in Jamaica, and there's just, you know, just this reality of one African people, and it just validates African internationalism and shows the scientific nature and just the brilliance of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. It just has to be, it has to be put out. We have, you know, we have to really, really let every generation know about this incredible, you know, institution that the Chairman Omali and the party created in 1982.
Right.
That launched the struggle, that launched the movement, the consciousness that reparations are owed, and you know, why they're demanded, and why you hear it on Wall Street Journal and CNN, and you know, just mainstream talking about reparations to African people now. It's totally accepted, and this is because of Chairman, relentless, you know, brilliant fighting for African people, African working class. Very, very, very powerful history. It was a great honor to have been there, you know, to have been part of history. It was amazing.
Thank you, Chairman Penny. Well, how about we take a listen to this radio documentary?
Yeah. Unless, but if the chairman or deputy chair are on, if there's anything that they want to say, you could come on. They're not on. Okay. Oh, he's saying, okay, he can't come on because he doesn't know how to get on from his iPad.
Oh, for real.
Oh, he's on. Okay, hold on. Uhuru Chairman.
Yeah. Uhuru Chairman.
Yeah, Uhuru. It's extraordinary. And
wow, it's so amazing.
Yeah, I'm just
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
I mean, just to see this now, what unfolded. I mean, just to go back and look at, like you're saying, one person became Prime Minister of Dominica, just how all of the impact of everything, all the roots of the seeds that were planted there, you know, just it has impacted the world profoundly. Uhuru. Chairman, just really salute you. Salute your leadership. Go ahead.
Listening to you, you know, there's this House resolution, it's called HR 40.
Yes, yes.
It's being considered now by the U.S. Congress. And what it does, it calls for some kind of investigation or study to see if reparations are due.
Right.
And I'm saying the study's been done. You know,
yes.
and what you're doing now is revealing the fact there was no, the people came, there was testimony, all kinds of important kind of testimony, and the real giants, intellectual and political, who were involved in that entire process. And, to read about Rosie Douglas and Samba Mbuvu and Akil Ajundi and just the host of Afeni Shakur, who was there, Leonard Jeffers, who was there, and who has become, quite a noted historian since that time. So, the path of the party was always to make the people a critical element. In fact, we had our entry into the reparations struggle was designed to make it a household word and to make the people, make the people the central factor in the reparations struggle. And that's what we've done. That's what we did. That was a part of it. The tribunal that happened right there in Brooklyn, New York. So it was just interesting watching that, and just have to say that, looking at the 50-year anniversary of our party, which next year is the anniversary, the 50th anniversary year, that we have to find a way to incorporate so much of what is being revealed through this process into the anniversary celebration.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That it's just, wow. I mean, it was history making, and to see, I just can't say enough. I mean, and your statements, your briefs were so eloquent. They were a president. They were a leader of a world nation, of the African nation. I mean, it just was commensurate with that role. They were really, really eloquent. I mean, you would just be, you represented African people so brilliantly. It was amazing. It was really inspiring.
So I just wanted to, I'm going to go back now and observe some of this, and it's really good to see you, and I'm really glad this has been an extraordinary telethon.
Great job, really
just
amazing.
great work. And people should keep on contributing. I mean, this. Yes. One of the things we talk about reparations, and you see that back then in '82 with the tribunal, and here we are in 2021, looking at this same question, reparations. We've been there in the trenches. We've paved the way around this question. We've introduced it to the world, and now, of course, it's our responsibility to help people to seize this reparations, to seize this moment, to regain clear leadership of this question by the masses of the people. And I think this is a part of that process. I just want to really salute you, comrades, and let everybody know who is participating and watching this that they can still make a reparations contribution to this Black Power movement. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairman.
Chairman.
Yeah, I want to appreciate what the chairman just said and echo that call for people to continue contributing reparations by going to gofundme.com/communitybasketball. And I want to appreciate people who have been tuning in this entire time, as well as people who might just be waking up or who woke up recently and are tuning back in, including Janice Camp, who has rejoined us. And I really want to salute Janice for the amazing $5,000 contribution. Uhuru. That was powerful. Yes. So just really salute Comrade Janice.
Where do you see Janice?
Under attendees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Uhuru. Who else is on? Okay.
Amanda.
MQ, Janice, Jackson, comrades.
Jackson's been in it for the long haul. So we appreciate that. We appreciate
Comrade Jackson. Well, yeah, let's show
Yeah,
that.
let's take a
There's
look.
Yeah.
well, before you do that, let me just say one more thing.
Okay.
Because the chairman, it is really important that the chairman is making the case that African people must have state power. And so in his, I believe this might have been, he gave, I think, yeah, he gave a summation at the end after the verdict was given. And, you know, he's saying that, so he gave a opening statement, and he gave the brief, presented the brief and summed that up. And that had, you know, a lot of the, that had the documentation in it. And then, you know, he said, I must say that one very important difference we are confronted with here is that we must not take the holding of state power lightly. It is the possession of state power by our oppressors that makes them able to carry out their oppressive will. When we talk about state power, we talk about control of the courts, the police, the army, the Navy. We are talking about an apparatus that has the ability to coerce, to force people to do what they want done. We must not take lightly the notion of state power. We don't have state power at this time, but we have the capacity for revolutionary people's power. And the question that is before us today, the question that is more important or that will give significance to anything that any witness stated here, more significance than any solidarity shown, and that not shown by those who did not have the courage to come and act as judges. The most significant thing is going to give meaning to any of this, to the risk of life and liberty of those international jurors who sit here because they face tyrants where they came from, tyrants that are upheld by this government. The thing that will give it meaning is what we do upon leaving this building. If this court and its verdict is going to be recognized as having meaning in the world, it will be because of those of us who are in here. Take it out in the world, understanding its meaning and its understanding its legality, and forcing everyone else to recognize that legality. I mean, I just, you know, that's been the party. That's everything that Chairman Omali Yeshitela has struggled for, from, you know, the work led by Deputy Chair, the dual and contending power of the Black Power Blueprint, to the Black People's Grand Jury, to Uhuru Furniture and Uhuru Foods and Pies, and the creation of the African People's Solidarity Committee and Black is Back. All of these things are the chairman taking on his own mandate that he put out. And if anybody is responsible for winning the question that African people must have state power, that the colonial question is the central question in the world, it is Chairman Omali Yeshitela. There is nobody else. I mean, this, anyway, it's so powerful. Let's hear that.
All right.
But yeah, I just want to like echo what the chairman said there about making it reality, reparations, and encourage people to continue to go to GoFundMe.com/community basketball if you want to help make reparations a reality today.
So let's say that again. So Jesse, you say it.
GoFundMe.com/community basketball. Go to GoFundMe.com/community basketball and donate. We are at 130.
Can we look at the website to see if anything else came?
Yeah, that's a good idea. We were, last time I checked, we were at 136,260. And Uhuru to that.
All right.
And our last contribution was from Ari. That was several hours ago.
Okay.
So nothing's come in since then, but there's still time. We still got an hour and 20 minutes. You can go to GoFundMe.com.
We need our late night revolutionary angel.
That's right. That's right. Let's keep it going. Uhuru.
Or I should say early morning.
Early morning. All right. So let's take a look. This is a radio documentary. We're continuing our deep dive into the Reparations Tribunal of 1982. And here is a radio documentary. And actually, it was played during an Omali Taught Me study a few years ago when the chairman was studying that very book. in the
And
middle.
it's 2 hours long?
No. I think it's about 20 minutes long.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
I'm sure I remember when I see it.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
And 14th of 1982, the African National Reparations Organization, a mass organization of the African People's Socialist Party, organized and conducted a World Tribunal on reparations for Black people. Addressing the question debated across the U.S. today, are African people owed reparations? Listen to the testimonies from this tribunal and you decide.
Today, we are initiating a 2-day trial of the United States government for crime against the Black or African population of the United States. Today, we are initiating a 2-day process which is remarkable and historic in its implication for the use of international law as a means of addressing the crimes against oppressed people who do not have the benefit of state power and the use of national and international courts, which are traditionally only available to those groups who do possess state power. To withhold the right to justice and international legality to the powerless, oppressed African people in the United States would be to validate the most cynical concept that might makes right. It would give credence and validity to the awful concept of the right of the powerful to make and enforce international law. Such law as that is no law at all. It is accepted tyranny. Therefore, this World Tribunal must determine whether international morality might prevail in the interest of the powerless. This tribunal will determine whether, even in the absence of state power, the rights of the oppressed will be recognized as rights which may be respected in the form of applied international law.
On November 13th and 14th of 1982, Black people from around the United States and the world came together at an international tribunal in New York to hear evidence, historical, statistical, and personal, on the right of Black people in the U.S. to receive reparations from the U.S. government. Before an international panel of judges and observers representing popular movements in the Congo, Senegal, Barbados, the United States, and Tanzania, 14 hours of documentation and testimony was presented to support the charge that African people experienced genocide. This was not a mock trial. International law was laid out and legal procedures followed. This international law consisted of charters and treaties passed by the United Nations after World War II to hold governments accountable to the world community. The judges heard the charges, followed the evidence, cross-examined witnesses, and rendered a verdict. Testimony was put forth under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, which has been ratified by a majority in the United Nations, but which the United States Senate has refused to ratify for fear of being charged before world courts concerning the cases of Native American and African people in the U.S.
The Genocide Convention declares as punishable crimes any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group.
The first testimony came from Dr. Leonard Jeffries, chairman of the Black Studies Department of the City College of New York, who detailed the birth of civilization in Africa and the subsequent impact of the raiding slave merchants.
For 40 or 50 years, the Portuguese had been touching the coast of Africa, and they knew the riches of the culture and civilizations that had been developed there. The civilizations of Ife and Benin that produced the art, which is as classical as any art ever produced. The civilization that produced the city-states of Nigeria and the city-states of other parts of Africa. These Portuguese, being land poor, resource poor, and people poor, had to have their mind blown when they got to the Gold Coast. So the Portuguese in 1482 came back to Africa and established a permanent base, which became the beginning of the process of genocide that saw 100 million Africans destroyed. That permanent base was called Elmina of St. George. And after that period, hundreds of slave forts were built along the African coast. In Ghana alone, along a 200-mile stretch, there are the remnants today of 50 slave forts and castles, some of them only a few miles from each other, as the European blood-sucked the African continent. In that 50-year turning point of history, when Europe moved from the periphery of world history, from its dark ages, onto center stage, and moved out African and Southern Asian and Indian peoples, the roots of that which we have to deal with today in terms of the condition of our people are there. They come out of the slave trade system, which, as Walter Rodney says, went to the development of Europe and the underdevelopment of Africans. In this 50-year period of history, you have the basis of genocide, the basis of religious intolerance, the basis of fascism. But I don't want to leave us historically with a negative note. The last period of history is 1900 to the present. 1900 to the present is the period of the African Renaissance. 1900 to the present is the period of the African Revolution. And Garvey and others understood this. The revolutions in Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea-Bissau, the revolutions taking place around Tanzania and Namibia, the movements in the Caribbean around Grenada, etc., the Cuban Revolution, the struggles of peoples on the streets of Harlem and Bedford-Stuy. These are all part of the renaissance and rebirth of African peoples. And although a genocidal process existed in history, we are reversing that genocidal process by moving into an African revolutionary consciousness.
In addition, a historical brief was submitted with documentation of extensive economic research on the amount of wealth stolen from the labor of African people held as slaves in the U.S. Wealth which was the basis of the U.S. economy for its first 100 years and which gave birth to the capitalist economic system. Estimates of wealth stolen from African people's labor through the special structures of tenant farming, wage discrimination, and the dual labor market were also made for the years following the abolition of formal chattel slavery. A minimum estimate of the wealth stolen from black people for labor alone, leaving out charges for damages incurred through murder, maiming, and rape, amounted to $4.1 trillion. Joe Mashariki, chairman of the Black Veterans for Social Justice, brought out detailed information on the use of black troops to enforce U.S. power around the world, at the same time that black people are suffering under the rule of that state power in the U.S.
The United States government is guilty of mass genocide and degradation against Africans here in America. The economic wealth and development of this country was built on the backs of black slave labor. All persons who enjoy the fruits of the so-called democracy today enjoy it at the expense of black blood, sweat, tears, and lives. As an organization of veterans from World War II to Vietnam War who fought in these wars, our motto is blacks fight no one else's war no more. We have adopted this motto because of our experience in this country. However, this motto doesn't exclude us from fighting our own war. I want to be clear on that. Such as in Tanzania, Namibia, Mississippi, or New York. People who know the anti-war movement know that the type of internal chaos that took place in the military, which helped to stop the war, and that came from people right here in our communities. The whole white anti-war movement couldn't get off the ground until blacks refused. More blacks refused to go into the military during the Vietnam War than whites, 8-2.
Evidence was also brought forth under the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which states in part,
State parties undertake to prohibit and to eliminate racial discrimination in all its forms and to guarantee the right of everyone without distinction as to race, color, or national or ethnic origin to equality before the law, notable the enjoyment of the following rights: the right to equal treatment before the tribunals and all other organs administering justice, the right to security of person and protection by the state against violence or bodily harm, whether inflicted by government officials or by an individual, group, or institution.
Testifying on conditions for black people in southern prisons was Richard Mafundi Lake.
They wouldn't allow me any reading material for 12 years. They took and put me in a cell, 5-by-8 cell, without benefit of any writing material, reading material, radio, TV, non-cellmate for 12 years. Only thing was in that strip cell was a face basin where you only cold water, running cold water. There was no bed. It was a concrete slab block. And the only time I came out of that cell was to go to a shower for 5 minutes. And if you wasn't through showering in 5 minutes, the water was cut off on you. You didn't have any control of the water. That was for 12 years. And the only way I maintained my sanity was to play mental games with myself. I learned how to play chess without a board. I wouldn't allow them to destroy me. I was placed, I think it was 21 days that I was forced to go without bread or water. I was in a cell, stripped, winter time, sub-zero degree weather, and there was no heating, no ventilation. And I was forced to lie on that concrete block. And then the guards would come by for additional punishment and throw water on the floor. It would get so cold that the only way I could sleep, I would just run in my cell until I was just completely exhausted. And I would just fall out from exhaustion and sleep. You see the little blocks in the toilet tissue? They used to give us 3 blocks, actually count the blocks of toilet tissue. And I used to take the 3 blocks of toilet tissue and lie on that cold floor and put it on my chest and psych myself that I was covering myself with a blanket. You know, under severe conditions, a person play all kind of mental games with himself in order to survive.
Further evidence on the government's violation of this international convention was put forth by Akil al-Jundi, who was a participant in the Attica Rebellion in New York.
On September the 9th, 1971, at Attica State Prison, there had been a unanimous decision by over 1,200 prisoners at Attica. And that position was that because of all the racism that had existed at Attica and the prison system within New York State and an entire country, that it was a need for something to happen. On September the 9th, 1971, we took to the yard, 1,281 strong. On September the 13th, 1971, 43 people lost their lives as an outcome of the rebellion. Now, we know that rebellions go on at different times, and what they do is they escalate our particular level of struggle. In this particular case, raised the question of prisons, prisoners, and the relationship of prisons to black folk, particularly in the wilderness of North America. There is a suit right now that is pending, and this civil suit is demanding $2.8 billion from the Rockefeller estate, because we remember that the governor at the time of the rebellion was none other than Nelson Aldrich Rockefeller. And we want to give to the international body our suit so that the world will not forget what happened at Attica.
And Afeni Shakur, a member of the Grand Jury Project and former defendant in the New York Panther 21 trial in 1969, brought forth extensive evidence concerning COINTELPRO attacks against the black liberation struggle.
My nephew was beginning first grade in 1968, and that was the year of the infamous UFT teacher strike in this city. And here, thousands of children were left without schools, and so people across this city got together and set up alternative programs. The Black Panther Party was very much involved in that struggle, and I joined that struggle in 1968. By April of 1969, I was in jail, charged with some 350 felonies, including conspiracy to do just about everything there is to conspire to do. We were all acquitted. The state of New York wasted $1.5 million in trying to send us all to jail, but their conspiracy did not end there, and some of them are now political prisoners. It's important for us, however, to begin by understanding what a counterintelligence program really is. A counterintelligence program is a military operation. One goal of any counterintelligence program is to neutralize a hostile agent. The United States government considers all elements of the Black liberation movement hostile agents. When the counterintelligence program was aimed at the Black liberation movement, there was only one heading in which all Black people fell, and that heading is called Black Hate Extremist Groups. And under that heading fell the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, SCLC, SNCC, CORE, the Black Panther Party, of course, Malcolm X, and anybody that fell any place within those parameters. And that, I believe, covers the general trend existing in any Black family and in any Black community.
Look all around us, people are starving and dying. Time for living, if you're willing, it's freedom time. Yeah.
The United Nations has also adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which declares in part that
everyone has the right to a nationality. Everyone has the right to education. Education shall be directed to the full development of the human personality and to the strengthening of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms.
Professor Del Hunter was demoted from position as Dean of Medgar Evers College in New York for supporting the struggle of African students for control of the institution in the interest of the Black community.
The way that the Black intellectual became utilized was literally not to transmit knowledge, not to discover new information, not to engage in human understanding, but literally to reproduce in a very mechanical and a very formal way that information that had been received from the ruling forces. The responsibility, therefore, of anyone who strikes of talking about freedom, liberation, and a revolution is that of creating an antithesis of the present understanding of reality. The idea, therefore, is for the core of people who have been housed outside of the institutions of higher learning, who, by the way, have usually made more of a major contribution toward the development of Black people than those who've been housed inside, okay? The idea is to establish a link and a mechanism so that these individuals have a forum in order to exist and to carry on the information sharing and the understanding that they have.
This Universal Declaration of Human Rights also holds that
everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care, and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his control.
One of the many individual Black people who came forward to give testimony on her conditions of life and right to reparations was Sharon Smith.
One of the unique things about Central Brooklyn is that it's the largest Black population in the country, but the majority of that population is made up of women and children. One of the most pressing problems for us as mothers in this city is decent housing. We have a responsibility of providing a decent home for our children. However, it is kind of hard to do that when you're being exploited and oppressed by a criminal landlord, further perpetuated by a court system I've lived in apartments where, well, the ceilings are always falling in. That's common. Rodents, rats, roaches is a common problem. The cold is a common problem in a lot of buildings that I've lived in this city. When the temperature was below zero last year, we froze. You have on twice as many clothes inside, and you take off clothes to go outside. I was getting a lot of phone calls and letters home from the teachers as such, and he can't be still, my son can't be still, my son is not being productive. And I did not know how to get across to these teachers that if my son go to bed cold and then he wake up cold and he can't wash up efficiently in the bathroom that the ceiling is falling in, how in the world is he going to be productive in a classroom in a public school of miseducation, which is another story in itself. We go to housing court, and on any day of the week, there are loads of people, African people, to be dealing in that system at one time. Something is definitely wrong. I consider that genocide. They're trying to kill our spirits. What it has done is just rise my anger. I want to see justice. I want to see reparations for us.
Testimony was brought out concerning the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which includes the following provisions.
The state parties to the present covenant recognize the right of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. The steps to be taken to achieve the full realization of this right shall include those necessary for the provision of the reduction of the stillbirth rate and of infant mortality and for the healthy development of the child, the creation of conditions which would assure to all medical service and medical attention in the event of sickness.
Black healthcare activist Ibun Adelona testified to the systematic violation of this provision by the United States and state authorities in regards to black people in the U.S.
In regards to our struggle for self-determination, we have had to define for ourselves what that means. For us, that means having control over the institutions that affect our lives. It means the ability to define our needs and to have access to resources to develop the social forms that would meet those needs. Generally, throughout the world, infant mortality rates are recognized as one of the most reliable measures of the general health status of a community. Among African people in New York, our rate of infant death is 36.8% greater than that of white New Yorkers. If you compare Manhattan and Brooklyn to Mississippi, you see an even larger discrepancy in the sense that 2 to 3 times those numbers begin to appear in other parts of the country. We found that there was a pattern of hospitals being closed in black communities. Now, when you have an understanding of the relationship of business and government in regards to whether or not a hospital stays open, then you understand that when a hospital closes, it is because the government wants that hospital to close. What they do is pull back on the kind of reimbursement that they give to that hospital, so in effect they create a bankruptcy. A total of $10.7 billion was spent in New York City in 1980 for healthcare expenditures, and $5.7 billion of this was spent on hospital care. Over 50% of that money for New York City, and I'm talking about all 5 boroughs, went to that string of hospitals in the area that we call Bedpan Alley, which is a predominantly white, middle class and upper class community. And we're talking about tax dollars. We're talking about the money that comes from all of us. We're talking about our money is going disproportionately to one sector in regards to the health industry.
Following the testimony, the judges retired and determined a unanimous verdict. Speaking on the impact of the tribunal was Justice Ladipu Solanke, chairman of the National United Movement of Barbados.
A people who have faced the horrors as outlined in the testimony of these 2 days must congratulate themselves to have the moral fortitude to be here for this historical tribunal. Irrefutable evidence has been brought before this tribunal to indict the U.S. government without a shadow of a doubt. African people in the U.S. are indeed due reparations from the United States government. The crime against African people in the U.S. is without fear of contradiction the greatest crime in the known history of human civilization.
The verdict of the judges was that 1. African people in the U.S. are due reparations from the U.S. government at the amount of $4.1 trillion, with damages to be determined at later tribunals. 2. Imprisoned black revolutionaries should be granted political prisoner and prisoner of war status based on the Geneva Convention and other United Nations determinations. 3. U.S. treatment of Africans in the U.S. represents a serious enough breach of the United Nations Human Rights Charter to justify eviction of the U.S. from the United Nations. And 4. The testimony and documentation presented at the tribunal justifies the establishment of a permanent body to monitor U.S. treatment of African people in the U.S.
Calling for the black communities around the United States to take out the verdict of the tribunal and organize chapters of the African National Reparations Organization, Omali Yeshitela, People's Advocate and Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, summed up the Reparations Tribunal.
We've heard testimony, and there has been introduced documentation which shows that it is the oppression of African people here and throughout the world which is the very foundation, the cornerstone of the existence of this terrible world economic system that causes destruction throughout this earth. Such being the case, it's very clear that if you remove the cornerstone, the building will come tumbling down. Our oppression represents the cornerstone and at the same time the weakest link in this imperialist country, this imperialist world. And therefore, the judgment which comes from a tribunal such as this is very, very important. If you live in a country or a world that is built on slavery, barbarity, thievery, genocide, the institutions of that society in any place of the world will be there for the purpose of sustaining the enslavement and the genocide. We have set about creating another institution, and this institution is a world tribunal which brought the United States government for the first time in its history to trial for the crimes that it has committed against black people in this country. And this tribunal is biased tribunal. It is a tribunal that moves off the assumption that black people must be free. It moves clearly off the assumption that black people must be free, and that anything that stands in the way of that liberation must be removed.
America was built, understand, by stolen labor on stolen land. Take a second thought as you clap and stamp. Can you rock the house from inside the camp? As you move into the beat to the early light, the country's moving to the right. Prepare now, all get high and wait, cause it ain't no party in the police state.
This program was produced by Burning Spear Media, narrated by Dorothy Lewis and Laura Dotson. Senior producer was Gaeta Cambone. Audio engineer was Sandy Thompson. For more information and programs, visit theburningspear.com.
How we gonna make the black nation rise? Gotta agitate, educate, and organize. How we gonna make the black nation rise?
Wow, that was amazing.
Such a great piece.
Oh, that's one from there. Okay. Uhuru.
I know, it doesn't seem so real.
Yeah.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. So
Wow, that was the original, some of the original tapes.
Yeah,
And that was
yeah.
Dorothy Lewis, who was the chairwoman of the African National Reparations Organization on there. Very powerful.
That was powerful. And she was at the 5th Congress, wasn't she? Of the African People's Socialist Party? Was she? Did she go by Ya Asante?
Asantewa.
Yeah, she was there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yep. So we are in the final hour. How you doing, Jamie?
I'm here. I'm doing great. That was a fantastic documentary that the party put together. Just riveting.
I just wanted to take a moment, if I can, to appreciate all of the people who were a part of making this happen.
Yes.
And I definitely want to start with Comrade Len, who is over here.
All right.
Give a round of applause. And Len coordinated this whole telethon for the first time, and Len is making a name for himself as the person who takes on massive projects and does an amazing job for the first time.
Very fearlessly.
Yes.
Starts calling cold contacts and wins them to donate $5,000 on the phone.
Exactly. I mean, I think
really powerful.
This is the best telethon we've done.
Yes, absolutely. Just great job.
Better and better. So, and I also definitely want to appreciate you, Chairwoman Penny Hess.
Well, no, I want to appreciate you, Chair Jesse. So much, just making it happen, giving the leadership.
Well, I appreciate your leadership and your presence throughout so much of this telethon, including here on this this last couple of hours. I don't think we could have done this without you. This last chunk here. So I'm glad you're here.
It was always great to look at the history of the party. There's infinite amounts of things to discover and investigate.
Totally. And I also want to appreciate you, Jamie.
Jamie,
as always.
Uhuru.
And here in the room as well, Amanda, our calculator, and also did some appeals, including a pretty late one, late in the evening. So that was great. And Erica Fruby, who was also part of the calculation team.
All right.
So that's a hard job. So I really appreciate both of them.
And I saw, and I know I see another body over there.
Hallie Murray. Hallie did so much. Hallie is the real person responsible for the setup here and
a resident artist.
Yes, and so many things. And you were about to say something, Penny.
Well, no, I also saw late last night interviewing Benjamin Prado, Unión del Barrio, was Comrade Alia Yellow and
Evie.
Yeah,
Evie. Really
that was so good.
I want to shout out Evie. I want to shout out Alia Yellow. Also everybody from the furniture stores, Ruby, Stephanie, Janine, SG Alley, Renee, Bub, everybody that was a part of making those segments happen. And
the videos that they made in the preparation that both of the furniture stores made when it put into making them presentation, it was beautiful. It was really, really wow. Just can't wait to see the institutions again.
And then there's people that
there was also Uhuru Foods and Western
Maureen.
Party Western Rep Mockery and Maureen and
everybody who spoke. Let's start with that. I want to appreciate Abdullah. We started off the morning strong. Kitty Riley and Abdullah Alexander. We had the interview with Chairwoman Penny about the tribunal. We had Director Tafari Mugeri.
Yes.
And even in spite of just these horrendous colonial contradictions that they're facing in occupied Tanzania with the electrical grid and the network and everything, Asa Anpu found a way to get us to get on to be interviewed for one, and also to get us his amazing art, his music that he sent us. So really appreciate Tafari and Asa. Angelica. I want to shout out Angelica.
Yes, Angelica.
Not only Angelica, she did so much. I mean, she got people tuned in. She promoted this. I saw her sending out emails about this to the Green Party. She donated. She helped to win the grant. She encouraged other people to tune in and donate. And she tuned in. She might even still be on. She might be. She was tuned in at like 3 a.m.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Well, also we should just give a shout out because Director Akile will be representing the Uhuru movement on a Green Party, a local Green Party event tonight.
That's
Can you
right.
give any information on that?
Definitely. It's called, I'll tell you what it's called in a second. But yes, that's tonight, and you can tune in. Oh, Leah Fifield just donated $100.
Wow.
Keeping it going. That's what I like to do. Her, Leah.
Oh,
And we got to
oh,
shout out
wow.
we got to shout
Can
out
I
Leah.
Oh, Leah, amazing,
Yes.
amazing. I mean, just so, I can't say enough about you.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all the resources that you raise every month by winning your own base and your own clients to give, you know, towards reparations and the reparations challenge that you've been doing for quite a while. That is just so significant to the overall resources that are able to go to the Black Power Blueprint and to the party every year. Just really appreciate that, but also that you're a fantastic organizer and speaker, and your presentation last night was powerful.
It was.
I mean, just everything. Just really want to salute you, Conrad. Very much appreciate everything that you do and bring to this powerful movement. Uhuru, Conrad, Leah.
I echo all of that. Leah also was part of our awesome phone banking team for this telethon that was coordinated by Amanda, and other people that we want to shout out from the phone banking team. John Doubleday, who's a new USM member in St. Pete that joined at the Rally for Reparations in October. He also donated $300. That was a few days ago, but it was towards this campaign. And he made calls every chance he could, and he won people to donate. Our first donation of the day today, which was from Carla, was somebody John had spoken to on the phone. So we really appreciate John Doubleday.
And just so I don't forget, I also really wanted to appreciate Deidre Martin.
Yes.
Who put in $300.
Yes.
Really want to salute Deidre, somebody that, you know, we know from many, many years back in St. Pete and Oakland. And just really appreciate you, Conrad, that you gave such a significant donation, and also are a monthly donor to the Black Power Blueprint. So salutes to Deidre Martin.
Salutes to Deidre Martin, and I really appreciated that donation in part because it came in one of the later hours.
Yeah.
So that kept us going. So thank you so much for that. So we want to keep it going here. We want to appreciate President Columbai.
Oh wow, that was, oh
All
my
of her
God, that was
appearances.
just so good.
And
so good and so legendary. That you know, next time we have her on, I'd like to have like clips of that video of the chairman's talking as he's marching along and she's struggling behind.
That's a classic clip right there.
It's so great. We have to have that as she's talking.
Totally.
That story is legendary.
It is legendary. Zanlile Mpiko was an incredibly important part of this telethon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
That goes without saying.
The incredible exuberance and brilliance and love of the people, you know, of the African working class. Really, really
definitely
incredible.
And Jordan Fly was here. We didn't get to interview him. Next time we will. We really appreciate Jordan. Want to continue. So, Karen Smith. We want to really appreciate Karen Smith for the live performance, for the great interview, and also for sending us videos that we played a few times throughout the last 23 and a half hours of her amazing drumming.
And just reminding people that she was like day one when Uhuru Furniture opened in Philly on Spruce Street. And when 30 something, however many years ago it was.
That's incredible. Mr. Gary Brooks.
Yeah.
Mr. Gary Brooks. We saw Mr. Gary Brooks almost every hour, actually, because he's in that video, and we also had the great interview with him. And you know, he is the Black Power Blueprint in so many ways. So we just really appreciate Mr. Gary Brooks. Mitch Pearson, we didn't get a chance to talk to Mitch, and I think that was just due to some tech issues. So we do definitely hope to speak with him, you know, on future events, and appreciate his participation in all the work of the Black Power Blueprint. So we mentioned Ruby Gittleson, and
Comrade Ruby.
Yes, I mean, organizing the, Ruby played a huge role in Giving Tuesday as a whole, not just with the telethon, but I also really appreciated the segment from the furniture store and Renee and everybody that was
Bob
part of that,
and
SG
Ali
and Ali. Yep,
yeah,
definitely.
and SG Ali and
Absolutely. And keep going here, keep turning the pages of this. Secretary General Loizy
that was so great.
Yeah.
You know, to end that,
It's
that
hard.
was so
Yeah.
powerful.
Yes.
So many like that, but he's always incredible to speak with.
Definitely. I want to revisit that discussion in particular. That was really powerful.
Very incredible.
And then also director Akile and DJ Eddie.
Oh, that
Oh,
was
yes.
memorable. That was outstanding.
And deputy chair.
DJ Eddie is, oh my God.
Yes.
What a fantastic human being.
I know.
You know, just really amazing.
Can we have an update on the total, please, from Comrade Amanda? And deputy chair is requesting as well. So we will announce it momentarily and let deputy chair on. And let's still salute deputy chair.
I want to say, deputy chair is the real,
yes.
Leader of this situation, this event, because leading us around the question of reparations and making it concrete and just go out there and do it, and just taking on Giving Tuesday and using every tool that's there under imperialism to be able to turn it into a revolutionary act of winning reparations to go to the Black Power blueprint. And this is, I think that this event, this telethon, is part and parcel of the whole incredible campaign led by Deputy Chair to build the Black Power blueprint. And you saw her PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Oh my God, like what's going to be coming up just probably in the next few months, as well as, resuming in 2022 in March, I think she said, or April, the farmers market, which is going to be weekly, and what an incredible impact that's going to have. But to just see, the party's theme for the upcoming party plenary in February 2022 is relentless. That was, wow.
Yeah.
That was so impressive. And, I just love how Deputy Chair makes it so real, plays it out, and does, and leads all of this in such a dialectical way that's really based in the people.
Yeah.
And we see how, Mr. Gary Brooks, like she said, he was kind of cynical, or at first, but then to see him speak now, I mean, he's very, he has a lot of physical health problems, but yet he comes to every market and speaks, and just, he's so happy. He's like, this has made my life worth living in a way, because to see, the garden and the market, and he played a huge role in the vision of that as well. Deputy Chair really, really did, just was great, and leading that and basing it in the people. So this is something very, very powerful that is building and developing in North St. Louis.
Yeah, I think I love the expression visionary leader to describe Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela. She saw the possibilities of the Black Power blueprint there in St. Louis, and still sees so much before it comes into in existence, and has the confidence that the people will make it a reality. So big salute to Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela.
And in response to Deputy Chair requesting for an updated total, thank you to Amanda for sending this. It's 136,410.
All right, comrades. Wow, what a great program. Really want to salute you, comrades, for such tremendous work.
For real.
And we have a few more people.
Yes,
I know we have Mads.
Yeah, well Mads but also Alikia Ngoma.
Oh, Alikia.
Really,
oh my God, what great, incredible artist and musician, African internationalist. Wow.
And
just love her work.
recurring guest on White Lies Shattered. If you haven't heard our series on the African Revolution of Haiti, you should go check that out at afrosolidarity.podbean.com. reparations.com or Apple Podcasts or Spotify or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Or YouTube, actually. Check it out. We interviewed Aliki Ngoma. And we also interviewed Matsamela Oka.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah.
That was so great.
Vice
Really,
President of
really
Impediment.
powerful to
Yep.
to speak, always to hear from Dr. Matsamela Odom.
Totally. And following that was another powerhouse,
Yes.
President Yejide Onumila and Representative Malika Ngweji.
That was really powerful and way too short.
Way too short. Everything felt too short.
I know.
And yet it was a 24-hour telethon. That just shows you
Well,
the scope of the Uhuru movement.
movement.
Right.
Get everything in 24
Exactly.
hours.
Exactly.
Just enough to whet the appetite for African internationalism.
Sandy and Wendy Craig, Sandy Forrest and
Really,
Wendy
really
Craig did a
good.
great job. Dr. Aisha Fields, right
Oh,
back
that
from
was-
Cuba.
That was incredible.
Yeah.
And when she said that, she sees it was experiencing a little
Liberated
taste
Africa.
of a liberated Africa and the
Yes,
African government and
that
what
struck
that would
me
be
too.
like.
Definitely. Tiffany Murphy.
Yes,
from
that was
Philadelphia.
powerful.
Just talking about the work of the party in the northern region and the market. That was
And
really,
of course, Mark Anderson and John Rulak.
yeah.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was
That was a highlight. That was
Definitely.
Mark was so great.
definitely. I also want to I think we might have mentioned earlier, but I really want to salute Kitty Riley.
Absolutely.
Not just for her appearances on the telethon, which were excellent, but just for her overall leadership as the director of the Office of Reparations and Economic Development,
Absolutely.
working under the leadership of the Office of Deputy Chair. Just really, really appreciate Comrade Kitty for everything that she brought to this process.
Absolutely.
And always brings to the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and
really the fight for reparations to make
Yeah.
it accountable
Yep.
and to take it to the max,
Yes.
really in a really powerful way.
definitely.
Really want to join in saluting Comrade Kitty.
Absolutely. And also Raya Fogarty, who
Absolutely.
came on and participated in the discussion about the volunteers, and who's just an amazing comrade. I wish we could have had Raya on for more of the telethon.
Absolutely.
Just really appreciate Raya and Ash, who was on.
Yes. And Stephanie and Janine.
Stephanie and Janine.
And then we heard from Mark Hoy, who
Mark
just
Hoy, that was
loved.
great.
Yeah.
Becky, we had a statement from Becky Camo.
Yeah.
That was really powerful.
I feel like we're still forgetting people.
We are.
Was
Here we go.
was Renee on?
Renee, we
Renee was
named
on
Renee.
Okay.
Hillary Giovanni, we played her statement a couple of times. She's from Arizona, Reparations Legacy donor, and she made
That's
a
right.
really, really powerful statement. Sarah Ritterspach.
Oh,
It was
that
so
was
great to see
beautiful.
Comrade Sarah. It was
Wonderful.
Yes, that was
That's
amazing.
so good.
see.
Really happy to hear from you, Comrade Sarah.
Definitely. And then you mentioned Mark Anderson and John Rulak. That was a highlight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it
They
was.
were great. They were both great. Really appreciate both of them being on. Let's see. Okay,
I really appreciated Mark.
Definitely.
Yeah, Benjamin was really powerful talking about colonialism
Mhm.
facing the indigenous population and the relationship with the party and that, in the African liberation movement.
Totally. We also had a statement from the Tans Watson family, Lisa,
Oh,
Van,
yes,
Rosie,
yes.
and Eli. That was really great. Ended with
Right.
them all saying unity through reparations. It was really awesome. Anya Close,
Oh, yeah.
that was great. And
Mhm.
Marissa Ricchetti, who did a great appeal.
Yeah.
Appreciate both of them. They started to come on in the later hours. And I really appreciate everybody who was on in those later hours. That was just really salute all of you. The Uhuru Planet Fashion Show from Hallie
I
Murray.
didn't get to see that. That was right when I was going to the house. How was it?
It was great.
And Hallie collapsed immediately.
And there's
No,
people.
She has to go to work.
Oh, Jackson. I really want to appreciate
Yes.
Jackson Hollingsworth
Oh, wow. Yeah.
and Morgan Hollingsworth.
Yes.
The Hollingsworths. And
Yes,
their amazing,
definitely.
their amazing combined efforts, bringing their talents together to produce our reparations anthem, the reparations.
Yes,
song.
I love that.
My favorite song.
Mine. Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
I play that all the time. I
Me
love
too.
it.
Me too. It's beautiful. So, and then you know, there's other people that were really behind the scenes. And I think we already talked about Erica Fruby, but just want to appreciate, she also coordinated, did a lot of calls, coordinated a lot of peer-to-peer fundraising work,
Wow.
working with Amanda. Oh, did we name Maureen Wagner? Just really want to salute Comrade Maureen. I think we did. Okay, Maureen just joined. So that's what made me think that. Yes, Uhuru Foods and Uhuru Maureen.
Uhuru, well,
Yes,
it's only
pretty early
4:30 over there.
Ali Aiello, yes, definitely salute Ali. And then what about some more people behind the scenes? I'm thinking of like, I think Ari, I might have mentioned Ari.
Ari,
Ari played a big role, not just last night coming in, but also making our telethon commercial, making a bunch of our graphics to promote this telethon. Just contributing a lot to this process. You know, Casey Mackey, who
was there all day yesterday.
All day,
KC.
and also put up posters for the telethon and did a lot of outreach and phone banking and just a lot of work that you don't necessarily see, but it makes a difference. And you just appreciate everybody that was a part of making this happen.
Yeah.
Uhuru.
And of course, Comrade Jamie.
Yep.
Oh, it's just been a pleasure, comrades. I want to.
Right in the final, the end game here. Len is trapped in the telethon. Okay. All right, we're back.
Did we shout out? I know we saluted Maureen. Did we also salute Representative Bakary?
Yes, but we can again.
Let's
we should
do it again. That was they were on twice.
Yep.
And, wow, it's just so good that history. I mean, Rep Bakery's been there since, well, I guess 1980, right after the tribunal, probably.
Wow.
Yeah, the summer project in 1984, probably somewhat after that, around 1985.
Oh,
and
I just thought of somebody. Janice Cant.
Oh,
yeah.
I really want to salute Janice Cant. Not only for the contribution, I'm not sure if Janice is still on, not only for the amazing $5,000 contribution, but just for all of Janice's work and leadership in the African People's Solidarity Committee and just embodying the stand of material solidarity in so many ways.
Can we go through the donors and thank all the donors?
Let's do it.
We have a list on a text or something.
Yeah, how would I do that?
Oh, we can look at the GoFundMe.
Oh yeah, and if somebody wants to get on that list before we finish reading it, where do they go?
They go to gofundme.com/community basketball. So thank you for saying that, Jamie. And you should and can still go to gofundme.com/community basketball and contribute towards our goal today. So let's take a look, see all. So we want to thank Leah Fifield. We take turns. Can you see it? That's
Zanlile.
Ari.
150. Wow. Uhuru.
Ari Battis, $50.
Jamal, the African People's Socialist Party in Minnesota, $25. Uhuru.
Unyondo Barrios, Undersecretary General Benjamin Prado did $100. Uhuru.
Comrade Deidre Martin, who we mentioned before, saluting $300. Uhuru.
Declan Kelleher out of New York doing $200. Uhuru Declan.
My vision isn't that good.
Zooming in here.
All right. Catherine Riley.
No,
Okay, I missed somebody.
Boom.
Allison Aiello, $20. Uhuru Comrade Ali.
Kitty Riley, $150. Uhuru Kitty.
Janice Cant, $5,000. Uhuru.
Chairman Amalia Shatella and Deputy Chair Onazanea Shatella, $1,174.
Uhuru.
Charles and Inez.
We forgot to mention them. That was amazing.
Oh my God, that was wonderful. Their presence and Inez's statement was really, really powerful. Charles and Inez Barron, $5,000.
Wow.
And I'm sorry to cut in here, but thank you, Stephanie, for jogging my memory about some other people that need to be shouted out. Nick Davis, our amazing video editor.
Oh, yes.
He did some great work. He put together a lot of the beautiful videos you saw. And that also reminded me, Johan Bedingfield.
Yes,
Johan. Did a ton of work, social media, postering, just a ton of work to make
Comrade
this event happen.
Johan. Yes, love you, Comrade.
Yes. Also want to salute our anonymous donor that did a matching fund of $2,500. Uhuru Anon.
All right, Andrea Sirby, $75. Uhuru.
Maureen Wagner, $50. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Comrade Len Demmer in the room, the coordinator, $50.
Ron Hudson, $500.
$100. Wow, Ron, that was awesome. Myself,
Chairwoman
$25.
Wait, comrades, do you mean to have your camera off?
No,
Okay, it's off.
didn't know that. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
We're multitasking here. Thank you, Jamie.
Thanks, Jamie.
Is it on now?
It's on now, yes.
I don't see it. Okay.
Diane Tournay, $50.
Wow, Diane, that's awesome. Becky Camo, $100. Uhuru. And we heard a
Uhuru.
statement from her that was very powerful.
Lisa Watson, $100. Uhuru, Lisa.
Uhuru.
Uhuru,
I'm making
Lisa.
myself
Chairwoman Penny Hess.
200. Uhuru.
Erica Ruby, $100.
Uhuru. Leah Fifield, another $200.
Wow. Incredible.
Sarah
Leah.
Onay, $100. Uhuru.
Wow. Sandra Forrest, $50.
Sandy.
Donna Nassar, $25. It's a
Uhuru.
long time
Right.
supporter now. Really appreciate Donna.
Yes, and Ron Hudson, another $250, making the total $750, comrade. That was amazing.
Wow.
Marshall Hobson Ritz, $100. Uhuru Marshall.
Ann Hirsch, $25. Uhuru
Uhuru
Ann.
Ann. $20 from Comrade Johan Bedingfield. Uhuru
Uhuru.
Johan.
Robert Hunter, $100.
Wow. $25 from Raya Fogarty. Uhuru.
Jesse Neville, $10.
That's before. I haven't done my other one yet. I'm also doing another 100.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'll put that in. All right. Uhuru. Abby Havens, $5.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Abby, who was here and also did AV for several hours.
That's right. That's right. Another AV person. And this is Evie.
Oh, Evie Dollar, $50. Uhuru.
Zoe Hauser, $50.
Zoe.
Uhuru,
Uhuru, Zoe.
Comrade Zoe. So always great to hear from you. Marshall Hobson Ritz.
He did another 100.
Yeah, and we read that in 100.
So he did 200 total. That's the comrade out of Seattle.
All right.
Aria Bracci, $25. Uhuru.
$100 anonymous. We
Uhuru.
like you, anonymous.
Yes. Erica, $100. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Jamie Hedman, $100.
Wendy Craig, $100.
Janet Van Fleet, $30. Really appreciate you, comrade Janet, just
Yes.
always involved in the birthday fundraisers, you and Ron and
Absolutely.
Marissa, just doing a great job on that.
She also was a part of the phone banking team for
All
this
right,
telethon.
great.
And she is the one who called Marshall. So see how it all comes together.
Uhuru.
Ralph Pointer, $175.
Ralph
Uhuru, Ralph
Pointer.
Pointer.
From the Black is Back
Yes.
Coalition, just an incredible comrade. Nicholas Shields, $10. Thank you.
And this is where some of our comrades' moms started donating. It was
Okay.
really awesome. So this Amy is Erica's mother.
All
So
right.
Uhuru Amy, $10.
And Bernadette Ayello, Allie's mom,
mother,
$200.
Uhuru.
Wow.
That's great. Janet Van Fleet, $10, another $10.
Anonymous, $100. And I'm just now starting to notice the 18 hours, 17 hours.
Yeah.
Anonymous, $100, 18 hours ago. Uhuru.
Amir Farrington, who is incredible on the staff of Uhuru Furniture in Philly. Amir, just fantastic. And I know his mom is also really important volunteer there. $55, Amir, awesome.
And this is not on GoFundMe because it's not posted to GoFundMe at this time, although it will be. But we also want to appreciate John Rulak for pledging $5,000.
Oh,
yeah.
The basketball.
Yeah.
court.
Wow.
To John.
That was amazing.
Mike Diaz, $20. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Anonymous again, $10. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Daniel Levis, $40.
Mads Ambrose, $100.
Anonymous, $4,000.
Wow,
Uhuru.
anonymous.
Uhuru Anonymous.
Uhuru. Very generous this time.
Yes.
Diane Tournay, another $25.
Uhuru, Diane.
Colin Stokes, $25.
Kateri Westman, $15.
Uhuru. Gary Fifield, familiar name, $50.
$50. Nick
Uhuru,
Luca,
Gary.
$10.
Kyle Weiss,
Uhuru,
$50.
Kyle.
Uhuru Kyle.
All right, Kyle.
Len Demmer, $10.
Uhuru.
All right.
Erica Hruby, $5.
Uhuru, Erica. Anonymous, our friend, $25. Uhuru.
Casey Mackey, $50.
Wow, Uhuru Comrade KC. Laura Brown in
Uhuru.
Detroit,
That's right.
$1,000. Really
Wow.
appreciate
All right.
it, Laura. That's
Laura.
awesome.
Great, comrade.
Mel, $30.
Uhuru, Mel,
Uhuru.
MQ.
MQ.
Just really appreciate you. Oh, I've just been there for so long and
Totally.
really appreciate your support and solidarity. And I know comrade from the Philippines.
Absolutely. And Mel has been on this live stream from the beginning and they're still on.
All
So-
right, all right.
I love that. Amanda Carlozzi, $51. Uhuru Amanda.
Uhuru Amanda. Martha Hoffman, $500.
Uhuru Martha. And that brings
Was
us to
23
23
hours.
hours ago. So those are all the ones that are on GoFundMe. There's more that I know are going to be posted and people that pledged and different
And
things.
gave in different
Yeah,
formats and
definitely.
stuff. Yeah.
Definitely. So that's exciting.
Wow,
Uhuru.
what a
Uhuru.
day. What a stand for reparations. We did it.
We did it.
The
We did it.
people did it. And
Yes.
just the outpouring of support for
Yes.
Black community controlled basketball
Right.
court in St. Louis. It's going to be, change. It's part of changing the world. The leadership of the African working class, the love and humanity of the African workers, just the ability to create a life in which all human beings can live, no one at the expense of anybody else. This is the new world in the making right now. And everybody who, we just read your name and so many others have contributed powerfully. And this is what reparations means. It feels good. It's not about anything like that, but yet to know that, you took the right stand. You're on the side of what the future is going to be. And it's powerful. It's powerful. So
Yeah.
it's something that as white people, it gives us our humanity. I started to say it gives us back our humanity, but I don't know if we ever had it, but
Right.
it gives us a chance to join, the rest of the world.
Exactly.
And to do that in a principled way, not as bringing the baggage of the colonizer with us
Definitely.
wherever we go, but it rectifies our relationship to African people and commits class or national suicide.
Uhuru.
The only kind of suicide we want to be making right
Exactly.
now. We need
That's
to
right.
be here. We need to take up this fight.
Yes.
Uhuru.
National suicide is the way to gain a real life, to not want to commit actual suicide, is to commit national suicide. So yeah, I totally unite with that. And I just wanted to make sure that we really salute, I think we might have mentioned some of these people, but I want to make an extra emphatic salute
Let's
to,
don't forget anybody.
yeah, let's not forget anybody, to Maureen Wagner, Wendy
Uhuru,
Craig, and
Wendy.
Janice, and in particular for their role on, and Leah, in particular for their role on the Mighty Grants
The Mighty
team.
Grants team.
Mighty Grants team, because the Grants team has played a key role in Giving Tuesday as well, and in all of the work that we're involved in Uhuru Solidarity Movement and the Reparations Legacy Project. Incredible team brought together by the Office of Deputy Chair, by the leadership of Deputy Chair herself, and has really pushed everything to a higher level. So we really salute all of those comrades, and also specifically the grant that came to the basketball court from the Community Arts Movement Project Camp. And a special shout out to Angelica, to Don Fitz,
Don
Barbara
Fitz, Digger.
Cicerio,
Yeah.
Digger, and other people who are involved in that. So salute all of you. And also, yeah, again, just Bakri Olatunji, who we actually interviewed twice. We had him on twice, so that was really powerful.
Yeah.
And I see Amanda is typing, so something is coming to me. I'm not sure what it is. The suspense is building, the anticipation.
Okay.
So I'll leave that there. But I did want to see Len. I know you've got some kind of camera situation going on, but I wanted to see, as our fearless leader of this telethon, if you wanted to join us on this side of the camera and say anything.
Wow, Mark Anderson is contributing $3,590 to the basketball court. That brings us to $140,000.
Wow.
140K. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Uhuru.
Ooh.
That is amazing.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
All right, we got
wow. What can I'm speechless.
That's incredible.
That is incredible. Uhuru.
Wow.
Salute to Mark.
Yeah. Big salute to Mark Anderson. I really appreciated that interview with Mark Anderson and John Rulak, like to the statements that they were able to make about being part of the elite white male society taking this stand. It gives other people from that moneyed sector the ability to step forward, and I'm really impressed. So big salute to your stance of material solidarity, comrade.
Yes.
Yeah, he said he liked the Uhuru movement because it had grit.
Yeah.
Relentless.
Yeah, it does.
That it fights.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uhuru.
Wow. This has just been a really amazing event. It couldn't have gone any better, I don't think. And I just want to salute you, Chair Jesse, for all of your leadership in helping me put this program together and all the other things, and Chairwoman Penny for your leadership. And of course, I just want to salute Chairman Amali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, and the African People's Socialist Party for their just brilliance and just carving their way through African liberation. It's amazing to be a part of.
It's amazing to powerful to have you on board as a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee. Really, really appreciate you, comrade. Just jumping in, doing what has to be done.
That's right, definitely.
And I really appreciate Comrade Jamie out there in St. Pete, organizing USM.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
representing.
So great.
That's right.
This is the city where APDF built its track record around the basketball team with Comrade Tam, So it's truly African internationalism. I'm thinking about all the different geographical places that were part of this telethon. It's really remarkable, from occupied Azania. We had Charles and Inez Barron. Were they? I mean, I know they're from New York. I believe they were calling in from New York.
I think so. Yeah.
And then all the comrades out in the Bay Area. I mean, just truly an internationalist movement. It's really a beautiful thing.
Well, I'd like to make a little proposal, and we're not there yet, but that we close it out with a final listening of Jackson's amazing reparations.
Oh, great.
I unite.
Quick question, really quick. Quick question, quick. So just once again, can you say the total amount that we've raised?
Let's say it together.
140,000.
Uhuru. Reparations now.
Uhuru. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uhuru, Hallie.
Hallie, come on, come on, bring it over. Amanda, get over here. Get over here.
Get in here.
We got a wide angle lens going on right now.
Hallie was out here painting the bathroom just like the day before. Just doing a great job. Uhuru, comrades. Amanda's been here adding up the resources.
Plugging away.
Yes. And we're usually like in a case of the giggles about now. But I think we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, we're doing good. There's something about, we're all here in person, except for you, Jamie, but we feel like
yeah.
We do.
Sorry.
I feel like I'm in your library.
We're there with you. You're not here with us.
It's a little less cluttered than when you were here, Chairwoman.
I see those books back there. You have your
the tomes.
Yeah.
You can't see the bust of Lenin though, can you? I wish you could see that.
No, but you know what I see? I see Chairwoman Penny Hess and the chairman sitting
Yeah.
next to each other. Do you see that?
No, I
Here,
can't.
can you grab that, Jamie? This is I'm proud of myself for recognizing this. Yes. There it
Whoops.
is.
I still have mine too.
Boom. Well, history right there.
Nice.
Oh, that's a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this was African People Solidarity Day, what is now the Days of Reparations to African people.
All right.
Well, I definitely want to encourage anybody who's tuning in or maybe watching this later, because this is on YouTube and Facebook for as long as those platforms exist. So definitely go to uhurusolidarity.org and become a member of the Uhuru Solidarity movement if you are not already a member. Because being a member means that you want to be organized under the leadership of the African working class. And Chairwoman Penny, we were talking earlier about what you've been summing up recently about individualism as the thing that white people value more than anything, and that it's like that's the most prized commodity or whatever, imperialist
John
value.
Wayne.
Yeah, exactly. And
the rugged individual.
Yeah, and how actually liberating it is to abandon individualism and join organization and be part of something that's African working class people stretched across the planet Earth that are fighting to free all of humanity from this foul, disgusting colonial capitalist system, and we get to be a part of that. We get to be accountable to that, and that's what life is all about. So uhurusolidarity.org/join is where you can go to become a member, and you will get a phone call right after you join. We will set up a time to have an orientation with you and bring you into the mix, bring you into this incredible revolutionary culture of reparations to African people under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party.
I mean, I think that 2022, among other things, as we've seen from the PowerPoint of Deputy Chair Onizane Ishatella, but also from the mandates of the party and Chairman Omali Shatella, is it's the year of organization.
Yes.
We have to build actual branches of USM and units of the African People's Solidarity Committee all over, and we have to win our responsibility and our honor, our opportunity to be organized under the leadership of the vanguard party, the African working class, and to know that, this is African internationalism is a theory of practice. So if you understand it, you have to do it.
You gotta do it.
You can't, there's no place for it isolated,
Yeah.
in the ivory tower of academia or something separate from the demand to take this on and do what we're called on to do. And I think that the fact that the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali, explained that the role of APSC is to extend the African Revolution into the colonizer population. And that is really powerful, to know we're not there as an advocate or as supporters or allies. We're there as a tool of the African Revolution, having won us to the theory of African internationalism. Therefore, we are capable of coming to the same conclusions that the party is about what we have to do, that we have to be under the leadership of the party, because the African People's Socialist Party represents the pedestal overturning the system, which is how it's overturned. There's no way that we can overturn it. We're part of sitting on the pedestal. the superstructure of colonial capitalism. And this is, this is the future. This is what we have to do. And if we carry out this role, it is such a redemption of white people. It gives us a chance to redeem ourselves from our history as the perpetrators of violence, of the colonial system, of the enemies of the people on the planet Earth, the hated, the mocked, what jokes are about, just for the majority of the world, majority of the planet, like what it is that what are white people doing now, and this is a new time, and it enables us to be under the leadership of the African nation led by the African working class, and how the African working class is the most attacked by colonialism, because there's no compromise with colonialism. There's no neocolonialism, and it's the leadership. It's incredible. It's incredible. So this is our opportunity to join the world, but we must be organized. I'm really saying that to all of you comrades. We have to. We don't live in a time when we have choices. We have to get in there. If it's not us, then who is it going to be? Everybody who's participated in any way has proved their outstanding, potential as leaders under the African Revolution. I'm calling on you, join USM and join the African People's Solidarity Committee. We have to be cadre. We have to be there. We have to be the force that the party knows as the revolution plays out, that, we will do what has to be done, do what's called on to do. We have to take that on. That's, we can't idealize something from the past of Che Guevara, Fidel, or, Ho Chi Minh. This is now, this is the revolution. This is the revolution, the African revolution, that is going to bring down imperialism once and for all. And we've got to take the stand as cadres. So we're calling on comrades to join the African People's Solidarity Committee, be part of this. Take it on, let's do it.
Right on. Thank you, Chairwoman Penny Hess. And we are, what is going on over here? This is another, this is another telethon happening on a different page. Right on. Ahuru to everybody. Ahuru to everyone who's tuning in. Is this, okay, this is from Len Demmer.
Yeah, Instagram. Let's see who else. Paula.
Okay, great. Good.
Ahuru, Paula. We didn't mention Paula.
Paula lives there. Ahuru.
Wow, he's always posting and putting out there and jumping in. And
definitely shout out to Virginia Wilson as well.
Virginia, Ahuru.
So we got the telethon closing out now from multiple angles, and that's incredible. And Len, anything you wanted to say before we wrap it up?
I don't know what else can be said, honestly.
It's all been said. Well, we're going to go now to Facebook. Already kicked us off because we hit the 8-hour mark a minute or so ago.
Oh no, so we're off Facebook.
So we're off, except we're on your Facebook.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay. So Ahuru, so before we close it out, we're going to show Jackson's video or as we close it out, we're going to show Jackson's video. Before we do that, I just want to say thank you to everybody who was a part of making this happen. Thank you to everybody who contributed towards raising $140,000 for the Black Power Blueprint. Ahuru. And we want to say salute to Chairman Omali Yeshitela, salute to Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela, and unity through reparations.
Vanguard up.
Vanguard up. Ahuru.
Reparations! Reparations! Reparations!
We know that we've been lied to. There's two realities. There's the one that we've been raised in, and the one we pretend we don't see. We don't want the guilt, but our lives are built on murder, rape, and theft. To pretend is not an option now. We wonder what is left. Genocide is raging on without an end in sight. We shut down lots of highways. We hashtag every night. But every 18th hour we see white power kill Africans and go free. We want to know what we can do to stand in solidarity.